Mossad unveiled secrets of the Iron Wall. The story begins. Welcome to Tales of Warriors, where the most daring missions and legendary heroes from history come alive. Today, we are glad to introduce you to new video series, Mossad Unveiled, Secrets of the Iron Wall. As you know, in a world where shadows cast long and treacherous webs, the state of Israel stands as a beacon of resilience, forged in the fires of relentless conflict and an unyielding will to survive. Nestled in the volatile heart of the Middle East, this young nation has faced existential threats from its inception, where every battle is a fight for existence and every victory a defiance of history's brutal lessons. At the core of this struggle lies the Mossad, Israel's enigmatic intelligence agency, a force shrouded in secrecy yet unmatched in its precision and audacity. This is not merely a story of covert operations or clandestine triumphs. It is a saga of a people bound by an unbreakable vision, a vision rooted in 2 millennia of exile, sacrifice, and an enduring dream of a homeland that cannot and will not yield. The Middle East is a tapestry of cyclical confrontations, where peace is a fleeting guest and contradictions fuel endless strife. For Israel, defeat is not an option. It is a nation that must emerge victorious, not for glory, but for survival. The Mossad embodies this ethos, operating in the unseen corners of the world to counter threats before they materialize, to outwit adversaries, and to protect a nation that carries the weight of its history and the hope of its future. From the audacious theft of Iran's nuclear archive to the devastating precision of operations that cripple terrorist networks, the Mossad's legacy is one of ingenuity, courage, and unrelenting resolve. Join us as we step into the hidden world of Israel's intelligence elite, where every mission is a high-stakes gamble and every operative is driven by a singular truth: there is no alternative. Through the lens of history, personal sacrifice, and strategic brilliance, we unravel the untold stories of the warriors who shaped a nation against all odds. This is a journey into the heart of the Iron Wall, a doctrine of strength, a shield of democracy, and a sword of freedom. Welcome to a tale of survival, strategy, and the indomitable spirit that defines Israel's fight to endure in a region where the cost of failure is unthinkable. The most thrilling motivation. The state of Israel is obligated to emerge victorious in any conflict it engages in, despite the fact that modern hostilities no longer conclude in absolute victory or abject surrender. In a single sentence, this encapsulates the intricacies of the Middle East, a region characterized by cyclical confrontation and contradiction that rarely affords peace a chance. The issues of the region are historical in nature and cannot be resolved through simplistic means. However, they are circumscribed by an eternal truth and an enduring vision for the Jewish people and us in Israel. Our struggle is existential, which is why we have the strongest incentive to succeed. There is no alternative or choice available to the Jewish community. The state of Israel is the only destination available to us. For more than 2 millennia, we were considered exiles and traversed the globe. The Assyrians, Babylonians, Persians, Macedonians, Romans, Greeks, Turks, Arabs, Ottomans, and British all confiscated and conquered our lands. The Holocaust that resulted in the massacre of 6 million Jews during the Second World War was the most extensive, although it was not the first. The host nations have consistently murdered Jews. Even as we were preparing to establish our own nation, we were compelled to engage in a war of independence from November 1947 to July 1949. During this conflict, over 6,000 Israelis, or 1% of the Jewish population, were slain in action. Fights were raging from the Sinai Peninsula to the northern borders with Lebanon and our southernmost city, Eilat. We are sustained by the lessons of the past and the ethos of the future. We are of the opinion that the sole solution to the ongoing peril we face is the right to worship and the entitlement to establish our own nation without being reliant on others. Our patriotism is deeply ingrained. It influences our collective consciousness in conjunction with our faith. In an era of denial and disinformation, anti-Semitism has experienced a significant increase. It is a global pestilence, a brutalizing force that feeds off ignorance and manifests itself in the posturing of newly emboldened propagandists and scrawled Nazi symbols, aided by their naive apologists. Its influence is felt worldwide, from east to west. Jews are obligated to examine their own selves in depth, but they are unable to disregard the broader context. The Jewish diaspora, as well as the Israelis who reside in the Jewish nation, should have access to our national residence at all times. They will be valued and protected, but they will be required to work diligently to establish a new existence in our country if they choose to settle here. I am of the opinion that the visionary of the Jewish state, Theodor Herzl, and the founder of the revisionist Zionist movement, Ze'ev Jabotinsky, and the founding father of modern Israel, David Ben-Gurion, will continue to be relevant. Their ideals and philosophies are relevant in the contemporary era. Herzl, an Austro-Hungarian Jewish jurist, writer, and activist, was the founder of modern political Zionism. He concluded that Jewish assimilation was unlikely in Vienna due to the widespread anti-Semitism. Der Judenstaat, his 1896 pamphlet, delineated his vision of a Jewish homeland in the Holy Land. He passed away tragically at the age of 44 due to a heart condition. However, his ambition and influence continue to be felt. He is officially recognized as the spiritual father of the Jewish state and is expressly mentioned in our Declaration of Independence. Jabotinsky also didn't live to witness independence. He passed away at the age of 59 in 1940. He contended that the sole means of achieving an enduring peace was the establishment of a robust Jewish state. This, he contended, would ultimately result in Arab leaders becoming more receptive to mutual concessions. He believed that it was impossible to expel the Arabs from Palestine and was amenable to the idea of two nations in the Holy Land as long as it ensured a Jewish majority. The new Israel would vigorously safeguard itself while engaging in relations with its neighbors by adhering to his ideology, the Iron Wall. Despite his hard-edged idealism, Ben-Gurion envisioned the new nation as a dynamic force that drew on substantial migration from the US and the Soviet Union. He was capable of being confrontational, cynical, dogmatic, and forthright. He maintained that Judaism is not only a religion, but also a nationalistic philosophy. In particular, his conviction that an authentic Jewish existence could only be lived in Israel alienated American Jews. Ben-Gurion's attitude of resistance persists. We will not submit to terrorist organizations such as Hamas and Hezbollah or cower in the face of projectile barrages. We are prepared to engage in combat, as we are obligated to achieve victory. In order to sustain a nation such as ours in the presence of historically antagonistic neighbors, it is imperative that we possess exceptional defensive and offensive capabilities. The force we have established is and will continue to be exceedingly effective. Quite simply, it must be. I take great pride in my ability to comprehend the nature of the threats we face and to counter them covertly, powerfully, and preemptively around the world, having dedicated my life to the defense of my country and eventually becoming the head of the Mossad, our pivotal foreign intelligence agency, after serving as a national security advisor. In addition to our intelligence assets, we are successful due to our qualitative military edge, or QME. In spite of the initial catastrophe of October 7th, we possess the most advanced technical apparatus and the largest, most well-trained army in the region. These assets are supplemented by the brave, experienced reservists, whose recent sacrifices have been significant. My body contains a Mossad gene. I am inherently drawn to the occupation and espionage. Ultimately, it consumed me for 38 years until my retirement from the organization in June 2021. Self-sufficiency, ingenuity, and emotional intelligence are put to the test to the brink of devastation from the very beginning of the training process. Tutors are interested in observing your response to tension and uncertainty. They require information regarding your ability to assimilate into the environment. They evaluate your capacity to think effectively in novel environments and challenging circumstances. They are determined to disorient or unbalance you by challenging you, confronting you, and doing whatever they can. We acquire the ability to submerge ourselves in the minds of our adversaries. We value their political motivations, cultural sensibilities, and thought processes. We are diligent in our planning for the long term, but we are also capable of responding promptly in the event of an emergency. Our greatest successes are the result of these attributes, which are further bolstered by a capacity to think laterally and a sense of daring. The same care and cunning that an operative employs to create and inhabit a character in a cover story are used to construct strategic missions. Benjamin Netanyahu, our Prime Minister, presented President Trump with a golden pager upon his being invited to the White House for the first time in his second term. I must confess that I could not help but beam. It was interpreted as a clever allusion to the clandestine operation that took place last September, in which thousands of pagers and walkie-talkies, which were rigged with explosives, were detonated by an encrypted message that mandated that they be held by Hezbollah militants. The physical and psychological harm that this caused devastated the terrorist organization and marked a significant turning point in the conflict. Israel's reputation for exacting ruthless, sophisticated, and devastatingly effective revenge was reaffirmed by the fateful, startling conclusion of a complex, multi-layered Mossad mission that was initiated over a decade ago. This aura of fortitude facilitates the establishment of unlikely, mutually beneficial relationships. The credibility of my closest associates was compromised by my adamant adherence to a mission to steal Iran's entire nuclear archive from a Tehran suburb in 2018. However, due to the fortitude and resourcefulness of a handpicked team and 2 years of meticulous planning, Iran's lies were exposed to the world. It is imperative that they are never again trusted. I commended President Trump for his decision to withdraw from the Iranian nuclear agreement during his inaugural tenure. I maintain the utmost confidence in his capacity to exert the most pressure on adversaries, as evidenced by his unwavering commitment to preventing Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. Tehran is economically vulnerable. The clerics are exposed to an unprecedented degree. It has lost a significant amount of its influence in the Middle East and has lost many of its allies. It will be necessary to listen to the new atmospheric music in Washington, D.C. Steve Witkoff, the president's Middle East envoy, promptly established himself as a hard-edged, assertive mediator. He indicated a fundamental shift in cadence and focus, refusing to engage in empty negotiations or to recycle old arguments. The foundation of everything was President Trump's legacy as an unconventional peacemaker. He aims to become a member of the pantheon of global leaders who are bold and foresighted. His unconventional, idiosyncratic perspective has added a new dimension and renewed momentum to the stagnant discussion regarding Gaza's future. Between 2013 and 2021, I collaborated with 3 U.S. presidents and administrations. Although President Biden was a genuine ally of Israel, his legacy in the region is insubstantial, and their relations with President Obama were difficult and challenging for Israel. My experience working with President Trump has been that of a man who is willing to reciprocate the leadership and loyalty that he values. The teams he assembles, particularly in the CIA and State Department, are diligent, determined, and decisive. I have been impressed by prominent figures such as Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff in the current incarnation, just as I respected and admired the likes of Mike Pompeo and Gina Haspel in his first administration. The president was generally forthright in promptly enforcing financial and travel sanctions against officials and their family members who participate in ICC, International Criminal Court, investigations of US citizens or allies. The ICC was accused by his executive order of engaging in illegitimate and baseless actions targeting America and our close ally, Israel. In addition to defunding a corrupt organization such as UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East, his administration has demonstrated its commitment to avoiding the pitfalls of the West's past by providing financial support while the politics of destruction and negativity continue. It encourages the Gulf states and other Arab nations to adopt a more proactive approach. I am of the firm conviction that leaders value your determination to address the requirements of your country, as long as you also comprehend theirs. The equation is exceedingly straightforward. I do not endorse or concur with the actions of certain leaders, however, I comprehend their justifications. This information enables me to intellectually step into his shoes and come to the realization, okay, that is the narrative. That is the approach. I have been required to familiarize myself with a multitude of global leaders. Vladimir Putin is a multifaceted individual who occasionally operates simultaneously. Our collaboration was intense but fruitful, as it was founded on a shared history in the intelligence community. He is a natural leader, a profoundly strategic thinker, and a masterful geopolitician. He countered perceptions of Russia's isolation, underscored the futility of Western sanctions, and aligned himself with the principle of a new world order by hosting 36 world leaders from nations including China, India, UAE, Egypt, and Iran at a summit of the BRICS group of emerging economies in October 2024. President Trump operates in a manner that is both rational and expeditious. He arranges transactions. He sent a three-man delegation to Riyadh for direct talks with their Russian counterparts within a month of his inauguration, which was of the utmost importance. The location of the meeting, which would have been conducted in a traditional setting such as Europe in the past, conveyed a significant amount of respect for Saudi Arabia's economic potential and political prominence. The identities of the Saudi mediators and the participants were disclosed. Steve Witkoff was accompanied by National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who had previously engaged in a lengthy conversation with his counterpart, Sergei Lavrov. From extensive personal experience, I am aware that the veteran foreign minister of Russia is highly resilient, astute, and sophisticated. He was joined by diplomat Yuri Ushakov, another of President Putin's most trusted allies. We have worked together a lot. A former ambassador to the United States, he understands the Republican psyche. The presence of Kirill Dmitriev, head of Russia's direct investment fund, underlined the economic importance of the talks. The hosts, Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan and National Security Advisor Mossad al-Ibn, are key aides to Mohammed bin Salman, often called MBS, Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince and Prime Minister. I have great faith in MBS as a pivotal figure in the region. I have found him to be tough but fair, perceptive and pragmatic. At the age of only 40, he is the de facto ruler of a kingdom with one of the youngest populations in the G20. He has the potential to personify an era-defining shift in emphasis and expectation. The kingdom has the advantage of being at the crossroads of three continents and at the juncture of developed and emerging markets. He has already been extremely successful in balancing competing geopolitical interests. He is at the vanguard of a new generation of regional leaders. Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE and the ruler of Abu Dhabi, is another figure of great substance and a remarkable leader. He has made meaningful progress in developing relations with Europe, where attitudes toward the Middle East are fragmented. In particular, he has forged important relationships with major countries in the EU like France and Italy. We know if Israel wants to be treated as a significant player on the world stage, it does, and it has to have assets to trade. A national security advisor from an Arab nation put it this way, Yossi, this is the equation. We have the money, you have the bridge and the brains. Let's join forces and change the region together. That bridge was formed of information and experience. He was also referring to Israel's technological expertise. He has never forgotten my help in advising on things like a cohesive security infrastructure. The significance of such a strategic connection, established across traditional boundaries, cannot be overestimated. Palestinian terror organizations continue to make the strategic mistake of attempting to apply the terrorism model. We do not communicate our reasoning for war in an effective or persuasive manner, but I am not sure we can ever win over international public opinion. I am far from alone in rejecting claims of genocide and war crimes backed by compromised organizations like the ICC and ICJ, the International Court of Justice. There is a huge debate within Israel on how best to counter that, but I know the truth. The world must know that truth. Gaza's future in its current form is untenable because of Palestinian rejectionism and intransigence that sustains hatred. Hamas continues to reject Israel's right to exist. They threaten to repeat and intensify the outrages of October 7th. They broke cover, literally and figuratively, during the grotesque charade of their release of hostages in the initial phase of the ceasefire agreement, where fighters suddenly emerged from behind Gaza's human shields to perform for the cameras. They may proclaim themselves as winners, but that is incidental to the point of irrelevance. What did they gain from massacring 2,000 Israeli citizens and taking 251 men, women, and children hostage? Precisely nothing. More than 20,000 of their operatives were killed in the resulting 14-month conflict, and large parts of the enclave were destroyed. What are they attempting to do in behaving as if nothing has changed? They continue to deny their people a better life. President Trump has focused global attention on the central question, how will Gaza be rebuilt? It is clear that no one else has a workable long-term plan for the reconstruction of a war-ravaged area, strewn with unexploded bombs and booby traps. Even without the pestilential presence of Hamas gunmen, Gaza is a death trap. In the 17 years since they seized power, Hamas has wrecked its economy, embezzled its aid, and built nothing more than a tunnel system designed with the express ideological intention of turning the Strip into a weaponized hellscape dedicated to destruction. Assessing Gaza's potential might require a leap of the imagination, but it is considerable. It sits at the crossroads of two ancient trade routes, with breathtaking natural beauty and a stunning Mediterranean beachfront. It has huge offshore reserves of natural gas. Israel's past failure to help source sustainable, suitably protected external funding is an enduring regret. Financial support from a source traditionally sympathetic to Hamas, such as Qatar, is likely to be unacceptable to both Israel and the US, but despite the conflict triggered by October 7th, the region offers reasons for optimism. One of my most memorable moments as director of the Mossad was the signing of the Abraham Accords Declaration at the White House in September 2020. Despite subsequent events, the agreement between the United States, Israel, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco remains a tangible legacy of President Trump's first administration and of the leaders of those countries. It took a few years of delicate, covert negotiation to bring the accords and simultaneous peace treaties with the UAE and Bahrain to a historic conclusion. In addition to Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa of Bahrain and King Mohammed VI of Morocco were wise and supportive. Compared to leaders of such distinction, the immediate lack of a moderate Palestinian leader with whom to do business is damning. despite his promise to remove preferential financial treatment for terrorist prisoners and the families of those terrorists killed on active duty. Mahmoud Abbas, president of the Palestinian Authority, is inarguably yesterday's man. His age, 89, is secondary as a disqualifying issue to his habitual reluctance to negotiate in good faith. The mindset has not changed. Rawi Fatu, his reluctantly designated successor, is 75. Nothing in his background, as a veteran member of Fatah's old guard, suggests he offers anything different. The region is likely to remain fluid for the first half of President Trump's second term, as the implications of the fall of the regime of Bashar al-Assad in Syria become apparent. The early signs are that Ahmed Hussein al-Sharaa, the interim president who led the uprising using his nom de guerre of Abu Mohammed al-Julani, understands what he needs to do to rebuild his shattered, bankrupt country. His first official foreign visit was to Saudi Arabia, where he performed Umrah in Mecca and received the rare privilege of entering the Kaaba. In addition to spiritual sustenance, he was clearly seeking investment to repair infrastructure and rebuild the economy. He reached out to Turkey, took the pragmatic precaution of refusing to rule out Russia keeping its strategically important ports, and opened channels of communication with President Putin. It remains to be seen whether he engages with the new mood created by President Trump and recognizes the advantages of a cautious yet mutually beneficial relationship with its powerful neighbor Israel. His history as an al-Qaeda fighter in Iraq warrants caution. Since our security is strengthened by peace treaties, I hope that the Abraham Accords will be expanded in the months and years to come. A normalization agreement with Saudi Arabia would be a game-changer. But for the avoidance of doubt, domestic public opinion in Israel supports the erasure of Hamas. This hardened significantly in early February when the first 3 male hostages were released under the terms of the initial ceasefire deal. Their pale, gaunt condition and evident mental turmoil spoke of the brutality of their treatment in captivity and summoned uniquely painful images of the past. There is no triumphalism in Israel as the Middle East stands on the verge of far-reaching change. Until every hostage is accounted for, the mood will be dark. October 7th is destined to be a somber Memorial Day. It is a wound that will take many years to heal. We must never, ever forget the horrors perpetrated on the innocent on that murderous morning, but I strongly believe in the spirit of Israel, the Jewish spirit. It is unique and unquenchable. I am confident my country will flourish in the future and across many centuries to come. Episode 1. The Breaking Point. Just before dawn, which dawned at 6:29 a.m., we experienced our darkest hour. October 7th, 2023, in Gaza. The first wave of an unparalleled invasion by land, sea, and air was formed by thousands of Hamas militants who breached the Israeli border fence in several locations. Their tactics were vile, their impact disastrous, and their goal homicidal. On that fateful Saturday, during the end of our Jewish high holidays, I had house guests. Simchat Torah, a period for reading and rejuvenation, was observed. The holiday, which honors our culture and core values, has historically inspired a spirit of thankfulness and humility supported by a sense of fortitude that has never been more fitting. At the same time, when the first rays of daylight illuminated the sky above my hometown of Modi'in, which is roughly midway between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, mobile phones exploded into life with calls, texts, or WhatsApp messages. People were awakening to a permanently altered world. A coordinated missile assault was indicated by sirens blaring throughout southern and central Israel. Though there were few specifics and many whispers, it was clear that something horrible had occurred in the south. We were engulfed in a terrible sense of dread and living in a nightmare. I don't remember many specifics from the morning because it was so blurry. I only know that I was always making or receiving calls or messages from friends, relatives, or old security establishment co-workers. It felt as though you were in an echo chamber. Have you seen the report? Are you aware of this? What's happening? What is the number of terrorists in our country? What are they seeking? Because of my security status, I had a higher level of access, but comparable scenarios and dialogues were being acted out all throughout the nation. News outlets, which were the best, if flawed, source of information and intelligence at the start of the conflict, caused the country to suffer vicariously. It was a barrage of unfavorable news with no background information or validation. I had a keen understanding of the nature of the high-level talks between Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, his closest advisors, the leaders of the Israeli Defense Forces, Southern Command, and the various domestic, military, and foreign intelligence organs because I was a former national security advisor and the director of Mossad, Israel's main foreign intelligence agency. There wasn't much light, but I don't assume, that there was a lot of heat. To get clarification, I called David Barnea, who took over as Mossad chief in March 2021. Our discussion revolved around a basic issue. Because so many things were happening at once, nobody in the institution knew for sure what the big picture looked like. There were knots in the pit of your stomach from the tiny bits of reality that started to show as the hours went by and Bibi Netanyahu's declaration that we were at war. Both citizens and soldiers were sacrificed. Whole families were killed or kidnapped. In Israeli neighborhoods, gunmen in pickup vehicles drove from home to home, looking for victims of all ages, sexes, innocence, and disabilities. In the desert, hundreds of harmless youths were killed, abducted, or escaped for their life. I soon realized that working on possible answers to problems that had not yet been completely developed was where I might be of most assistance. Given that a force dominated by Egypt and Syria had launched a surprise attack on Yom Kippur in 1973, it was undoubtedly the largest strategic and operational failure in terms of military, political, and intelligence matters. Although I wasn't totally stunned by what happened, I was really taken aback by how big it was. Working as a recruiting and operating agent for many years taught me that rage is a destructive and instructional emotion that needs to be controlled before it can be used constructively. However, it was hard to contain at the time, as it is today, while we wait for an official investigation into the causes and reactions to October 7th. The attitudes and methods that caused such a catastrophe are unforgivable. I made careful use of that description. Where there should have been concerted contingency preparation, there was complacency. Where there should have been caution, there was coziness. And where there should have been haste, there was indecision. Those who ought to have known better either neglected or disregarded basic protective concepts and practices. Let's look at those fundamental ideas. There is a saying in intelligence circles that goes, you have to know everything, or know that you don't know everything, because you don't know what you don't know. The first line of defense for a country is intelligence. People have a right to expect us to be efficient guardians because they go about their daily lives, buy their commodities, work, and plan their lives without really thinking about or comprehending what we do. Thousands of operations that I have led and participated in will never be recognized. False modesty is not what that is. All I'm doing is following the political and professional rules of secrecy. I'm not allowed to share some details. Protecting others, frequently while they were not aware that they were being safeguarded, is, or was, my responsibility. That entails having no faith in anything or anyone. Imagine receiving a beautifully wrapped gift from someone who claims to be carrying a bar of upscale chocolate. Are you certain? Is your new acquaintance trustworthy? I'll unwrap the gift, inspect it, taste it, and then send it to the lab to confirm that it is, in fact, chocolate. Then you and your waistline are in conflict. There is a hurry to be wise after the fact, as is so frequently the case, particularly in a time when journalists, overcome by false assurance, deal in exclamation points rather than question marks. Since I had been voicing my concerns about the volume and caliber of intelligence coming from Gaza at the highest level for nearly 10 years, I don't think I can be held accountable for this. These concerns arose from my tenure as National Security Advisor, particularly during Operation Protective Edge in 2014, the 51-day violence that was sparked by the kidnapping and killing of 3 teenage boys, and the IDF's ruthless campaign against terrorist personnel and infrastructure in the West Bank. We attempted to warn Hamas of the implications when they launched rockets in retaliation from Gaza, but they did not reply. It was my first encounter with the issues I brought up with Israeli commanders and officials at the time. The tunnels that connect Gaza to the State of Israel were not well known to us. Our efforts to destroy those we discovered were insufficient. This lack of intelligence was the main reason I asked Prime Minister Netanyahu to take over intelligence operations in Gaza when I was chosen as Mossad director in 2016. The Mossad's activity was often limited to denying Palestinian terrorism overseas, so this posed a challenge to the current quo. When Bibi questioned why, I refrained from questioning the army's and Israel's internal security agency Shabak's historical revisionism, which holds that they should have been allowed to smash Hamas rather than agreeing to the 2014 truce. Political point scoring would have been useless. Instead of focusing on their shortcomings, I made the case that trustworthy intelligence has been steadily declining since 2005, when then Prime Minister Ariel Sharon took the incredibly courageous but wrong decision to withdraw from Gaza. The deal was one-sided. With the unilateral demolition of 4 Israeli settlements in the West Bank and 21 in the Gaza Strip, Gaza essentially became off-limits to the IDF and Shabak. Because the units entrusted with maintaining a flow of information were unable to do their duties, the slow degradation of intelligence sources became severe. Bibi agreed with my reasoning that only the Mossad's operational know-how could buck the trend, but senior army, military intelligence, and Shabak colleagues disagreed. "It's ours," they said, kicking me in the head. "What are your knowledge on it? You can never be responsible for it." The plan was sabotaged by political realities. We still don't know enough about Hamas's ambitions. There is a tendency to selectively leak information in a broken, self-protective society in order to cover the back of a person or an organization by promoting praise or shifting blame. Reports about ignored warnings and other alleged inability to foresee the seriousness of the threat subsequently arose. Although I haven't seen the purported supporting paperwork for those reports, that has to be looked into formally, I am certain of one thing. The flow of trustworthy intelligence, which was our first line of defense, completely broke down. No matter how many documents are said to have traveled across Israeli desks, the country was at risk because nobody knew enough about what was going on in Gaza. The reports that were read were translated incorrectly. Totally incorrect. Less than 1,000 meters from the border, people were contentedly farming their property, harvesting their avocados and carrots, and cutting their flowers every morning. Their cows produced a lot of milk and grazed happily. Despite the tranquil surroundings, they fatally misplaced their trust that their lives would be safeguarded. As the director of the Mossad, I lived by a harsh reality. It was unacceptable to be ignorant and to do nothing. Power comes from knowledge. God forbid I didn't know which missile plans were being created or which runners from a specific terrorist organization were organizing for our embassies overseas. I needed to be aware of our adversaries' nuclear and military capabilities. 3 main components make up intellect. One relates to the manner of gathering, which includes visual surveillance, cyber hacking, and tangible evidence created by human sources. The third is reliant on human nature, and the second is about how this data is evaluated and analyzed. That is a very significant factor. Disparities in temperament, character, upbringing, and viewpoint define the human race. One person goes to the intensive care unit for every one of us who feels a bit sick but continues to go about our daily lives. There is someone who wants a cancer specialist to examine a pimple on their back for every one of us who ignores it. Why is that? Different people's reactions to the same story. It all boils down to the individual, and that can be dangerous when it comes to national security. In my universe, you check it out if you don't like what you see, hear, or feel. As a personal example, I made the bold choice to steal Iran's nuclear archive from Tehran in 2016. Although I will discuss the operation in more detail later in the book, I had a lot of people to persuade and a lot of challenges to overcome with the assistance of a sizable team led by a select group of Mossad agents. People told me I had nothing to worry about because Iran had signed the so-called nuclear deal, which gave me a false sense of security. They didn't think there was much danger, but I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right. I felt they were concealing something, but I had very little concrete proof. Other than intelligence indicating an odd chain of events was in progress, I had no idea what it was. Signs that technical materials and documentation related to Iran's nuclear program's military components were being gathered in large quantities disturbed me. I ordered us to carry it home, even though I had no idea why or what was being collected. After 2 years of careful planning, we succeeded in doing so in 2018 and revealed Iran's false claims of its peaceful intentions to the world, thanks to the bravery and ingenuity of our men and women in the field. Intelligence does not have a light bulb moment. That is not how it occurs. Although it is not that easy, instinct may tell you that a certain piece of evidence is a game changer. The information must be combined, even if you have a strong intelligence lead, a captivating visual encounter, or even an urgent warning where someone is telling you, "I'm worried about this, this, and this." This entails putting it in the blender, where senior officials or commanders make their own decisions during times of crisis, frequently from various angles. Using the Yom Kippur War as an example, we witnessed nearly everything that occurred in the lead-up to the attack, but we persuaded ourselves it was all for naught since human intelligence, a crucial component, was disregarded. It is likely that they did not translate the scant intelligence they received until it was too late with regard to October 7th. Following reports of disturbing intelligence from the southern border, there were heated internal debates in the immediate aftermath of the attack regarding alleged phone conversations between the head of Shabak and military commanders in the middle of the night. They reported their observations, but little was done. Did the rumors about such conversations come to pass? I'm not sure, but in the end, it's not that important. In actuality, they didn't sound the alarm. Perhaps they knew a little, but not quite enough. There was a certain amount of complacency. In other words, calamity was caused by the human component. We cannot afford to live in uncertainty in our working lives. If a doubt exists, it needs to be dispelled or verified. Suppose there is a suspicion that an operation could be at risk of going awry. God forbid that some of our agents get detained or worse. Even if it's a remote possibility, it needs to be tested and double-checked to give us complete assurance that the mission is secure. What should you do, then, if there is even the smallest doubt about a potential attack? Don't count on things going smoothly. Investigate. Because the nation trusts you to perform your duties, you have your privileges, your driver, your secretary, and your income. Do what you must. You do not deserve the honor of your responsibility to defend your country at all costs and at all times if you show even the slightest sign of complacency. You shouldn't have a position of authority or accountability. There are numerous questions that need to be addressed. Were we aware of what was going to happen? Were we aware of the weaponry in the enemy's possession? Were their missile capabilities known to us? Were we aware that a nuclear threat would be used to support Iran's proxies? Were we aware of the scope of the approximately 1,000 kilometers of tunnels that run beneath the enclave, which one former Israeli chief of staff referred to as Gaza's metro? Were we aware of the sheer number of people heading toward Israel through the tunnels? What data did we gather? How trustworthy was it? How well were we able to gather it? To what extent was it evaluated? The Gaza Strip is approximately 365 square kilometers in size. A large, difficult-to-manage location that is nonetheless manageable. Our army is our second line of physical protection. We are aware that there is a measurable adversary on the other side of the border, between 40,000 and 50,000 vicious jihadists. Their goal is to destroy the state of Israel. It is an article of religion and a stated goal of Hamas. We are certain of that. Do we know how they plan to accomplish their goals if we know what they want to do? The intelligence assessment indicates that our borders are guarded, and that is the area of vulnerability. We were doubtful. I would have demanded that the generals be looked into. Tell me where you get your human intelligence from. What is your number? What were your knowledge of them? As a senior intelligence officer, let me see what you do so I can evaluate it. I'm not requesting that they perform my duties. I want them to fulfill their duties. All is great and good with these generals chasing terrorist members in their armored vehicles while brandishing their intelligent, potent weaponry, but their responsibility is to protect the lines. Why did the threat response take so long and be so inconsistent? A component of human nature is at play. These individuals are so close-knit that they lack a clear grasp of their objective. They talk to each other nearly all the time. They socialize and cover for one another. Everything is too comfortable. Nobody challenges the system. Since their actions imply that they believe they are experts, a little humility might not go amiss. I deliberately chose not to have any close friends in the Mossad. There were thousands of people under me. Yes, I could talk to employees over coffee and offer them advice or even comfort. However, I could also yell at them, offer criticism of their work, and, if need, terminate them. Emotional contagion did not exist. I want to make a clear distinction between the culture that failed to recognize the folly of welcoming families into military camps in the Southern Command, dangerously close to potential conflict zones, and the heroism many individuals showed on that terrible morning of October 7th. Many commanders and soldiers were on holiday at the time of the attack, another indication of a relaxed approach that explains the total collapse of the second line of defense. You are vulnerable if you assume no one will come and try to hit you. You need the imagination to feel a little fear of the unexpected or the supposedly impossible. You do not have a choice if you are to fulfill your obligations. Do everything possible to expect and prepare for the worst in order to protect the state. It is a daunting, onerous responsibility. During the war, I fell into conversation with a former senior member of the Israeli intelligence community. "I don't get it," he said. "How come they were on vacation? How come? In my time, I took only a single day off." I couldn't resist replying, "What, the whole day?" Because when you have the sort of accountability I had as head of the Mossad, you struggle to sleep and certainly never take a day's holiday. I was on the red phone for 24 hours a day and had to know what was going on. It was a form of sickness. I told my employees to write everything down. It was not enough to tell me things. I wanted to read their reports. Every Friday night after dinner, about 11 p.m. in the winter and from midnight in the summer, I would sit down with a huge pile of files and work my way through them. I wanted to know everything that moved within the Mossad. By around 4 o'clock on Saturday morning, I was satisfied. I knew I had an advantage over everyone else in the organization because I had put in the work. I had taken out my insurance. I was able to challenge their assessments, correct their conclusions, interrogate their intelligence. They knew they had to respond to me by Sunday night. Everything comes back to personal attitude, the human factor. Diligence is a habit, and I spent a lot of time educating my staff about its critical importance. In return, I stressed that the buck stopped with me. I took complete responsibility because I was the one who sent them out into the field. Though I expected them to make the best of their talents, and if they failed, out of stupidity or reluctance, I would come crashing down on them from a great height, I would take the blame. I refused to spare myself in such circumstances because the outcome suggested I had obviously not trained them as well as I could have done. If my assessment of their capabilities proved to be damagingly flawed, again, it was down to me. I demand the highest standards, but don't believe blame should be spread downward. Accountability should accompany authority. The resignation of the IDF Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Herzi Halavi, 3 days after the implementation of the Gaza ceasefire in January 2025, and that of Major General Yaron Finkelman, head of the Southern Command, was accompanied by an admission that they had failed to protect Israeli citizens. It was an honorable acceptance of the inevitable. The removal of Defense Minister Yoav Gallant in November 2024 was relatively clean in a political sense, but the Prime Minister's proposed sacking of Ronan Bar, the head of Shabak, our internal security service, because of his ongoing distrust in him, was legally messy and socially divisive. The failures of October 7th were institutionalized in the IDF, Shabak, and military intelligence. For a long time, the war effort in Gaza was led by the people who were culpable for those failures. There is simply no one else to blame. At least now we have closure and a new clarity and context to our efforts. As I tell my kids and my subordinates, there is no substitute for the mirror test. Stand in front of it, naked, and tell yourself you are doing your job. You should never be capable of lying to yourself. I have many good friends in the army, but I cannot forgive them for not doing their job. I don't care if they like that or not, but something was badly wrong in their system. What, then, makes a good intelligence officer? There are essentially 3 types. At the risk of restating the obvious, the first are the complacent ones, those who are a danger to themselves and those around them, and must be weeded out. There are also what I call the alarmists, who tell you the enemy are coming in force imminently. If they don't come today, they will be here tonight or tomorrow. If they don't come then, they will show up the next day or the day after that. The third type, and the best ones, chart a middle course between a measured confidence in their intelligence assessment and a readiness to act quickly and decisively if required. They take pains to read the evidence effectively. They have no interest in covering their asses or flattering anyone higher up the food chain. They certainly won't be telling me on a daily basis that the enemy is coming. By valuing trust, they inspire trust. I rationalized my responsibility for operations that involved risk to life for many years in the Mossad. It can be a heavy burden knowing that, God forbid, operatives could be captured or killed. I insisted if things went wrong and a mission failed, the liability was mine and only mine. It was not the fault of those beneath me in the organizational structure or above me in the political hierarchy. I refused to hide behind prime ministerial approval of operations to the point where I broke with the tradition of my predecessors and avoided rushing to Jerusalem for an audience before any difficult operational decision. My logic was clear. If the operation was successful, I would be happy for Bibi to share the credit with the people who did the job. He is the country's defender, its savior. If it was not a success, I accepted the consequences. As director of the Mossad, I had an unwavering belief in the total independence of decision-making. Commander's bravery is something we teach within the organization. By that, I mean taking absolute responsibility for the outcome of any judgment. That responsibility can be split, but it can never be avoided. The buck always stopped with me. In that sense, sharing information about the nature of the operation before it was undertaken was of limited relevance. There was no law requiring me to do so, and, within reason, freedom of thought and action was a practical policy. Some other members of the establishment noticed, voicing their disapproval, but there was no kickback from my ultimate boss. An understanding was reached, and our relationship was maintained. But as darkness began to descend on the evening of October 8th, as the toxic fog of war swirled and a nation sought guidance and reassurance, I was no longer in office, and that relationship with the Prime Minister had to be renewed. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 2. A lost chance. No matter how many high-stress situations you have together or how many times you have influenced the course of the country, dealing with the Prime Minister is business, not personal. No matter how close and significant the relationship appears to the outer world, you are working for the office and not the person. I worked for the state as the director of the Mossad. In a similar vein, I provided advice to Bibi Netanyahu and the government during my 2.5 years as National Security Advisor, but my duty to the country and the importance of his role overrode any personal connection. Though small, the tone shift is noteworthy. He had my respect for his reputation as a brutally practical politician, and I had his trust despite being his subordinate. I only resigned as director 12 days before Naftali Bennett formed his administration in June 2021, having promised to prolong my tenure as head of the Mossad. When Bibi later offered me the position of defense minister in the government he formed after the 2022 election, I was flattered. However, I turned down the offer because I wanted to distance myself from politics and was keen to pick up new skills in a business setting. The business sector was, I must say, financially gratifying, fast-paced, and intellectually interesting. The mental dexterity needed to make profitable investments appealed to me. That did not imply a rift in the relationship with Bibi. He would occasionally give me a call to ask for my casual opinion on various matters. On October 7th, the dynamics clearly changed. When I first learned about the invasion, I felt obligated to offer my assistance. About 36 hours later, I met him and a small group of advisors. Given how deeply unsettling the scope and pace of the events were, it was understandable that the atmosphere was tense. Many people were preyed upon by the prospect of a multi-front conflict. As horrifying details of the devastation from the previous day started to surface, the nation was overcome with shock and wrath that was reminiscent of the US in the immediate aftermath of the 9/11 attacks. Avi Gill, his military secretary, Otsachi Hanegbi, his national security advisor, Ron Dermer, his strategic affairs minister, and Professor Jacob Nagel, who served as the provisional national security advisor for a year when I resigned to take over as head of the Mossad, accompanied the Prime Minister. Bibi was clearly under a lot of pressure and was impatient. In a countrywide speech, Netanyahu had promised to cripple Hamas to the point of destruction and discussed retaliation and the possibility of a protracted, difficult battle. He assured the nation that Israel will come to account with anyone who harms one hair of their head, referring to the hostages. A full-scale invasion of Gaza seemed to be on the horizon. Before that intensification happened, I proposed creating a humanitarian corridor that would move 1 million Palestinian civilians from the Strip into a temporary colony in the Sinai Peninsula that would be supervised by the Egyptians. An evacuation of this magnitude would assist in addressing the inevitable charges made by the anti-Israel lobby that we were responsible for causing a humanitarian crisis. To strengthen my already existing ties in the area, I practically required formal proof that I was an emissary of the Israeli government. I described how I would try to interact with regional and global leaders in a necessary and discreet manner, taking into account the evident sensitivities. I also reminded the PM of my earlier recommendation to personally evaluate the intelligence, which I felt became more and more clear. Since he lacked accurate, unbiased information, he had to have faith in his judgment. Any advice from military commanders and other IDF and Shabak officers who were already complicit in the disaster had to be viewed with caution because they were self-serving. There, I felt a lack of humility. Perceptions and an unwillingness to confront reality were identical. The lack of modesty and familiar ignorance were evident. The army leadership consistently asserts that they are prepared. Even the immediate start of a second front against Hezbollah in Lebanon was being advocated by some members of the defense establishment. Gentlemen, really? Not in my opinion. Recall that this occurred during a period when Hamas terrorists were still being eliminated from Israeli territory. It is insane to successfully start a second big war under those conditions, when no one is aware of the scope of the military challenge that lies ahead, since generals trust their own propaganda. In what we have always valued as a people's army, the IDF's great reputation in combat belies its comparatively small size. I do not intend to minimize the bravery and strength of our soldiers in any way. A more gloomy perspective was provided by the logistical challenges that were about to emerge. I maintained that, above all, Bibi didn't need to hurry, even though the temptation of heightened emotions was evident. Israel was on the verge of recruiting 350,000 reservists, a significant number at any given time, after being thrust onto a war footing. Most of them had already completed national service and were in their 30s, just like my relatives. They had not worn a weapon or been in uniform for a number of years. They may have gained a pound or two, but they were by no means soft. Therefore, it was necessary to consider how long it would take to remove the inevitable rustiness that comes with returning to civilian life before removing them from their offices and other places of employment, both in the countryside and in the city. Bibi agreed with the reasoning behind my claims and the viability of my strategy. He said, "What Yossi says here is very valuable," turning to his colleagues. "This offer is quite serious." He wanted confirmation that I could fulfill the proposal's tenets and practicality. He gave the all-clear after receiving that. Arrangements were made to secure an endorsement and inform other cabinet ministers. Since the proposal involved me stepping back, partially at least, into the environment overseen by the Mossad, the National Security Advisor promised to talk to David Barnier to see if my involvement met with his approval. Once that was secured, and I had my authority in writing from the NSA, I set off on my mission. It was not without its political diversions, since early the following month I had to pressure Bibi to row back on a misleading impression that I was acting outside the proper channels. I was furious, since it challenged my integrity and undermined my authority. Once I reproduced texts from his National Security Advisor, confirming our arrangements, his office quickly reassured journalists that I had initiated contact with an unnamed Arab leader with the PM's approval. The revised statement added that I had also held a number of meetings on a diplomatic issue and remained in contact with the NSA. Contrary to inaccurate assumptions, I never took part in hostage negotiations. I kept to my brief, shuttling stealthily between capitals in the Middle East and seeking support for the corridor, which I felt had the potential to be an invaluable pressure valve. Through my previous work on the Abraham Accords peace treaties and in the exploration of normalization agreements, I had come to value the wisdom of such leaders as Mohammed bin Salman, Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince and Prime Minister, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of Qatar, and King Abdullah II bin Al Hussein of Jordan. Each was engaged in a delicate balancing act addressing national, regional, and global audiences on that Sunday, when, in a public statement, King Abdullah urged an intensification of diplomatic efforts to avoid what he called the dangerous repercussions of any escalation in the conflict. The support of one particular regional leader was so firm he lobbied strongly on my behalf with his peers, but it was clear that the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi was preoccupied by the potential fallout. His closest advisor, Abbas Kamal, a hugely capable individual who ran the Egyptian General Intelligence Directorate until he moved to a wider role, coordinating the security apparatus in October 2024, explained they understood the principles of the proposal but were fearful of public opinion. I met President el-Sisi many times, yet the destabilizing effect of the proposed settlement becoming permanent was an insurmountable obstacle. The message I received from across the region was that they didn't trust Israel to deliver the stability required to make the initiative temporary. Following that reasoning, rather than accepting it, I offered to bring guarantees from the international community that the plan would not become an enduring arrangement. I offered to take my case to, among others, the US, UK, Japan, China, and India, but it proved to be fruitless. Ultimately, President el-Sisi rejected the initiative. During that process, I went to Qatar to discuss potential solutions with Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Jassim Al Thani, the Prime Minister. He has been operating in the field of foreign affairs as diplomat, economist, and politician for many years, and is an astute, far-sighted observer. I was aware of others suggesting I should assume responsibility for leading negotiations to free the hostages, and, in truth, I was ready to do so. However, when I offered my services, they were rejected. I do not know the reasons for that, and it seemed counterproductive to pursue answers. I rationalized that the nation had far greater things to worry about than careless assumptions about who was doing what, and after several weeks I was eventually, for all intents and purposes, sacked as an intermediary. The war in Gaza had intensified, and my concerns about our strategic and operational approach had deepened. Uplifting images of thousands of exiles returning to Israel to fight for the Jewish state could not deflect from the difficulties. It takes time to recruit, train, and equip a fighting force. Critical shortages of equipment were only met by the generosity of Jewish communities in Israel and abroad, and by several NGOs. I personally purchased helmets, vests, and other military kit for the troops. This has been an ongoing commitment on my part. Later in the conflict, progress was stalled by a lack of armaments and ammunition. Gaza, 6 times the size of Manhattan and one of the most densely populated territories in the world, is the setting for a military nightmare. Any ground fighting must be staged building to building, door to door. It is a claustrophobic man-trap in which conventional dividing lines between combatants and civilians have been rendered redundant. Schools, hospitals, places of worship and other civic lifelines have been infiltrated by Hamas, to the point where their own people are exploited as powerless, tragically vulnerable terrorist assets. Unlike in past conflicts, where Israel fought skirmishes and set-piece battles in the desert, it is impossible to fight a proper war when captive civilians are callously placed in harm's way. As part of the so-called disengagement deal in 2005, we destroyed all synagogues, Jewish housing and agriculture in Gaza. We even took our dead out of their graves, so the Palestinians could not claim they were being disturbed by Jewish spirits. They had a unique opportunity to recast their lives, follow their beliefs, and secure their future. What happened? Instead of exploiting natural resources, turning the Strip into a kind of heaven, building a 7-star Four Seasons hotel or an intercontinental Gaza city on the coastline, or marketing Club Med Khan Yunis to the world, they invented a new circle of hell with tunnels, terrorism and destruction. Do we really have to be blamed for that? I realize that is a rhetorical question. In our part of the world, it is a misconception to expect the victors always to write the history of any conflict. Somehow we are destined always to be forced onto the back foot. The international community sees the region through Palestinian eyes. The debate is poisoned by disinformation and slanted toward the Palestinian cause. They, and their unseen, unacknowledged allies in cyberspace, know how to press the right buttons. They have an innate understanding of the Western media and are particularly skilled at reaching the US audience. Time magazine reported that for every pro-Israeli video on TikTok, a far more influential medium than traditional news sites, there were 54 carrying the #Free Palestine hashtag. Casualty figures issued by Hamas-affiliated organizations are accepted categorically, without dispute, despite recurring evidence they are distorted. We, in Israel, need to be better at presenting facts and delivering powerful arguments. The conventional system isn't working. We lack the institutional mechanism to challenge false narratives that shape global public opinion. Remarkably, in this day and age, there was no specific communications unit to do this at the outbreak of war. At a time of crisis for a country, its leader has the responsibility of explaining the nation's actions to both an internal and external audience. This requires the assistance of a special group to amplify the messaging and counter misconceptions. It is a messy but important part of the art of war. It also requires a human touch. It does not help that Prime Minister Netanyahu and his ministers are poor at communication. Bibi has never built an empathetic relationship with the Israeli people. He answers questions at set-piece press conferences and leaves without giving the impression he is speaking to his fellow citizens. He has rarely met expectations by sitting down with grieving relatives in the way I have as president of the Friends of IDF Widows and Orphans organization. Hebrew is a limited language in one respect. We don't have many words for apologizing, and it seemed like Bibi was saying sorry for the casualties without taking any responsibility for the actions that led to them. That may be unfair, but as we have come to accept, perception is invariably more powerful than reality. We have had to become resigned to a litany of recurring external political demands. Finish the war, say our critics. Sign a deal. Withdraw from Gaza. Withdraw from Lebanon. Implement UN Resolution 1701, which dates back to August 11, 2006, and ignores the realities of Hezbollah rockets primed and ready to be launched at Tel Aviv. Too many innocent lives have been lost on both sides, but I will dispute, until my last breath, accusations of Israeli genocide. The enemy are brutal aggressors to the point of inhumanity. Images of terrorist atrocities on October 7th are irreversibly etched on my brain, as they are on those of anyone who has seen their videos of torture, mass rape, mutilation, beheading, and the burning of children. We must not desecrate the dignity and memory of the victims, but we cannot look away or shy away from the perpetrator's testimony. I am haunted by a father and son captured in a sweep of Hamas invaders, recounting their own barbarism with a perverse form of pride. Each took turns in raping their victim before murdering her, as if it were some sort of debauch bonding session. It was an example of evil beyond comprehension. In their minds, they were following out the orders of Mohammed Deif, who soon after the invasion was launched called on Palestinians to carry out attacks on the settlements with all the means and tools at your disposal. Bring out your guns today, and whoever does not have a gun, let him bring out a knife, a cleaver, or an axe. Ignite the ground under the feet of the occupation. Deif, head of the Al-Din al-Qassam brigades, the military wing of Hamas, had been known in Israel as the cat with 9 lives because of his evasive powers. He did not live to enjoy a 10th. Despite the group's denials, he did not survive an airstrike that used a 2,000-pound bombs on July 13, 2024. The world is a better place for his departure. The degradation of the terrorists' command structure is one of the great successes of the war, though unfortunately Khaled Mashal has remained out of reach in exile. He was a formative figure in the development of Hamas, head of its Politburo for 13 years until 2017. He was last seen in Doha in 2023, but was indicted by the US Department of Justice for allegedly orchestrating the October 7th attacks. Soon after he gave an interview, actually, more a series of prompts to make a series of propaganda points in which he was asked about a two-state solution. His reply revealed the narrowness of their ideology, since he used the Arab word Mossad, which directly translated means unacceptable or refused. I hear people talking about a vision of a two-state solution as something on the horizon. Let me tell you something about that. No way. Number one, we are not part of it. We do not accept the two-state solution because it means that we accept the existence of the State of Israel, and we can't do that. We can't accept the Zionist state. Israel is my enemy. This is the mark of Hamas. We are asking for a total freedom from the occupation of the entire country. From the river to the sea, from the north to the south. In no way can we accept the 67 borders. This is only 1/5 of our country. The country is everything. As I remarked on buying an original map of Israel as a present recently, both nations, Israel and Palestine, are using the same symbols of statehood. I'm not sure we will ever be in a position to explain that anymore, because the wider world doesn't really grasp what we are dealing with. Even the most eminent diplomats have difficulty coming to terms with the contradictions of their position. I had an enlightening conversation with a British ambassador who asked, "What is your business in Gaza?" I replied by asking him to justify a war against Argentina in the Falklands, 16,000 kilometers away from Windsor Castle. "It's ours," he exclaimed. Well, Mr. Ambassador, I countered, okay, Gaza is not ours, but it is on our borders, and Israelis are willing to die for that. It is in many ways a lost challenge. The person on the street blames Israel for the mess. Ask the average pro-Palestinian protester on an American university campus or a European street to tell you which sea and which river they are chanting about, and they couldn't identify them. The bottom line is that the State of Israel has totally failed in explaining its right to exist. It all starts there. Western leaders talk about de-escalation, but you can only have peace with people who are prepared to accept your existence. The difference would be transformative. This requires discussion in greater depth, but what do we have to do on the Israeli side to produce the conditions in which the Gazan people can lead better lives from now on? For decisive factors emerge, the establishment of a total demilitarized zone, a civil authority that will oversee the enclave, the acceptance of the State of Israel's existence, and the abandonment of terrorism. I try, in my own small way, to redress the balance through a presentation I give in Arabic, Hebrew, French, and English. It is initially illustrated by a map of the original UN Partition Plan, Resolution 181, which was passed on November 29, 1947, following months of committee-driven negotiations in which Jewish groups participated but Arab organizations did not. The plan, to be put into operation on May 14, 1948, allotted the Arab state 11,592 square kilometers, or 42.88% of the British Palestine Mandate's territory, and the Jewish state 15,264 square kilometers, or 56.47%. The remaining 176 square kilometers, Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and the surrounding area, would become an international zone. Almost immediately, local units of the Arab Liberation Army launched attacks on Jewish cities and settlements. The so-called Independence War of 1947 to 1948 had begun. The head of the Arab League warned of a war of extermination. Despite the mandate, the British didn't intervene forcefully, since they seemed preoccupied with wrapping their flags up to take them home. In other words, we were at war 6 months before we even had a country. 5 Arab nations invaded immediately. Israel declared its independence on May 14, 1948. Tel Aviv came under air attack that night. We were forced to fight for what we had been promised, even though it was far from the promised land, since who but God himself could divide what he had decreed was ours? Coming from a religious Jewish family with an Orthodox education, I appreciate that a significant proportion of the Israeli population would say, "We can't give you a piece of our land, because it is his. It is against God's will. This is non-negotiable. We will simply settle here." Nevertheless, David Ben-Gurion, Israel's founding father, agreed to those borders and accepted that the partition plan was viable. Let us make the most of our land. Our new Arab neighbors did not accept that. The likes of Khalid Mashal perpetuate the poison, so that we have had repetitive rounds of violence incorporating the intifadas and intensifying since Hamas took control of the Gaza Strip in 2007. My presentation is illustrated by rockets being intercepted over Tel Aviv. Yet all the while thousands of Palestinians and hundreds of trucks are coming in and out of Israel. Gas, water, and electricity are being supplied. And, of course, we have the charitable donations that result in a lot of aid and a lot of money being diverted away from intended recipients. That brings us to October 7th. The Hamas leadership had nothing to gain from an invasion on such a scale. It was a big, unavoidably fatal mistake. I have said this many times to intermediaries over the years. What do you think we will do if they shoot rockets at the state of Israel? Pack our bags and head back to Warsaw? We have nowhere to go. This is the only country we have, and we intend to keep it for ourselves. My suspicion is that even Hamas was surprised at its success on that awful day. I'm sure a satisfactory scenario for Yahya al-Sinwar, as he planned the attacks with Deif, was the propaganda triumph of taking 10 or so hostages as negotiation tools for Palestinian prisoners. Our 2 lines of defense, our intelligence and our army guarding the border, collapsed to such an extent he had too great a success. Our response was always going to be as savage as our failure. To a degree, history was repeating itself. Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, who was fated to pay the ultimate price for the fallout from October 7th when he died in an Israeli Air Force strike on the group's headquarters in the Beirut suburb of Dahi, discovered something similar in 2006 when he ordered the kidnapping of 2 Israeli soldiers. This led to the Second Lebanon War, in which huge damage was inflicted on the largely Shiite southern parts of Beirut, controlled by Hezbollah. Nasrallah came under intense criticism from Arab neighbors and from internal detractors like Druze leader Wally Jumblatt, who accused him of being willing to let the Lebanese capital burn while he haggles over terms of surrender. Nasrallah admitted his mistakes in a TV interview soon after the end of the 34-day conflict. We do not think, even 1%, that the capture led to a war at this time and of this magnitude. I'm convinced and sure that this war was planned and that the capture of these hostages was just their excuse to start their pre-planned war. But if I had known that the operation would lead to such a war, would I do it? I say no, absolutely not. It is only natural to wonder how the region may have evolved had Israel completed the job and effectively eradicated Hezbollah all those years ago. Yet Iran's influence remains pernicious, and Israeli lives are being lost on Lebanese soil, just as they were when I was literally blooded in the so-called First Lebanon War in 1982. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 3. Lines of Blood. The establishment of the State of Israel would not have been possible without divine intervention. That still holds true today as it did back then. In the synagogue I assisted in constructing in Modi'in, I uttered those words and matched myself with their spirit. It was a significant act of faith reaffirmation for the first Mossad head with a religious background. The two cornerstones of Israeli society and my personal life are faith and family. Following 2 millennia of exile brought on by the Holocaust, we are concerned with our identity, origins, and purpose for being here. Our purpose is to defend and develop our country. I don't believe in miracles like other people do. In my opinion, divine intervention refers to the concept of helping something greater than ourselves. We have a fundamental motivation to fight for our own cause, to which we are married. That is the highest goal I have ever had and the main driving force behind all I have done. We, or I, are here to protect the Jewish people as a whole, not just to prevent the State of Israel from being destroyed or suffering from conflicts or terrorism. That is the principle to which I have devoted my life. I enlisted in the army at the age of 18, serving as a volunteer in an operational unit before taking part in the 1982 Lebanon War as a commander. I was approached by and accepted into the Mossad within 4 years. I was so easy to recruit because of my love of history and my commitment to the main goal of guaranteeing the survival of the homeland. Because you make so many sacrifices, my type of employment must be founded on extremely solid Zionist or Israeli principles. You hardly have a personal identity. You never support your spouse, children, parents, or friends. Thank God, you do not physically lose a portion of your life, but you do miss births, life events, and future birthdays. Nearly all of my close friends' weddings have been missed by me. I tried to make up for my constant absences by saying a mazel tov over the phone. I have no complaints. Although there is plenty to give up, this is a more important cause. The human condition, the forming influences of history, and philosophy all captivate me. Although technology has transformed our environment, people are fundamentally unchanged. The topics are familiar if you read the thinkers from 2,600 years ago. What is a country? Elections. Dictatorship or democracy? The common man and the aristocracy. Territories, myths, geography, and wars. The gods. Look for perspective. I recently received a visual depicting vanishing empires from a world leader. Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, and Persians. Where are they now? We rule the world, said Caesar, seated above his Senate members. Despite covering nearly a millennium, it was a piece of history. The fact that we have survived as a people, assimilating other civilizations and traversing Africa, Asia, China, and Europe is a sort of miracle. We have been transplanted throughout Latin America and North America. The State of Israel, a stunning accomplishment, was then created in 1948. When I was born, contemporary Israel was a young country celebrating its bar mitzvah, 13 years old. My birthplace, Jerusalem, was split between Israel and Jordan. As a shy boy growing up in the ultra-Orthodox village of Katamon, I was surrounded by rivalries and simmering animosity. We make a lot of yeshus, or ancestral bloodlines, in our communities. On my father's side, I am a 7th-generation Jew, and on my mother's side, I am a 9th-generation Jew. With origins in Lubavitch, the Hasidic dynasty, and Minsk, my ancestry is also Eastern European. Rabbis frequently sought the counsel of my paternal great-great-great-grandfather, Rav Oislander, a Dayan, a judge in a Jewish religious court. He moved to Israel with his 2 daughters, one of whom had a son and married a young Talmudic law student. Haim Yisrael Halperin founded a popular matzah bakery and was a constructor. But he was most proud of his position as Jerusalem's leading mohel, a person who conducts ceremonial circumcision. He had 6 kids. My grandma was his middle daughter, one of 4 children. My father, Erer, left a teaching seminary to join the Irgun, the pre-independence underground fighting movement, after inheriting his religious and Zionist ideals from my grandfather, Yosef Cohen, a fish dealer. Ordinary Israelis view them as heroes, while the United Nations labeled them a terrorist organization. The younger guy who was lucky to survive a guerrilla war as a courier may not be instantly recognizable to those who know my father in his later years as a gentle retired senior banker. The parents of Alt, my mother Mina's great-grandmother, had lost all of their other children in infancy. They offered her for adoption to a local family who immigrated to Israel on the recommendation of their rabbi. She later married into the workers, one of Jerusalem's most illustrious families, and had a son named Yehiel. He established a business and purchased a printing machine to provide for his extended family. My grandfather Joshua's kid shares certain characteristics with me. My mother, who acknowledges that learning and teaching have always been my life's purpose, inherited his love of books and his insatiable curiosity. The house was alive with thoughtful discussion. Joshua was a man of modest bravery and strong convictions. During the 1948 fight of independence, he smuggled weaponry and grenades into Jerusalem's old city under his suit, using his convincingly naive rabbinic demeanor. The city's religious military unit was commanded by him. He was abducted by the primary Zionist paramilitary organization, Haganah, on suspicion of conspiring against them and aiding the despised British government. Despite producing posters for the resistance in covertly, the family printing company seems to have been the source of the mistrust. Before being freed, he was severely assaulted and held captive for a number of weeks. Despite being old and dusty, these tales from family mythology influence my perspective and serve to construct my reality. I know deep down that an internal Israeli strife is unacceptable. Internal conflict is impossible. Because I am dedicated to working for the country as a whole rather than being political, divisive, and engaging in local conflicts, the memories of such destructive separation has shaped my life. As a reserve officer in the original Israeli Defense Forces, my father too had his internal conflicts and continued to be somewhat active with his former Irgun colleagues. At 94, he seems like a sort of survivor to me. In August 2022, the President of Israel awarded him a medal for his 50 years of community service as a volunteer with hospitals and non-governmental organizations. He is a devoted and caring individual. He has become more sentimental about his early years as he has become older. At the age of 3, his mother passed away, the grandma I was destined to never meet. A brother also passed away at a young age. The memories still haunt him, but that was the way it was. When I go home, I always contact my folks first. Almost unexpectedly, he said to me during a recent conversation, "You know, it is not easy to live without a mother." In that instant, 90 years vanished. He was no longer the esteemed donor who became a large bank's deputy chief executive officer. At 3 years old, he was terrified and stuck in a never-ending state of mourning. His father, who died 3 months before I was born, is the reason I was given his name. I'm proud of my dad and the principles he upholds. He is the most upright man I have ever encountered. He is really honest. Even if he wanted to cheat, he couldn't. Sitting on the stairs at home in Jerusalem, half a level from my aunt and uncle, is one of my first recollections. I couldn't possibly have been older than 2. Despite being small, our home was crammed with books. My mother is responsible for that. She returned an early television set to the store after my father bought it. Instead than watching aimlessly, we were supposed to read and stimulate our creativity. The TV was locked and out of her grasp unless she granted permission to watch, even after she partially gave in. To be honest, it wasn't the biggest burden. The only accommodation made for kids in a 4.5-hour per day schedule was a 30-minute discussion. Mum has several degrees and is a counselor and educator who does volunteer work with the poor and with troubled youngsters. She was principal of a religious girls' school before studying for 4 years to become a lawyer in a religious court. She tells me that I behave like her, but I can't agree because she is an extreme version of a Yiddish mum. She worries continually. I love both my parents dearly and unequivocally, of course, but I sometimes think I was kidnapped and dropped into the family by the proverbial stork. I am different. I do, however, embody family values. I believe in the 4 pillars: Am Yisrael, the people of Israel, Eretz Yisrael, the land of Israel, Medinat Yisrael, the state of Israel, and Torah Yisrael, a fundamental notion that it is sinful to sit by when Jewish life is in danger, the Torah is being defiled, and the land of Israel is being threatened. It reflects the broadness of the Mossad's charter, which defines its purpose as secret collection of information, strategic, political, operational, outside the country's borders, carrying out special operations outside those borders, thwarting the development and acquisition of unconventional weapons by hostile states, prevention of terror attacks against Israeli and Jewish targets outside Israel, development and maintenance of political ties with countries that do not maintain diplomatic relations with Israel, bringing to Israel Jews from countries that refuse to allow them to leave, and creating frameworks for the defense of the Jews still in those countries. My early years were unsettled. During the '67 war, our building often came under random fire. We lived at an intersection. One road was named after Eli Cohen, no relation, the Mossad agent who was exposed and publicly executed in Damascus in 1965, aged 40. One of my most sacred duties as Mossad director was to return his wristwatch, worn in Syria, to his family. As I said on the day, we remember Eli Cohen and do not forget. His heritage of dedication, determination, courage, and love of the homeland is our heritage. We remember and have maintained a close connection over the years with his family, Nadia, and the children. The other route, leading into our crossroads, was eventually named after Lieutenant Colonel Yonatan Vioni Netanyahu, Benjamin's elder brother who was killed when leading the elite commando unit that rescued 102 Israeli hostages at Entebbe Airport in July 1976. Yonatan had served in the Six-Day War in 1967, when East Jerusalem was taken and the great shrines of the old city were finally opened to us. We lived close by. Just hours after the battle, my father took the family through the smoke and past the pockmarked buildings to the Western Wall, the holiest place for Jews. He captured the moment, our amazement and excitement, with a Super 8 movie camera. I was only 6, but the importance of the occasion remains imprinted on my brain. I might have laughed at Dad, swooping among us like a frustrated film director, but I felt a sense of belonging to my tribe. I was never a shy kid, but I was a natural people watcher. The man I would become was waiting in the wings. I left high school after a year to attend Yeshivat or Etzion, a religious school where I became a Talmid, a disciple of Rav Chaim Druckmann. I was close to him as the most senior spiritual leader of the religious Zionist community until his death, aged 90, on December 25, 2022. My faith has provided educational and ethical continuity throughout my life. The rigor of religious study, the discipline and intellectual dexterity required to debate key points of learning all honed my character. Unlike religious schools, secular schools in Israel do not teach you how to learn by questioning or debate. You have a text and read it without challenge, without discussion. In math, chemistry, or physics, you solve equations without delving deeper into the wider relevance of the subject. There's too little context. In my religious school, from the age of 8 or 9, I was obliged to argue my case, defend my position. I deciphered and debated the Talmud, the central text of Rabbinic Judaism and the primary source of Jewish religious law and theology. It was written in a different language, Aramaic, which originated in ancient Babylon, rather than in Hebrew. I'm intrigued by the process of understanding who we are and what we do. I don't do things automatically or without thought. I ask questions so I can appreciate our natural talents and assets and work out where we are going. Some of those questions are directed at myself. Who am I? Why am I doing what I am doing? What is important? What is not? Why is it important to be Jewish? The answers are not comfortable or categoric. Judaism within a Jewish state should exist forever. I'm not sure what forever means or is, but things are deteriorating. Too many Israelis don't know who they are. They have no clue. They are less and less interested in what is happening or what has happened. Most wars are unnecessary. Someone has decided against the other guy, and we, in organizations like the Mossad, are expected to be superheroes to protect people from such aggression. Is aggression a human need? Of course, it is not. What is it, then? A reflex action? I have thought in layers since the age of 8. I'm still the boy who sat back and slipped on a mask that no one saw through. I was perceived as a prodigy, destined to become an important rabbi or spiritual leader, but I had already decided that the closed, conservative world was not for me. Superficially, I was a normal kid. I was very happy. I had my bicycle, my basketball, my treats. I had many friends. I joined Bnei Akiva, the Jewish religious youth movement that currently has 125,000 members in 42 countries. I was at ease in the classroom. Yet, despite everything I owe to the disciplines of being immersed in a religious culture and my personal growth, to use a fashionable phrase, I yearn to experience the relative freedom of the secular world. You don't wake up in the morning and think, I've got to be religious today. It sets the rhythm of your day. It is your life, a way of being. But bit by bit, I decided to disguise the fact that I was becoming alienated by it. No one knew. The facade was firm. Appearances were deceptive. Increasingly, I resented following the rules as they were dictated to me. Perhaps subconsciously, I was already working undercover. I hid my secular books, worked out multifaceted ways in which I could live what amounted to a double life. I developed alibis to excuse my absences and explain where I was. I went to places where I was forbidden to go. I wasn't in the synagogue when they wanted me, so I had to come up with a cover story. When I didn't attend prayers, I had to be ready with a plausible excuse. The charade felt comfortable. I wasn't necessarily proud of my powers of deception, but they didn't challenge my conscience. If you can act, you can act. I had to do so to survive the scrutiny of others who felt responsible for my spiritual health. That chameleon quality has stayed with me. It has led from my personal life into my professional life. I didn't want to be defined as a yeshiva boy, poring over the scriptures. I was naturally observant and quickly realized I had an ability to relate to other people. It was a little like cleaning a dirty window with a fresh cloth. There was the odd smear, but sunlight flooded in. I found I had an intuitive sense of someone's personality and motivation. I learned to bond with others effortlessly and instinctively. I read the room, picked up on body language. I gravitated to the center of the group. I gathered trust without really seeking it, and I recognized the dynamics of conflict. Before too long, whenever there was a dispute between friends or two groups, I was being asked to be the arbitrator. The attraction of the secular world was, in many ways, simple to rationalize. It was easier. As a religious child, you do a lot more. You wake up hours earlier than all the other kids in the neighborhood because by 6 o'clock you have to be at the synagogue, praying. You have to wake up in a certain way. You have to wash your hands in a certain way. You have to tie your shoes in a special way. Orthodox Judaism seeps into every nook and cranny of your life because it dictates your actions. Even before getting out of bed, you are expected to show gratitude by reciting the prayer, called Modehani, I thank thee, O living and eternal King, because thou hast graciously restored my soul to me, great is thy faithfulness. Each hand must be washed 3 times, alternately, right, left, right, left, right, left. Before that, it is forbidden to touch your clothes, food, mouth, nose, eyes, ears, and anus. You are also not allowed to walk for cubits until you have been cleansed. A cubit is anywhere between 18 and 22 inches, depending on the source. Everything is structured. You put on the right shoe first, without lacing it. Then you put on the left shoe and lace it before lacing the right shoe. You are expected to say at least 100 benedictions daily. After the synagogue, at 7 a.m., you can go and have your breakfast. Classes begin at 8 a.m. I was in a boarding school and allowed home for the weekend once every 3 weeks. It felt worse than being in the army at times. But there is a twist, a catch, a contradiction. There often is in my line of business. Despite my adolescent defiance, it was not until I was 26, when I was a Mossad operative, that I finally took my yarmulke, my skullcap, off. It takes time to openly go against family principles. There is a latent sense of guilt, a nagging sense that somehow you have disrespected those you hold dear. At around that time I had a discussion with my wife and soulmate, Aya, who is now head nurse in the Shah Zedek Medical Center in Jerusalem. She is similar to me in that she has an implacable belief in what she does. We were at a domestic crossroads. I was making my name as an operator. She told me that she had married a religious boy. I was not religious in practice, but I was and still am a great believer. What were we to do? How would we bring up our children? Would we give them a religious education or a conventional, secular Israeli education? How would we treat our house? Would we observe Shabbat, the Sabbath, and keep it kosher? We decided we would do so and are very happy we did. I literally work around my faith. I still question myself a lot, but on another level I question the world itself. Modernity has brought frivolity. Instead of dealing with existential issues like climate change, people are obsessed by their WhatsApp group or their cars. They may be nice to have up to a point, but they are not a must-have. So, what is important? Technology, social networks? Are they really an asset? Do we really need ritual stupidity on Instagram or TikTok? Is happiness really the response of your friends if you post a photograph of your meal or your holiday home? At the risk of stating the obvious, I don't think so. I dislike cynical people. I prefer open discussion, but it does upset me when I'm asked to rationalize why a soldier or an operative should risk his or her life for an ideal. Values are important, particularly in this day and age. The world is facing a crisis of leadership. If the current global political elite were in place in 1942 or 1943, we would still have Hitler, or more accurately his ideological descendants, running Germany and the world. Why isn't it working? Because conglomerates, commercial companies, societies, and technological organizations are probably stronger than their governments. They have better leadership, higher quality people in senior positions than the political classes. In the not-so-recent past in Israel, you were extremely dependent on the government. It decided, directly or indirectly, the type of job you had. Today it is not as important. The market is healthy, privatization works because companies do things better. There is a huge gap between what we have and what we need. Thankfully, the new generation has moral integrity. My kids are definitely more equality-driven than we were. It is yet another reminder of the pivotal position of the family in a thoughtful, responsible society. Aya and I have 4 children. Each in their own way is special. My son Jonathan was born with cerebral palsy. He has unimaginable tenacity and an unshakable will. He can't walk, can't read as he is legally blind, but was a multilingual honor student at school and served in Unit 8200, the IDF Intelligence Corps, for several years. May Dargan, my most influential tutor in his time as Mossad director, paid him the ultimate compliment of having a photograph of Jonathan on his office wall to remind him of the power of resilience. I still well up when I remember his dignity and defiance at his bar mitzvah, which we held in Vienna. It was a uniquely powerful rite of passage. When it came to the central part of the service, the Aliyah, when he is called to the Bima, the raised platform where the Torah is read, my brother Chaim and I came forward with the intention of carrying him forward in his wheelchair. Quietly, and with a fierce determination, he refused to cooperate. Instead, he raised himself painstakingly and, with Chaim and me on each side, forced himself into a standing position in front of the Sefer Torah, the scroll on which the Book of Law is handwritten. He had learned the reading by heart and delivered it word perfectly, as to be expected of someone who had come second in a global speaking competition, held in a 10,000-seat basketball arena in Tel Aviv at the age of 11. I was humbled and felt honored to be his father. He is 38 now, a smart, beautiful, if aging, boy, currently doing his second master's degree. He is not happy, not satisfied with his lot. How can he be expected to be? That is something that kills me on a daily basis. I have known, served with, and commanded some unbelievably brave men and women, but I stand by what I said to the press when I was presented as the new head of the Mossad. Jonathan is the real hero. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 4. Death is not a dominion. You are not confronted by a femme fatale at a bar, leaving vapor trails of Chanel No. 5, or confronted by a swivel-eyed man in an overcoat on a foggy street who makes an offer you can't turn down, despite urban legend. It only takes a phone call to start a career as a spy. I got a call like this in 1983, 3 months after turning 22. Hello. The Prime Minister's office is located here. We are aware that you are studying in London, and we might consider making you an offer of employment. The typical sources for struggling students seeking beer money and enough cash to purchase large packets of pasta to stave off hunger, bartending, slaving, and cold call marketing were obviously not on their minds. I had a strong feeling that the approach was from the FBI's equivalent in our country, the Mossad or Shabak, but I didn't want to use the names aloud because it would have seemed like a perverted betrayal. The purpose of the call was to get me to think. There was, of course, a catch. They asked me to remain in London for 2 years in exchange for their offering to pay for my schooling. I was already certain it was not going to happen. I was only taking some time to process rejection because I imagined my future in Israel. I had a strong desire to become a designer after leaving the service. Near the end of my national service, I submitted my first application to one of Israel's top art schools. I finished some pre-interview projects and submitted a variety of artworks. However, there was a very high demand for spots, and my work was clearly below the required level. Another door opened as I was still recovering from the door that had slammed me in the face. My father was tasked with managing the expansion of his bank's global infrastructure, and my parents invited me to come to London with them. The answer seemed obvious. Since lodging was covered, I would steer clear of the typical couch surfing. London appeared to be such a charming, welcoming city. Even if the weather was gloomy and there weren't many beach days like those in Tel Aviv, it was lively, cosmopolitan, and somewhat mature. I had more time to consider my backup plan, which was to become a lawyer. I had good people skills, a sharp eye for detail, and a well-organized mind. I also valued the profession's financial benefits. My enthusiasm for the arts was still sparked, though. I enrolled at Hendon College, a university located in the Colindale neighbourhood near London's Great North Road, to study English. Eventually, it would become part of Middlesex University. It was a pleasant location that was marketed as being appropriate for pupils in the 16 to 99 age range. That age range, which turned out to be a legal requirement, made me smile even though I probably had more life experience than most of my peers. With my books and my growing friendships, I felt comfortable there. However, something was lacking. It was a deeply charged emotional phone call. They persisted in interacting with me despite the lack of any proof of the interested party's identification. I pondered what people perceived in me. They couldn't get to know me well until they tried my character, looked me in the eye, and got a sense of my strengths and shortcomings. After all, I was only 22. My resume was quite shabby. After high school in Jerusalem, what comes next? I served in the military. But the more I considered it, the more I realized that their interest made sense. I became aware of how ideal my background was. Zionist, devout, and a lovely family. Devoted to the country. Served as a commander in the army. Even a family history of opposition. Everything is going well. They were astute. There was still free communication. On the water, they had placed the bait. I was swimming for the hook because I was hungry. The moment had come for me to bite. After several months, I took the initiative even though I knew I couldn't set the terms. I wanted to start a life in Israel, thus I was returning home. If they were, I was serious. Indeed, they were. My mind and body, soul and sinew were put to the test throughout the admittance screening procedure. It was an odd, sometimes boring experience. What they wanted from me was unknown to me. There was nothing I could do but be myself. The pretense was useless. Attempting to beat the recruiters at their own game would have been pointless and slightly ridiculous. Since it is a world of individual initiative and no predetermined method of doing things, there is no template for the perfect operator. Rather, the recruitment process is intended to elicit an operational way of thinking. The tests come as a total shock. What you are being tested for is unknown to you. They simply tell you to solve the case. Let's check your capabilities. Be quick to think. Create a cover tale for yourself. Disobey the law. Are you able to accomplish that? Your profile is being developed, molded, and manipulated throughout this time. Background checks are discreetly conducted on friends and family. Operational psychologists, a relatively recent addition to the field with a military focus, question and diagnose you. Their responsibilities are fairly varied. They hone their interrogation skills on suspects of military crimes. By applying their knowledge to identify and deconstruct enemy troops' intentions and behaviors, they have an impact on how combat operations are carried out. The tell me your life story, son method is surely not the same as this. Your whole existence has turned upside down in a matter of days. A new set of disciplines is being imposed on you. You reside in an apartment or company home. You no longer even truly have a name. You have to do things that ordinary people can't understand. It is instructed that you break into an apartment. Assume for the purposes of argument that the Rabinovite family owns it and that it is located on the 5th level. You are unaware that they are in the circle of trust, which is why they have granted permission for the exercise. Your task is to enter the master bedroom, sneak back to base, and tell the examiners everything you have seen and discovered. They may have planted something that caught your eye, but they don't really care about the designs on the walls or how comfortable the bed linens are. I wish you luck. Would you do that? Are you able to? Not everybody is able to. Under pressure, you must create a plan and follow it. You can't just go up to the janitor and ask, "I'm a Mossad trainee. Could you just let me in? This is my pass." He would stealthily call for assistance while glancing at you as though you had lost consciousness. Rest assured that unpleasant surprises are a normal part of the process. You may be asked to explain yourself by the police or what you believe to be the police. Who are you? Why are you there? From where are you? It's important that you correct your story. It will undoubtedly not benefit you right away. You will be arrested and hauled to a featureless room to be questioned by people who clearly don't like you. How would you handle that? Do you have a plan for leaving? Even if it's fantasy, it feels frightfully real. Shall we examine such chameleon-like traits? Your next task is to enter a prestigious Tel Aviv hotel covertly. Installing a microphone inside a telephone earpiece in the middle of a crowded lobby is your task. Unseen eyes will be watching you. Can you blend in as well as your assessors, who will be completely unidentifiable amid the crowd of travelers, business people, and hotel employees? Do you possess the tact and dexterity to carry out a delicate surgery under duress and the composure to leave the premises with the least amount of disturbance? I'm glad to say that I did, but the test wasn't finished yet. Remember, this was in 1983. In its early years, under the direction of Nahum Admoni, who succeeded Director-designate Yekishel Adam after the latter was slain in the Lebanon War, the Mossad was a distinct animal. I had to undergo a lie detector test that included intrusive questions about my deepest personal life. I made a point later, when I was in charge of the organization, of ensuring the highest standards of equality and diversity. The final part of the recruitment process was an irritating charade before a committee consisting of veteran operatives who evidently saw little use in a yeshiva boy sitting before them wearing his yarmulke as an act of faith they somehow regarded as provocative. They were dinosaurs, oblivious to the asteroid heading in their direction. The Mossad, like Israeli society, was on the cusp of strategic change. The left-leaning elite, secularists whose grasp on political power was not as secure as they assumed, were on the wane. I would not have been so disrespectful as to confirm this at the time. In fact, it did not cross my mind, but I represented, in a minor way, the shift to a broader-based culture in which graduates from prestigious religious schools, like me, were gaining influence in politics, business, and the defense establishment. Not that it made a jot of difference to my cross-examination by the committee. Courtesies and conventions were observed for a few minutes before Mossad's deputy director, who was chairing proceedings, cut to the chase. It was only later that I discovered who he was. He wanted to drill down into how my beliefs would be compatible with operational activity. "So, suppose you have to travel on a Saturday," he said with a mocking smile. "Well, sir, like in my infantry military service, and during the war in Lebanon, saving lives is more important than Shabbat. I will do whatever it takes. And if you have to turn on a light on Saturday, or drive a car on duty in Europe during the holy day, if that is the job, then I have no problem with it. Suppose you run undercover and the host offers you pork for lunch." I remained externally calm, but inside, my blood was boiling. A line was being crossed. I needed to think quickly and act cleverly, stand up for myself without sabotaging my chances. "Listen, sir. I answered your call. I understand what this job requires. Can we move on from this topic, or do you wish to repeat yourself a little more?" I felt the eyes of hostile committee members boring into my skull. The deputy director paused for effect, took my heavy hint, okay, my obvious defiance, in the spirit in which it was intended, and changed tack. He evidently liked my audacity. Having just turned 22 years of age, I was accepted onto the Mossad's cadet course. The first major obstacle had been cleared. It's not quite as simple as saying that was the moment the old Yossi Cohen ceased to exist. I still had the same nature, capabilities, and attitudes. I was still in a position to use my talents. Yet, almost imperceptibly, I had changed. The process reshaped me completely. In the beginning, I was not sure if I could do the kind of crazy, secret, dangerous things that were expected of me. I had been intrigued by the approach, and as the application process accelerated, I found I was attracted dramatically to the prospect of becoming a case officer, but now I knew I had the passion. I understood I had a long way to go. I was raw and still had everything to prove. Yet it felt right. I wasn't perfect, but who is? I didn't have to look too far for evidence of human fallibility. One individual, an instructor on the cadet course, was dangerous. He was an experienced operative who invented intelligence and pretended he had recruited a very senior Syrian officer in an operation that never existed. It nearly caused a war between us and the Syrians. The irony was that he had been a supposed mentor of mine. His role involved being the first to challenge my cover story and training. He investigated my methodology, judged my character, and tried to catch me out. If it wasn't so serious, it would have been hilarious. To the best of my knowledge, he was indicted and went to jail. I promise I am not being wise after the event, but I suspected him from the very first day I laid eyes on him. He seemed flaky, a crazy guy. I was 23 at the time and eager to get to work in the field. In many ways, I was older than my years. Combat experience does that for you. Like many in my generation, I matured as a young man in the Lebanon War, the so-called Operation Peace for Galilee that led to the expulsion of the PLO from the southern part of the country up to Beirut. It was a successful operation. The PLO, surrounded in West Beirut and subjected to heavy bombardment from land, sea, and air, negotiated a ceasefire with the aid of United States Special Envoy Philip Habib. Led by Yasser Arafat, more than 14,000 combatants retreated from Lebanon to a new headquarters in Tunisia. I had been drafted at the age of 18 and volunteered for an infantry unit with a history of special forces-style missions dating back to the 1950s. I was attracted by the fighters' reputation for courage, discipline, and dedication to duty. We were trained to trust our initiative, to fight alone or with other corps, in coordinated missions with the Air Force and Navy. Our hallmarks were an ability to operate under any condition, day or night, and the flexibility to make swift, deadly battlefield incisions. We did whatever was asked of us, whether that involved being dropped behind enemy lines or in strategically important zones, by helicopter, being landed from amphibious craft, or fighting mounted on jeeps against Syrian troops and their terrorist allies. Once again, I found solace in a sense of belonging. We took great pride in our black berets and of the status they represented. I had risen to sergeant and was operating in a training camp, base number 80, when war was declared on June 6, 1982. I was drafted into the newly formed 933rd Nahal Brigade. Our black berets, which have been replaced by light green headwear in the modern army, reflected its links to the Nahal movement, which combines social volunteerism, agriculture through the establishment of kibbutz farming communities, and military duty. Our motto, the human advantage, was put to the test as we fought our way up the Mediterranean coast from Nakura, a small Lebanese city just across from Israel's northern border. We arrived in armored vehicles with the aim of stopping the terrorists from launching seaborne attacks against Haifa, Tel Aviv, and other cities. If I didn't have a veteran swagger, I was certainly experienced enough to appreciate the difficulty of the mission to clear a succession of settlements of hostile forces. We were, in effect, fighting the enemy on their own terms, in their own backyard. The overarching plan, in a campaign that divided Lebanon into three sections, the Eastern Sphere, the Central Districts, and the coastal region, was to progress north, taking the cities of Tyre and Sidon before ending up in Beirut. I never got to Beirut until I was a Mossad operative, but at least we had the satisfaction of seeing Yasser Arafat and the PLO leadership fleeing to Tunisia at the end of August, less than 3 months after the war began. It is estimated that at least 8,000 of his troops evacuated the capital and dispersed in a hurry. It was a deadly conflict on both sides. Clearing villages involved close-quarter fighting in a maze of tight, roughly cobbled streets, on roofs and in courtyards. Danger lurked around every corner, on each patch of open ground. We made it as far as Sidon before being deployed in the village of Rajaya al-Wadi, on the western slopes of Mount Hermon, close to the Syrian border. Our orders were to clear out nests of Palestinian fighters and their allies. We came to a big house, which had to be neutralized, room by room, floor by floor. When we reached the roof, we were hopelessly exposed and ruthlessly butchered. My company commander lost a leg. One of the other sergeants took several bullets to the stomach and fell into a stairwell. I'd had 2 lucky escapes in previous operations, but this was the day I could quite easily have died. Pinned down in the firefight, lying behind a small wall on the roof, I suddenly took fire from an unexpected angle. I felt a burst of pain and a flood of blood. I had been hit by 2 bullets just beneath my left eye. I survived because they were glancing blows, another inch or so higher, and with an enemy with a better aim, and I would have been killed. As it was, we regrouped and fought our way out of trouble. In elemental moments like that, you understand the bitter truth of the old soldier's maxim that only those who have been there, in the frenzy of pain and panic, death and dismemberment, can relate to the experience. It's not something that can be invented, despite the attempts to recreate it in an electronic game. My wounds healed. I wasn't looking for proof of my ability to operate in life-threatening circumstances, but I got it. It didn't affect me badly. I know this might sound strange, but there was a greatness and gravity about it that I liked. I discovered that I really didn't care about being at risk. I can do without the experience of being in peril, but it certainly doesn't bother me. In a way, it set me up for the abnormal life of an undercover officer, sitting in a hotel sipping coffee minutes before an operation, contemplating what was to come. It's the same feeling of tightness in your gut as you approach border control. Going back to my days as a soldier, I loved every second of it. I've never been afraid of my own mortality. I don't mind dying. I don't care about that. It's a constant source of anguish debate at home. I'm told to stop dwelling on the possibility, almost making light of it, when I feel I am merely being honest. It's a complex subject, but my rationale is pretty straightforward. It's not important who I am or what happens to me. It's important to do what I do for my nation. It's important to be a good person, to care about mankind. To the extent of me not being here, so what? We'll all go, finally. Some earlier, some later. Of course, there is a natural order of things. It is not always the case that parents are outlived by their children. My grandfather buried his kids. I pray this doesn't come across as being callous, but I've seen friends and colleagues die. I didn't crash. I lost a cousin who was very dear to me, and then lost his son, which was a disaster, but I didn't lose control, even when the family suffered yet more tragedy in the aftermath of October 7th. I kept on track. I am concerned about the people I would leave behind, but they will survive. As I mentioned earlier, my father lost his mother 89 years ago, but he has had a fulfilling life, even if he is showing signs of missing her more now than ever before. I don't particularly want to get to 92, like him. I don't cherish a long life. It is not the length of time you have on this planet that matters, it is the breadth of experiences you cram in along the way. I collect feelings, stories, adventures, operations, experiences. I need my heart rate to go up. Of course, I take care of myself. I try to train daily. I try not to lose too much weight or put too much of it on. I prefer to eat one good meal a day. I don't smoke anymore, though I drank whiskey last night, come to think of it. I'm trying to live, but I have a fatalistic approach. I have bodyguards, but there has never been an attempt on my life because of the job I held. I'm not naive, I know my enemies are after me, for good reason. I can understand their willingness to exact revenge. I'm quite a colourful guy, I suppose. I'm not pareva, our description of kosher foods that are neither meat nor dairy, like eggs, fish, fruit, vegetables, grains, unprocessed juices, pasta, soft drinks, coffee, and tea. I'm red meat, a carnivore on the hunt. I once read what is billed as the most successful personal finance book of all time, Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. In it, he explores the influence of two men, his father and his best friend's father, on his approach to money and investment. The key message is that the assumption that you have to earn a high income to be rich is a myth. If I write a book after this one, I will probably call it Meaningful Fathers. Hopefully, I am one. My message will be directed at my kids and their generation. You don't owe me or anyone else anything. You don't have to try to be what you are not on my behalf. It is your life. As someone with leadership experience, I am often invited to consultation days, which generally attract people of around 35 years of age. They ask me for advice. What should they do? I tell them to ensure they've done all the good stuff by the time they get to 50, because that's the age when you start to look back and ask, what have I done with my life? Live your life. Love what you do. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 5. a lonely night. Everybody may recall their first experience. Mine was in a romantic European capital. I would never feel as anxious or as thrilled again. I was prepared to leave my mark as a man of the world. The most difficult night for me to endure was the night before I left home for my first mission. I mentally reenacted positive, negative, and catastrophic events. I made an effort to convince myself that my concerns were common and that I would achieve the level of achievement I so strongly desired. My tutors from Mossad had stopped being questioned, at least temporarily. Their hesitancy had subsided into something that was almost acceptable. I passed the stress test because they had pushed me to the limit. According to the psychologists, I had the correct stuff. Real or imagined, I had responded admirably to danger. I had resisted being questioned and subjected to physical torture. I was a willing student and a hard nut to crack. To make my cover tales more convincing, I had studied civilian lifestyles and attended language classes. In addition to knowing how to operate a camera and a rifle in secret, my firearm skills have advanced since my time in the army. Before they sent me into the field, I had to go over my own mental checklist. I had proven that I was comfortable dealing with a variety of people in a variety of settings. I was streetwise above all else, yet I could be dapper if the occasion called for it. A cycle was finished. I had worked hard for months to earn the opportunity to join the cadets. We waited, hoped, learned, and prepared throughout the course of the following 2.5 years. My destiny was calling now. I recalled what legendary athlete Muhammad Ali once said. The battle is decided far from onlookers, long before I dance under those lights, behind the lines in the gym, or out there on the road. I would have a job unlike any other in Twilight. The child imagines a spy possessing a jaguar's speed and stealth, a fox's cunning, and a hawk's sight. The man-child, who does the job, hopes he has the devil's luck, the sniper's nerves, and the card-sharp senses. During those first 2 months on the road, I played a junior role. Working logistically between the mission commander and the headquarters we had set up in the city, I was on the third line of a high-level operation. I played a minor role in our victory by fetching and carrying him, helping to protect him from exposure. It introduced me to a world where everyone may be an enemy. Regardless of political affiliations, a Mossad agent will never find a friendly nation. Since you are traveling with a covert agenda, there isn't a friendly flight. From the time you take off from Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion airport until you set foot on your own ground again, everything is at stake. You ought to be a breeze, a shadow. Even when they see you, they don't. Although you are present, you are not. You are in operation, but nobody is aware of your true identity or what you do. You cannot be revealed, found, or recognized. You will be burned if you don't. Every day of the week, every minute of the day, you wear the shroud of secrecy. It can be fatal to indulge in idle pleasures like quietly singing a line of your favorite Hebrew song to yourself. In a parallel life, your cover story, or cover stories, suppresses memories of who you were. You're alone. On that first mission, I experienced loneliness, but I also felt Jerusalem in my room. In other words, I felt the state behind me. I saw others working on the same project, but I was not as near to the center of evil as I would be in Beirut or Gaza later. Naturally, there were times when I wanted to call my family, but such times were short-lived due to the inability to sate the need. Despite being cut off from everyday life, I was extremely focused. The clarity of my objective gave me a peculiar kind of strength. To serve my country, I was there. It dawned on me, almost like a resignation, that this was the life I had freely chosen for myself. In front of me were countless lonely dinners from all around the world. After another night alone, I would eat a lot of breakfasts by myself in a hotel room that was completely soulless and numbingly familiar. I'm not naturally this way. I have a large social circle. Good wine lubricates the ebb and flow of discussion, which I adore. I could even be the party's lifeblood. But in my professional life, I have to change to be the person I want to be perceived as. My secret weakness must be a strength. Even though you get acclimated to risk, you must never lose your sensitivity to it. Because of the constant danger, your heart rate continues to increase, but you grow accustomed to your elevated emotional state. You can't stop trusting your gut. The best way to defend yourself is to be sharp. Everyone is tense as they travel across several nations while pretending to be someone else. Like an animal frozen, ready to flee or fight when it detects an unfamiliar odor or hears a menacing sound, such as a twig cracking beneath you or the rustle of the underbrush, you must be extremely vigilant. Who is putting me in danger? Everyone. From where will that threat originate? I have to be quite conscious of my surroundings. If somebody is on the target side, who is it? I must be certain that nobody is there, ready to attack. Does anyone suspect me? I must detect the skepticism. Ironically, because you now know what it takes, the second assignment is more difficult. The danger is the same whether it's your 4th, 15th, or 50th assignment, and you are aware that you should never succumb to temptation by assuming nothing bad would happen. The preparatory process becomes repeatable by the time you are on your 25th operation. You approach the work in a state of near constant awareness. All right, what is the task at hand? My commander is who? My subordinates are who? Why are they in this place? The taxi is where? What should I do after this? What should I say? My secret cell phone is where? Did I hide my identity? Was the hotel room I left last night sanitized? Like crows startled from their nests, hundreds of things race through your head. You have to be prepared for the inevitable questions because a Mossad agent is constantly waiting for someone to knock on the door and say, "Hello, police." Who are you? Why are you here? How did you arrive here? You must sing the same song if there are two of you, knowing that they will try to catch you by cross-checking and bribing you. A partner cannot contradict you by providing different information to a different investigator in a different room. It gets more complicated the more people they apprehend. Let's say a car pulls over 4 of you. Who is the widower among us? Who is in charge? What is his history? What is the driver's wife's name? Is he a parent? In the backseat, what about our female colleague? Does she have a spouse? Where did she attend college? How did we meet, and what do we do for a living? Can we recall the addresses we agreed upon? There are numerous ways to trip, and there are no simple landings if that occurs. Being by yourself can act as a sort of shield. On shifting sands, an operator must be agile. Since you are intruding into other people's life without their knowledge, you feel the energy of everything that is going on around you. Establishing an air of superiority is crucial. Recruiting targets need to be aware, or at least suspect, that you are more knowledgeable than they are. Understanding their mindset, goals, psychological makeup, and actual nature is essential. You determine the depth of their spirit and the composition of their mind. That lovely moment of surrender is what you're yearning for. The intensity of that moment is beyond the comprehension of most of us. You're shouting inside, "He's mine." But exercise caution. Don't do anything. Maintain stability. Relax. You must be totally in charge of your feelings. Depending on the operational necessity, I am either joyful or depressed. You must play the game and make predictions about the movements of the chess pieces and the intentions behind them. Gathering human intelligence and putting it into practice typically takes weeks. What does the target's DNA contain? We must investigate their relationships, entourages, and personal and professional lives in great detail. Important hints might be found in travel schedules and habits. The conditions of engagement must be established. They are all not naive. A lot of people look for safety. Some are even physically guarded. They might be being watched by their own government or regime. It is quite probable that they are a terrorist. All of this contributes to the cover story and game plan. Even if you are recruiting a live agent alone, you are not operating alone. A bunch of individuals in the background assist the operator as they go about their mission. They will share his thoughts, provide him with shrewd advice, and attend to his wants. In the past, this was not always the case. To avoid being discovered by the local police and security services, he or she must act covertly while persuading the target that they started the relationship. Making touch with the target and guiding them into the force field of your newly constructed phony identity is an art form. Cover stories must be useful. Imagine that I am pretending to be Antoine Fraser, a Lebanese expert from outside who is in Beirut for an archaeological conference. The Jupiter Temple, the most significant temple in the Roman Empire, is of particular interest to me as I study the extensive excavations at Baalbek. Only 6 of the original 54 columns are still intact, as you are undoubtedly aware. The largest stone building blocks ever created by humans were discovered during the excavation of the neighboring quarry, and I'm looking to connect with experts on the subject. They were too hefty to move to the temple because they weighed 1,650 tons and were almost 20 meters high. That should help put things in perspective for me when I get to Lebanon, travel throughout the nation, then leave. Cover stories also have families. Again, for the sake of argument, I am Artazaz Khalil, a Lebanese tea trader, investigating business opportunities in Sudan. That gives me scope to operate before, during, and after my initial visit, which is designed to add weight to my story when I come into contact with my target on my return. I am embellishing the same cover story as I go along. This is where human intelligence comes in. My story has to suit you as my target. I have to wear a suit that you like. I have to tell you a story that engages you without your suspecting it was made for you. I'm back in Sudan to study your new teas. What's that you say you're a tea collector? Really? What a surprise. My father was one too. That's how I got into this business. Where did you study? Are there any strains you prefer? I would be grateful for your insight. Contact made. Suddenly you are friends. Of course, he will check you out. It is so much easier today than it was 10 or 20 years ago. The tea salesman's story has to be much more layered, much more sophisticated. It has to be resistant to scrutiny and be legitimized by invented detail. I can usually create a new life, a new image for myself, in 2 days. That will give the curious observer the full range of sources to pore over: a website, family, online followers, academic achievement, business background, sporting and artistic interests. Now you, my friend and target, can be reassured. You can apparently confirm everything I have told you. You can see if I am there on the web. You can see if my company exists or not. If you have friends in the right places, and I am sure you have, you can check my movements in and out of the country. It's harder to maintain the pretense, but not impossible. The new reality is that everything is being photographed, filmed, controlled by CCTV. We live under the gaze of unseen eyes. Biometrics make it easier to check someone's background. When you go to border control, it doesn't need someone to speak to you or stamp your passport. They already have your face. It doesn't take that long to get into character, though at the start of your career it feels like a big sweat. You worry about what you will say, the nuances of the language you use, but the more operations you do, the easier it becomes. It's almost a habit. Playing a different person is what you do for a living. You swap roles like an actor. One day you are a lawyer, the next a businessman. Though I create and inhabit countless characters, there is no chance of them sending me into some sort of mental maze, so that I forget who I really am. Does the actor who plays Detective Sergeant Trotter in The Mousetrap in the West End of London behave like a policeman when he goes to the pub with his friends after the show? I think not. I switch straight out of character. I have to at home. The minute I entered the house, as my family was growing up, my wife gave me the babies to feed. The elder kid screamed for daddy's attention. Now I have the delights of my grandchildren to distract me. Normal life takes over. My cover stories usually involve a combination of languages and cultures. My mother tongue besides Hebrew is Yiddish, with hints of Aramaic, which is not terribly useful in the Mossad because of the inevitable association with Israel. I'm not so easy to typecast because I don't have a dominant linguistic characteristic like a strong British accent. That means I have to build my characters slightly differently. I speak 4 languages well, and 2 tolerably. It's a kind of strength. My major languages are French, Arabic, and English, and if you go around the world, it will be hard to find someone who speaks all those languages fluently. If you go to the Middle East, they will do Arabic and French, Arabic and English, or French and English. Canadians will do English and French. Americans will do English and maybe, given today's social trends, Spanish. The English tend to do English. So, say my character was born in Lebanon, but moved to Canada at the age of 12. I can flirt with you in French and quote passages from Candide by Voltaire. My fictitious background explains why my Arabic is not perfect, but I still have to speak in the right dialect. For instance, Lebanese Arabic is a variety of North Levantine Arabic, indigenous to the country. Some Lebanese people are bilingual or even trilingual. They are known to switch easily between Arabic, French, and English. The pattern fits. I struggle to remember specific cover names, since there have been so many, but the first name that I took to enthusiastically was Gabriel because of its angelic, biblical connotations. The name Gabriel scans nicely in French or in English. I have been Neil and Andrew, but never Joe or Joseph, never Jewish, never American. For many years, before I was referred to as a Y, I answered to the code name Callan, the lead character of a British TV crime series from the 1970s. As a teenager, I worshipped this brilliant, charismatic, and sarcastic detective, even though he was embittered, insecure, and selfish. He felt real, authentic. I prefer British film and theatre to its gaudy Hollywood equivalent, and the sets were grey and gritty. There was very little music, but so much human interaction. The character of David Callan, played by British actor Edward Woodward, was a British intelligence officer whose fictional section employed the most ruthless of methods to deal with perceived threats to the state. No writer captures the reality of my world better than John le Carre, but as pure entertainment, this was kind of fun. It was aggressive, it was brave, I liked the way he knew how to get stuff done. It was non-structured, against the law. Oh, and in case you are wondering, it had no influence on the way I worked. Speaking of Le Car, I once heard that a good source of his, in my line of work, explained to him the human target has to hate someone and to love someone. I understood the sentiment. They are two sides of the same tarnished coin. I hate what some people represent and the regimes they serve, but as individuals, they may have redeeming qualities. I can empathize with their situation. Weakness is an enduring fascination, and exploiting it is a trick of the trade. Detecting it can be a long, drawn-out process. It takes time, guile, and effort to know what is within someone's soul. Some hide it beautifully. A quick double-click usually only gives a false impression. The emotions are fake, the images are an illusion. The fact that someone smiles on Instagram does not mean they are happy. The fact that they give a breathless account of their successes on Twitter, or X as it is now known, does not mean it is accurate or trustworthy. It's not the real story. Dig deeper, though, and you can find the real thing. Some people are easier to read than others. Some simply don't care. How do you get to know what is really eating someone? How do you get to be his best friend when he knows nothing about you? You came out of the blue. He has lived 55 years without you. Why would he tell you his deepest secrets? What chasm between us do I have to bridge so that, one day, in a weak moment, he will say, "I have bad money troubles," or "Do you know that secret flat I have in London? I like to go there and dress up in women's clothing." We are usually dealing with someone with a lot to lose, and they have a great incentive to put the shutters up. I can stop them doing so by discovering what motivates them. Greed, money, position, ideology, friendship, sex, love, securing their future, beliefs, hatred, jealousy. Once I know what button to press, I have something to work with. It can be as simple as giving someone something they've never had. That doesn't necessarily mean material rewards, creature comforts. It may be the human touch of a friend they can talk to, a friend who listens, tells them it is okay not to be happy, not to be perfect. With an officer in the Syrian army, a nuclear scientist in Iran, or a high-ranking member of state, I am attempting to elicit the ultimate betrayal. At the end of the day, he has to know what he is doing. You cannot fake the reasoning for something so profound. In part, these targets have volunteered themselves. Some look into the abyss and pull back. Their inner spirit can be disruptive, but also instructive. In any event, you have to make sure they will not harm themselves or the operation. Can he bury the burden of being a source, or will it drive him crazy? It's a critical judgment call. Some do not have a choice. Life, in a way, is so much more dangerous with us, but so much better. They can breathe a little easier with us because they can see a future. In effect, he is buying that future for himself and his family. I have met with the families, gone into their homes, though it carries a risk. There is always a chance of opposition if they know the full story, or distrust, even if they don't. Who is this Lebanese guy? What does he want from you? Is he too good to be true? The answers have to be quick and credible. It goes both ways. The target may want to explore and express his friendship in precarious ways. He might want to meet my wife and family or visit my house. Maintaining a cover story in those circumstances can become a nightmare. It can be complicated, but I have always believed in the unique value of failure. I do fail, like everyone. When I am unable to close a deal, no one does a harsher debrief than myself. I have not forgotten the young foreign officer I was trying to turn in a carefully managed operation in Europe. He was a brute, but smart, and he challenged my cover brutally. I thought our meetings went extremely well, and the contact was great, but information was received indicating that he didn't buy my cover story. He didn't have any proof, but he definitely didn't like what I had tried to sell him. He had seen through me. The mission was aborted. I melted into the background and made my escape. I was lucky I was only 27 or 28 and at the start of my career. I had time on my side. I knew I could not afford to make another mistake of that magnitude. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 6. A Holy Mission. Born on June 2nd, 1965, in Manchester, England, Joseph Fink, whom everyone knows as Yossi, moved to Israel with his family when he was 6 years old. He was quiet and reserved, a perfectionist, an avid musician and sportsman, and he strived for greatness in all that he did. He was gentle and considerate, supporting his younger sisters by assisting them in their academic endeavors. He was known for being the first to help a friend in need and for building a library of sacred texts with the money he saved from doing a number of part-time jobs. He enrolled in the Yeshivat Hesder program in 1983, which enables Orthodox Jews to serve in the Israel Defense Forces while pursuing advanced Talmudic studies. Despite being enlisted for 16 months instead of the customary 3 years, Yossi showed herself to be a resolute and flexible soldier. When he was in one of 3 Mercedes cars in a military convoy that set out to patrol the security zone in southern Lebanon at midday on February 17, 1986, he was being considered for promotion because of his willingness to provide spiritual guidance and physical encouragement to his colleagues in the elite Sheikh Battalion of the Givati Brigade. About 500 meters south of the Yehan Junction, Hezbollah terrorists ambushed them, subjecting them to intense and prolonged fire. Yossi was struck multiple times, and his injuries were so severe that he was unable to protect himself. Along with him, he was captured along with his companion Raham al-Sheikh, a traditionalist Yemenite who was also injured before his ammunition ran out. He was 2 years older than Yossi, a similarly industrious young man who was renowned for his restraint and poise, and the youngest of 7 children. Hezbollah released a head-to-head photo of 2 unnamed Israeli troops the next day. Within another 24 hours, their demands, which had to be fulfilled in order to guarantee their release, were published. The same day, the CBS television network in Damascus aired a story showcasing the couple's personal items and identity discs in an attempt to increase the pressure. The authenticity of the crocheted skullcap that Yossi's sister had made for him around 5 years ago was verified by his relatives. Our prisoners in Gaza are currently playing the same gory game that started. It would be carried out on various levels and motivated by the kind of inhumanity that entails using dead people as negotiating chips in a psychological conflict intended to win political or military advantage. I wanted to give a brief overview of Yossi and Raham's history and personalities right away because of this. In order to honor lives taken too soon, I wanted to add flair to their names. It is a way for me to honor people from my generation that I did not know but who I felt a connection with and who I grieved openly. They were a buddy, comrade, brother, or son to someone. According to IDF doctrine, no soldier, dead or alive, will be abandoned in combat. We'll do everything in its power to secure the release of POWs and MERS and anyone who acted on behalf of state security, and to bring them home is the stated stance of the Israeli government. The government has often engaged in informal negotiations to bring its kidnapped soldiers home, despite its formal refusal to engage in dialogue with terrorists. Israel has had separate repatriation arrangements with Egypt, Jordan, and other Middle Eastern countries since 1948. The Mossad shares the cause's philosophy. Information regarding missing soldiers is gathered by a dedicated department. Although it is considered a sacred obligation, it entails laboring in a sort of quicksand that swallows reality. It was my responsibility to verify Yossi and Raham's status. Other than the fact that they were in the custody of Hezbollah, who understood the worth of their prisoners regardless of their condition, we had no idea where they were. The Lebanese civil war gave rise to this Shiite Muslim militant group, which is a part of Iran's goal of the Shiite crescent spreading from Iran into Iraq and Syria, where it will pass through the 60% Shia population before entering Lebanon. It functions as a state inside a state and is a terrorist group that must be stopped or destroyed, just as it was in the past. Since no one had previously penetrated Hezbollah to that extent, my job to find and enlist a senior terrorist with knowledge of the soldiers' whereabouts was not taken lightly. Despite its good intentions, international mediation had its limitations. To get what we needed someone who was close to Hezbollah's secretive chief of staff, immerse. That logically suggested a high-ranking official in the security or intelligence services. I targeted a seasoned Lebanese terrorist who was over 2 decades my senior and was well-educated and disagreeable. I worked from there since I knew his name. Let's refer to him as Abdullah for our purposes, which translates to servant of God. Though I wasn't positive, I had a suspicion that he functioned in the kind of orbit we needed. Fortunately, I found out that he wanted to ensure his financial future. The bad news was that he was focusing on Latin America, which was the wrong approach. I followed him there and discovered that he was establishing himself as a businessman in an attempt to start again. It was a sunset pension scheme, and it would be a clear problem if he lost favor and was shunned by his inner group. We had to convince Abdullah to rejoin Hezbollah and stay in the entourage if we wanted him to be useful to us. That was a practical and ethical conundrum that needed to be solved with a sharp mind and a strong stomach. One of those situations that tests the limits of reason was this one. An opponent with Jewish blood on his hands had to be recruited. When seen objectively, there was no other option. We will and do collaborate with such individuals. Why? Since he is the only one having the information we require. It will be sourced by him in his own terrorist cell. Whether that is in the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, Hamas, or Hezbollah isn't really important. It isn't realistic. It's not pardon. It's a matter of ownership. I need his information. I had to have him. I will not murder him. He is not going anywhere. I'll make use of him. I'm likely to be used by him. I require him. He also needs me. He is not one of us when I hire a source. He does not belong to the Mossad. I will do everything in my power to convince him that he is a friend, but he is not. Nobody is coerced into working with us. You cannot threaten someone by stating, if you don't cooperate, I'll show you doing this and that with that gorgeous Dutch lady. That applies to disposable paperback books and rubbish movies. It is ineffective. They don't want to if they don't feel like it. At first, some are persuaded to believe that they are conducting business under a foreign flag, but in the end, they must understand what they're doing and who they are doing it with. You must persuade them that everything is fine and that there is hope for the future. Betrayal needs to be deliberate. It is clear that there are sensitivities. The two sanctities that a Hezbollah warrior is conditioned to believe in are the protection of Lebanon and his position as an agent of Allah. The religious facets of his life are paramount to him. Hezbollah literally means party of Allah, or party of God, in English. I have now enlisted a number of these terrorists. Abdullah was not the first, but he may have established the model for subsequent operations. They are sincere believers. My ability to understand their religious minds is one way that my religious upbringing informs my intelligence job. I am aware of the dynamics involved with devotion. Beliefs are literally articles of faith, as I am aware. Negotiation is not an option. Religion is consoling because martyrdom, or istishhadi, will immediately provide entry to paradise in the event of a Hezbollah terrorist. Nowhere are the conflicts of traditional religion more evident than on Jerusalem's old city's Temple Mount. Although it has long been regarded as a sacred location in Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, it continues to be a point of contention. As a Jew, I honor it because it is the place where God formed Adam from dust, and Abraham almost offered his son Isaac as a sacrifice to validate his beliefs. According to the Bible, ruler Solomon constructed the first temple of the Jews there in 1000 BCE. However, 400 years later, the Babylonian ruler Nebuchadnezzar destroyed it and drove many Jews into exile. A second temple constructed by Jews who had returned from exile was enlarged and renovated in the 1st century BCE by Herod the Great, a Roman Jewish client monarch of Judea. According to the Gospel of John, Jesus Christ retaliated against the money changers in this area before being crucified a little distance away. The noble sanctuary is what a Muslim warrior would refer to as the Temple Mount Haram al-Sharif. He would honor it as the location where the Prophet Muhammad rode the enchanted white-winged horse El-Burak to ascend to the divine presence. One of Islam's architectural treasures, the Dome of the Rock Shrine, honors Muhammad's alleged miraculous night journey. It's naive and needlessly inflammatory to dismiss such legends as fairy tales. It highlights an enemy's hatred and questions religious tradition. There are what the non-religious might kindly refer to as oddities in every faith. Consider this: Ganesha, a supreme deity with an elephant head transplanted onto a human body with 4 arms, is worshipped by 1.4 billion Hindus worldwide. Ganesha is revered as the patron of the arts and sciences, the guardian of intelligence and wisdom, the remover of barriers, the bringer of good fortune, and a source of kindness. He is revered at the commencement of rituals and ceremonies since he is the deity of beginnings. It is impossible to avoid being struck by the force of belief, which is a constant component throughout religions, when you see regular Indians, like myself, openly crying in front of his well-known statue as they pray for wealth and health. I think that we are motivated to be better people by a moral purpose. My goal is to become a better person. That, in my opinion, is a worthy goal for all of humanity. However, I also think that a person's fate is predetermined the moment they enter this difficult world. It's what I refer to as the principle of the pipe. For the sake of argument, let's use 3 pipes as mine, a Buller's, and a Hindu from New Delhi. How much of our lives are the product of our decisions? You can alter your surroundings, but not your birth accident. I shall die Jewish, just as I was born Jewish. Abdullah will die a Muslim, just as he was born one. Our Indian friend will die a Hindu, just as he was born one. What do we decide then? Where did we become born? No. Our faith? No. Will we adopt a different faith? Most likely not. How about our life partners? Among the 8 billion people on this earth, do we have free will? No. Like me, my wife, Aya, was a part of my pipe. Born and raised in a camp, did a terrorist from Hezbollah make any decisions? Was it inevitable that he would become a deeply religious man who hated me and all of us and was causing havoc in the world outside of his pipe? So, I would say, our life's value systems are something we may choose. When I visit inmates, I hear their heartbreaking tales of how they got to be criminals. The majority of them attribute their predicament on their surroundings. I met a 35-year-old killer, a Muslim man with flawless Hebrew who was extremely intelligent. He is in charge of the jail's radio station. As he tells you the truth about his upbringing, you want to give him a hug. His neighborhood was not good. He claims that his identity was shaped by the region. Food, money, and even his right to live were all things he had to struggle for. Because they are empty, criminals are more difficult to recruit. They don't care about anyone and have no beliefs. There is no anchor point for them. They are vicious and bitter. They have no allegiance to any country. You can never really trust them, and the world is against them. This time, I approached Abdullah without any weapons, but I have in the past when something didn't feel quite right. One of my first lessons was about a Mossad agent who was shot in a restaurant in a European major by a suspicious Palestinian terrorist. He survived, although he was caught off guard. The problem becomes clinical when all of that is taken into consideration. After the assignment is complete, one feels either relief or rage. In a manner similar to a researcher examining the behavior of a lab rat, I closely monitored Abdullah, a crucial target. His travels, the people he meets, and the initiatives he is working on all contribute to the development of a contact strategy. I decided to use the role of a bitter, pessimistic Argentinian businessman who is looking for partners to make money with few inquiries as my cover tale. This was the initial stage of involvement. I began to establish a rapport with him. Despite being a very tough, suspicious, and distrustful man, Abdullah eventually warmed up to me as a kindred soul. In our own ways, we were both survivors trying to earn a decent life. When I gave him a few tiny jobs, he liked me even more. I started to take the prospect of us collaborating more seriously. We shared a lot in common as men of the world. Thus, we reached the second phase, which includes what we refer to as degradation. At this point, we ask the questions or provide the answers that we were unable to bring up or acknowledge in the early stages of the relationship. The goal is to make what we refer to as the object worse in our direction. We inform him that it is an intelligence operation when he goes too far or crosses a particular limit. We are in dire need of the kind of knowledge he can provide because it is so important to us. I informed Abdullah that I wanted him to return to Lebanon and stay a member of Hezbollah. He was an intelligent, hard-headed guy. He walked round the bases very quickly. Who is this person? A businessman interested in Hezbollah? Why? He's got to be doing more than being paid by some researcher from a Washington think tank, which is what he told me. It was time to come clean, or cleanish. Well, my friend, I want you to be my partner. I have friends who will pay us both well. I have already helped you, and I will continue to help you in the future, on one condition. Remain with Hezbollah, for the time being at least. We can do something with it, business-wise. Abdullah was obviously uneasy and weighing up his options. Here, after all, was a man with the dark heart of a hardened terrorist. I took an educated gamble that the profit motive would overwhelm whatever principles he had left to uphold, and, after some theatrical resistance, revealed what I told him was my biggest secret. I want you to be a source, just as I am a source, I said. To whom? He answered. To the Israelis. No way. Did you tell them about me? Of course not. But I know how desperate they are for information about those missing soldiers. It is one of their most important missions. I think we can make a lot of money together if we help one another. What do you think? We had reached a crisis point. This was an invitation to heresy, a despicable act against the belief system that had taken him, willingly and successfully, into a bloody conflict with Israel. He cut short the conversation and cut off all communications with me. He didn't return calls for several days. Then, suddenly, he said he was ready to speak. In our region, you walk and you talk when you have an important decision to reach or an agreement to make. The British may like to seal the deal with brandy and cigars in mahogany panel bars, but this is somehow more respectful. It is certainly more personal. Listen, I said, what we have done so far is beautiful, but we could do so much more with them. What's the deal? I know they have some funny missions with Hezbollah, but who cares about that? Do we care? No. I'm like you. Let's see what they have to offer. I bet it is a lot. He was wavering but needed a final nudge. I suggested, to end all doubt, that he should secretly meet my Mossad contact. If we liked what he had to offer, he would be the person we would be working with. Abdullah agreed. It was one of those beautiful moments of surrender. My contact kept the perfect distance from me, treated me respectfully, as a client. He then took us to the tipping point by offering to secretly take us to Tel Aviv as a gesture of faith. We would be briefed about our role and promised any assistance we required. It was a huge call for our target to make, but he made the one we wanted. I would be going back to Israel with him and walking the streets of Tel Aviv I knew so well, but as a supposed foreigner with a false identity. I prayed I would not meet someone who knew me or of me. Thankfully, this was in the days when no public photograph of me existed. Things moved quickly. I soon had another voice in my ear. It belonged to no less than Shabtai Shavit, the Mossad director, may he rest in peace. For him to be calling someone as low down on the food chain as me highlighted the importance he attached to our initiative. No matter what happens, you will not break your cover story, he ordered. You must never tell the target you are Jewish. You have permission to make any deals you need with the soldiers in mind. It was just another surreal moment in a surreal episode. I even managed to sneak a quick visit to my parents in Jerusalem one afternoon when my companion was being looked after elsewhere. It was a brief break from an incredibly intense operation which had months still to run. Terrorists do not give up their secrets quickly or easily. I had to maintain subtle pressure on Abdullah without spooking him. He was playing a dangerous game since exposure would not be forgiven. The best he could hope for, after prolonged torture, would have been an unmarked grave. Mercifully, his native cunning and careful use of his internal network within Hezbollah enabled him to survive, to complete massive, vital work. I will never forget the day he came to me with proof Yossi and Raham were dead. He delivered to me, in private, all the details I needed. He described how they were seized, where they were taken and how they passed away from their wounds, within hours of one another soon after their capture. He had located their bodies. All that remained, before the negotiators took over, was for the chief rabbi of the army to use his theological authority to designate them dead. As the news sank in, I managed to keep the last shreds of my self-control and made a polite request to be permitted to visit the bathroom just off the lobby of the hotel in which we were meeting. Abdullah gave this casually. Once inside the toilet area, I broke down and wept. The intense loneliness of my work, the months of worry and continual unease swept over me. I felt an acute, reflected pain. Those poor boys. They probably had no chance. I could not help but imagine their lifeless bodies awaiting rescue. Less emotionally, I knew that by turning a well-connected, vastly experienced terrorist, I had helped to change the entire structure of negotiations with Hezbollah. They could no longer claim they were holding 2 live soldiers who would carry a substantial premium. They would have to exchange bodies for bodies. As grim as that sounds, it was progress. The success of one of the most significant missions of my life had a profound effect on me. When I returned home, I poured out my heart to my wife, Aya, who had already been given security clearance to hear certain details. "You seem to have found a job that suits you well," she said. "Who knows, maybe one day you will be the head of the Mossad." I dismissed the thought instantly. Many more tears were to be shed by families living in a limbo of grief and unsustainable hope. In 1991, Gad Navin, then the IDF's chief rabbi, told them that new intelligence had led the army to believe the 2 soldiers were dead. He could not offer more specific information because of the risk of compromising intelligence sources. It would be 5 unimaginably long years before the bodies were flown on July 22, 1996, to the military air base at Lod from Beirut via Larnaca in Cyprus on a German Air Force C-130 transport plane accompanied by Chancellor Helmut Kohl's top intelligence advisor, Bernd Schmidbauer, who spent 3 months mediating the biggest deal between Israel and Hezbollah for 14 years. As the plane rolled to a halt, a platoon of Purple Beret soldiers from the Givati Brigade, in which Finkan al-Sheikh served, lined up in formation. The lead coffins, draped in Israeli flags, were removed as Rabbi Gad Navin recited psalms. Each flanked by an honor guard of 6 Givati sergeants, the coffins were taken to the largest hospital in Israel, the Sheba Medical Center in the Tel Aviv neighborhood of Tel Hashama, where the remains were positively identified. Soon afterward, the remains of 123 terrorists were handed over in Kfar Tebnet, a small village on Lebanon's southern border with Israel. They were taken to a mosque in Beirut for mass burial. Yossi Fink was buried at 5 o'clock that evening in the military section of the Ra'anana Cemetery in Tel Aviv. Raham was laid to rest 2 hours later at Jerusalem's Mount Herzl Military Cemetery. Both funerals were attended by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. As he stood over Yossi's grave, the PM said, "We were given the right to ease the suffering of mourning parents by bringing their children home. I still feel the responsibility of fulfilling that right, although there have been many more mourning parents in the intervening years." Did I mourn Immerse when he finally met his end, blown to bits by a bomb, planted in the famous Mitsubishi Pajero that exploded as he was about to open his car door at just after 10:45 p.m. on February 12, 2008, in a smart suburb of Damascus? Of course not. He was a wanted man in 42 countries. The FBI had offered a $25 million reward for information leading to his capture. He had killed hundreds of Americans in Lebanon in the 1980s. He oversaw kidnapping, brutal torture, the slaughter of innocents like Yossi and Raham. Did he deserve to die? Undoubtedly. Contemporary foreign reports attributed the operation to the Mossad, but it was not until September 2024 that former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert confirmed, against all convention, that he was assassinated by an Israeli-led operation that had been planned in cooperation with the United States. Revenge has not been a primary motive since the days my organization hunted down those responsible for the Munich massacre at the 1972 Summer Olympics. Men like Mfnainia are killed not merely because of what they have done, but what they may continue to do to threaten a way of life I, and millions of others, hold dear. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 7. The Report. The problem is the same in all liberal democracies. When there is a chance that at least some of the steps a state takes to safeguard its citizens and national security will be unethical or illegal, what methods may or should it use? Is it acceptable to hack databases in order to obtain personal information? Is it morally acceptable to secretly monitor someone's whereabouts and beliefs? Is it rational to steal, sabotage, destroy, and lie? On a darker note, is it acceptable to kill someone who is thought to pose a threat to the country and its citizens, or to question suspects while they are being questioned? The concept of universal moral norms is harder to measure than the constraints of national and international law. Sometimes a guy must do what a man must do, which is to join countless others in misquoting John Wayne. Well, there's some things a man just can't run away from, the great cowboy truly stated in the 1939 movie Stagecoach. He was speaking my language, since the person in control of an organization like the Mossad is faced with difficult decisions. I've become accustomed to hearing that I work in an unethical industry that is fundamentally incorrect and unsettling. It can be quite filthy, but I'm willing to refute those claims due to a guiding concept. I don't just do things without thinking. I consider them carefully. I pause. I regroup and reconsider. I then take action. I continue to maintain my conviction that Mossad's position is legitimate. It is the proper thing to do, regardless of what it does or must do. Every nation defends itself. Each has a security system that it would like not discuss in great detail. Israel is a small nation. For about 2 millennia, Jews have not owned our own homes. Imagine the Mossad as the lobby concierge, keeping one eye on the surveillance cameras and the other on the alarm button. I have typical passions, interests, and societal concerns that I fervently support. I'm pleased of my son Yehonathan's contributions to the broader recognition of the possibilities of people with exceptional needs. That has caused a recalibration and a focus on ability rather than handicap, at least in my organization. If becoming a Superman with a disability is his destiny, then so be it. After asking them why they wanted to join the Mossad, I would be happy to have any of my kids approach me and ask if they could be one of the 50,000 or so who apply each year. And I would say, don't do this out of obligation to your family or out of respect for me. Because of you, do this. Follow your dreams and aspirations. Are you aware of what we do? Do you enjoy our work? Do you know, by the way, how uncommon it is for people to have a job they enjoy these days? I am aware of the financial strains young people face. You are a state employee when you work for the Mossad. It's not a path to unending riches. Despite having a beautiful home and a decent lifestyle given my financial situation, I have only recently paid off my mortgage after 40 years. I give my kids the resounding and constant message, just do what you want to do. Who gives a damn? As long as you don't hurt yourself, your loved ones, or society, you can pursue any career you choose: dance, cooking, acting, singing, etc. Assist and support your state and its citizens. Honor your independence. Make your own way through life's jungle. Interestingly, whenever a significant mission is made public, the Mossad receives a spike in applicants. In the early aftermath of the 2018 Iranian nuclear archive theft, we received over 10,000 resumes. On a deeper level, it speaks to something within of us as citizens of a troubled country, while also thrilling the imagination. Considered a national treasure by some, it is a national institution. I became the leader of the Human Intelligence Division, Summit Humint. Confidential interactions with our international counterparts, such as the CIA and MI6, are handled by another section. Just a few hundred of our employees are operational. The majority also have support positions in HR and work in technology, research, and financial intelligence. The father of modern Israel, David Ben-Gurion, gave his approval for the Mossad's construction in this letter. It is framed in huge type on the Mossad headquarters main corridor. Secret. 22 Kislev 5710. December 13th, 1949. To the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. From the Prime Minister. An institute is being set up to manage state intelligence agencies, such as the Shin Bet, the Foreign Ministry State Department, and the Military Intelligence Department, per my directives. Reuven Shiloah, advisor for special initiatives in the Foreign Ministry, has been tasked by me with organizing and leading the institute. I'll get a report from Reuven Shiloah. He will follow my directions and provide me with regular working updates. His office will be a part of the Foreign Ministry for administrative reasons. I've given our instructions. Subject to my prior approval, Shiloah will present a budget and personnel request for 1950 to 1951 totaling about Illinois 20,000, of which Illinois 5,000 will be allocated for special activities. Please include this amount in the Foreign Ministry's 1950 to 1951 budget. Signed, D. Ben-Gurion. George H.W. Bush coined the term vision thing to describe his objectives prior to the 1988 U.S. presidential election, and everyone talks about it. Leaders seem to be writing words of wisdom across the sky when you hear and witness them speak about their vision. That's good. If the mood strikes, it could even be stirring. But when action is included, vision becomes far more meaningful. How are you going to operate it? What actions will your words motivate? How are you going to make sure your goals are more than just token gestures? You must be aware of yourself. You must comprehend your folks. To paraphrase a famous English hymn, Jerusalem can only be constructed amidst those sinister satanic mills. I made it my goal to speak with every one of my subordinates directly before I left the Mossad. They numbered in the thousands. Meeting people as members of their units, not as individuals, in groups that were both practical and impactful was something I took great care to do. I wished to comprehend their opinions and hear their voices. The employees' faith in the guiding principles of the vision is the primary distinction I observed between my organization and others in Israel and the rest of the globe. It's complete. Don't assume that they were saying things to please the boss, since these are intelligent, independent-minded individuals, not a herd of sheep. We have a choice since people want to work for the Mossad. We can narrow down the number of applicants we choose by sorting, straining, filtering, and refining them during the application process. We are looking for the best. The men and women who best represent our society are what we are searching for. Keep in mind that everyone is a volunteer. They must be willing to serve the State of Israel. They must be devoted to our beliefs and the country. I apologize for coining this phrase, but they must exercise their Israelism, that is, their sense of patriotism. Few of them believed that following the regulations was necessary, which was the most illuminating finding of the consultation process. They acknowledged their understanding of and support for the organization's main goals. Fighting the Iranians is necessary. We must combat Islamic Jihad, Hamas, and Hezbollah. We must combat terrorism in all of its manifestations. In support of the vision, they felt at ease with the concept of lethal action. As long as the vision is moral and does not discriminate on the basis of religion, politics, or economic status, it works. This is not a matter of hawk or dove, rich or poor, agnostic or pious, or right or left. We have more things in common than differences. For instance, I was waiting for a return flight from New York to Tel Aviv at JFK Airport not long ago. It was late, as usual. I struck up a conversation with a distinguished scholar, an emeritus professor from a major Israeli university. Despite never having met, we knew each other by name. His tone shifted after we had engaged in cheerful small conversation about the pleasures of retirement. "You and I are very different, Yossi," he said. "While I lean left, you are associated with the right, I support coexisting with Arabs. Many of those I taught in college. I briefly set aside his presumptions about my political stance and generally agreed with his main argument regarding the advantages of integration, provided that both sides implement it. After listening carefully for about 30 minutes, he declared, "You should be Prime Minister." I asked, "So, are you coming with me?" after laughing and thanking him for the praise. He pointed to his wife, who was attempting to watch a movie on her iPad. "Are you crazy?" He answered, "My spouse would murder me. Dot." And that was our problem, to put it briefly. You can do nothing but sit on your balcony and look down on others while lamenting separation. Or you can try your hardest to deal with the political process's cynicism, oppose ideological extremism, and give your life in defense of your core convictions. To make sure that Jews never suffer again, as they have in the past, I am prepared to die. Although this is under my authority, I have seen a worrisome increase in hate crimes and anti-Semitism in the year or so since October 7th, 2023. I am aware of the challenges we face. Practically speaking, there are numerous countries in Africa and around the world that, for reasons I cannot comprehend, insist that the State of Israel should vanish. These countries include, primarily, Syria, Iran, and Lebanon at the moment, as well as Egypt and Jordan in the past. I'm from Israel. I'm Jewish. I'm a Democrat. I lean liberal. Zionism is what I am. I'll exert every effort to prevent this goal for eradication from succeeding. Is hatred at this level warranted? Do they hate us as much as I detest them? Obviously not. Go about your life. I'll leave you alone if you leave me alone. I will not hurt you since you are Syrian lad. I haven't come to the conclusion that Iran should be exterminated due to the mullah's immorality. In summary, other countries believed that we should have a state on November 29, 1947, under the auspices of the United Nations. The British mandate came to an end with the so-called Partition Plan for Palestine, which advocated for the establishment of separate Arab and Jewish governments as well as a special international regime for Jerusalem. 2 years had passed since 6 million of our people had been killed during the Holocaust. This came after 2 millennia of Jews being murdered, imprisoned, and persecuted all across the world due to our identity and faith. We give thanks to God for our country. However, those who have determined that our lives are worthless and that we ought to perish merely because we are Jewish will be held accountable. I will cut someone's head off if I witness them engaging in acts of terror against Jews or Israelis wherever in the world. No, that is not what you will do. I'll stop you, or you'll stop. I'm not a horrible boy for that. It's not because I'm a bad person. You are, that's why. And you should put an end to your evil. I understand that you want to know exactly how. I respect the sacredness of confidentiality. I will not violate or jeopardize the customs of the Israeli security process in this book or in any other area of public life. I will not put our operators in needless danger because I have the utmost regard for them. For the benefit of everyone, some operational information must be removed and personal names must be protected. Given the Mossad's history of forging secret alliances with nations that shun direct interaction with Israel, this is especially crucial. The Mossad operates on the principle of NCND, no confirmation, no denial, just as other secret service organizations or special forces units worldwide. You'll be familiar with the phrase "according to foreign reports," which is a common joke in the Israeli media. I'm content to let people make assumptions about alleged shadowy operations. I deal with serious issues. The principle has a practical component. The Mossad's reputation has left the globe silently in awe. They are right when they say we are the best. There's a keen concentration on our myths and stories, yet the lines between what we do are blurred. We benefit from the implicit danger that arises. Every Iranian scientist working on missile technology, centrifuge development, or any other nuclear platform should be wary of outsiders and afraid of their own shadows, in my opinion. When he hears a motorcycle on the street, I want him to reconsider. That might be the Mossad, huh? That might be for me, Yes, it might be for you. I recognize you. I hear you too, but I'm sorry to break the bad news. I hear what you have to say. I understand what you're trying to conceal. I will be the next to know, even if you believe that not many Iranians are aware of it. Since we are the Mossad, we will defraud you. We are familiar with you. We are aware of your residence. Your unit number is known to us. We are familiar with your vehicle. We are aware of your movements. Keep in mind that we are aware of what you are working on. It's a good idea to foster that impression. We are inside their thoughts without taking accountability for anything that is not in the public domain. We benefit from their inventiveness. We participate in their actions and thoughts. We are in their nightmares, or more accurately, their dreams. Having said that, I firmly think that promoting peace is one of humanity's most vital tasks. Wars can be started by anyone. Nothing would please me more than for the people of the Middle East, whether they be Israelis, Palestinians, or other citizens, to unite and choose the course of their alleged political rulers. That might not happen anytime soon because I'm a realist and autocracies are really hard to overthrow. However, like David Ben-Gurion, I'm willing to make a few more concessions and engage in some more negotiating to obtain what I first desired. Ben-Gurion was the one with the most burdens. Following Israel's proclamation of independence, the Prime Minister-designate wrote in his diary, "I mourn in the midst of rejoicing," as his fellow countrymen danced in the street. Will tonight see the bombing of Tel Aviv? He was aware that battle would soon intensify. The adversarial neighbors of Israel were getting ready to attack. Some of those who were jubilantly celebrating, blissfully unaware of what lay ahead, would not make it through the ensuing battle. A chilly peace can occasionally be preferable to a heated war. According to this principle, Hosni Mubarak, the autocratic leader of Egypt who ruled for 30 years until his overthrow in 2011, worked to maintain domestic stability, reduce border tensions, and keep peace with Israel while advancing what he saw as Egypt's legitimate position in the Arab world. His only trip to Israel as president was for 3 hours in 1995 to attend the funeral of Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, who was assassinated. However, as vice president, he accompanied his predecessor, Anwar Sadat, to Beersheba in May 1979 to commemorate the completion of the first phase of the Sinai evacuation. It required careful balancing. By doing little else to restore relations between our countries, he courted Arab opinion, honored security accords, and hosted Israeli prime ministers and foreign ministers for discussions on the Palestinian question. It served as a tool that also allowed him to cut the military budget, which had been inflated by the necessity of always preparing for the potential of conflict with Israel. He loved his nation beyond all else. He made every effort to uphold the peace agreement with Israel that President Sadat had signed before he was assassinated by Egyptian Islamists in October 1981, in an attack that left Mubarak injured and 11 people dead. Benjamin Netanyahu expressed great sorrow over Mubarak's death in 2020 at the age of 91 and called him a leader who guided his people to peace and security, to peace with Israel. Cicero, the Roman philosopher, statesman, lawyer, and scholar who served as consul in 63 BCE, is someone I am a serious student of. He worked at a period of civil war, dictatorship, and national instability, yet his persuasive oratory and meticulous fact-finding have earned him a lasting reputation. He was right when he said that an unjust peace is better than a just war. He was true to his statement that the law falls silent in times of war, as he executed 5 leaders of a fledgling revolution without a trial. There is a warning in his fate. He was a casualty of the power struggle that followed Julius Caesar's death, despite his campaign calling for a restoration to conventional republican governance. He tried to escape and was executed after being declared an enemy of the state. In a final act of disdain, his severed skull and hands were publicly exposed alongside his sworn opponent, Mark Antony. Cicero's letters and the transcripts of trials in which he participated, either as prosecutor or defense lawyer, represent an amazing legacy. He also provided one of the greatest reflections on the philosophy of leadership: the higher we are placed, the more humbly we should walk. That's why I admire leaders of great social vision and moral courage, like Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King Jr., and Mahatma Gandhi. They were dignified, defiant, determined in the face of ignorance and persecution. They were, in many ways, slaves to their ideals, but Mandela, in particular, had a hidden steel. We remember him as this serene, saintly figure, the father of a multicultural South Africa, but one must not forget the younger man who traveled across the continent seeking support for armed struggle. He abhorred violence, but as he stressed during his legendary 3-hour speech at his trial at Rivonia in 1964, he was willing to use it to counter tyranny, exploitation, and oppression. He believed freedom and justice were worth fighting and dying for. It seems hard to imagine, but he was on US terrorist watch lists until 2008. The Torah, the scriptures that constitute our most sacred teachings, dedicates approximately 1,000 verses to rules and descriptions of war, but Jewish law forbids the killing of innocent people, even in the course of a legitimate military engagement. If only our enemies felt the same way. What, for instance, have we done to the Iranians to make them hate us so? We have not conquered a single centimeter of Iranian soil. We even have a history of liking them. Ben Gurion was a great advocate in the days of the Shah. I've had members of the Sunni minority tell me, with no sense of irony, that they are genetically 30% Jewish. We are back to the vision thing again. This is distorted by religion and nationalism. How will such regimes and dogmas be judged by history? Badly, I suspect. Will the babies being born on both sides today grow up to fight each other like we are now? I pray they will merely ask, in puzzled tones, what was that all about? I'm not trying to control anyone's life, however different we are in terms of creed, culture, and geographical location, but I am saying, prove me wrong. Deal with my arguments, cope with my logic. I will continue to do what I think is right, personally and collectively. Counterterrorism is a filthy job, but there is a global motivation, and a local one, to pursue it. An Iranian nuclear capacity is not just an Israeli problem, it is an increasingly global problem. The Islamic Republic has the largest and most diverse arsenal of ballistic missiles, with a reported range of 2,000 kilometers. That covers most of the Middle East. The Iranian program at the Mossad goes back to the early 1990s, when Shabtai Shavit, then the director, gave precedence to developments in Iran. We suspected that the North Koreans were heavily involved, teaching the Iranians how to create their own missile program. I was a very young operative at the time, when resources in the region were concentrated on assessing and combating Gaddafi in Libya, Assad in Syria, and Saddam Hussein in Iraq. We were disturbed that the Russians were selling advanced missile capacity. Our operational activity in that area was scaled back and reallocated when we began receiving intelligence that the Iranians too were seeking access to weapons of mass destruction. Being surrounded by nations with such capabilities was an existential threat that needed to be countered. My work, from a European base, began to be dominated by Iranian missiles and Iranian nukes. I had two priorities: information and infiltration. Cooperation between hostile nations is a cause for alarm. Why were so many Iranian scientists traveling to North Korea? Why were so many North Korean officials traveling to Iran? It was a matter of joining the dots. Fast forward more than 30 years to 2023, and the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, using a New Year's address to order the exponential expansion of his country's nuclear arsenal and the development of a more powerful intercontinental ballistic missile. Why will he get it? Because no one will stop him. Even the most punitive sanctions have failed, and he doesn't care about the price his people pay. His idea of a great day out is to take his daughter, hand in hand, to a missile test in the casual way that you or I would take our children or grandchildren to the park or the playground. By association, that potentially influences our right to be able to live in our small patch of the planet. I won't say live here forever, because I remember that the Romans, drinking wine in beautiful buildings while the empire was being expanded by hundreds of thousands of soldiers, could not conceive of their decline and downfall, but I will say for centuries. The use of our intelligence will always be more important than the intelligence itself. The Iranian leaders may describe us as an illegitimate Zionist regime, an American client state hostile to Muslims, but their bombast is ineffective. Despite our conflict being popularly described as a proxy war between Israel and Iran's terrorist allies, they need only to remember one reality: don't dare touch my country. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 8. Secret of Manipulation. The man reading at the hotel breakfast table in Paris had a certain allure, a distant yet welcoming quality. His suit was as pristine and spotless as deep, fresh snow, and he wore a shirt that had been cleaned to perfection with exquisite cufflinks. A nearby diner's eyes met his, and he returned to his book with a kind grin. Despite his apparent desire to maintain a safe distance, he maintained eye contact and gave a pleasant nod out of courtesy. This apparently encouraged his neighbor, who got up, came over, and identified himself as Farid, a representative to a city physics conference. It was a pivotal moment. Farid would later value his impetuous act of curiosity. He struck up a conversation, inquiring about the book the man was reading in French. He started a conversation on the author's work because he was aware of it. Over coffee, the man was polite, if still a touch reserved, but he progressively opened up. Oscar was his name. He was a Lebanese attorney who lived between Beirut and Paris and traveled widely for a number of affluent clients. That accounted for his multilingualism, even though he claimed to speak none of them very well. I have a terrible accent in all of them. Despite Farid's employment as a scientist, they discovered that they shared a passion of the arts. He made a joke about being a frustrated painter and didn't appear to care that he had missed his conference's morning session. During their supper together that night, Farid talked candidly about his upbringing. He later acknowledged that he was employed by a government-approved program and had backed the Iranian Revolution. He was introspective and hinted at his discontent. Over the course of the following several days, Oscar met Farid multiple times as he introduced him to some of his clients. After a few weeks, Oscar was able to assist his new friend in resolving some urgent financial issues thanks to those clients. In exchange, Oscar's female friend who wanted to bid for a job in Tehran received assistance from Farid regarding contacts and customs. Over the course of several months, he received generous compensation for additional such favors to a larger social circle. Although he continued to accept invitations to nightclubs, parties, and convivial dinners, he started to mistrust Oscar's growing interest in his activities, which the lawyer dismissed as normal given their tightening links. When the pretense was over, he was in too deep. My name was Oscar. My target for recruitment was Farid. He was at his breaking point. That lovely sense of surrender washed over me. It had been taking place right before my eyes. He put up comparatively little of a fight. The first of many Iranians I turned, he was mine. They are incredibly courageous people. The year was late 1992. Based mostly on what we now know about Iran's centrifuge capability, this was a turning point in our understanding of the magnitude of the threat posed by their development of a nuclear capability. They were filling up the soil on their actions, to use a well-known and dramatic expression. At a period when other intelligence services employed more distant detection techniques, the Mossad's policy of focusing on human intelligence was working. Other collecting officers were turning other targets and other objects at the same time. Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, a senior nuclear physicist, was in charge of a new, top-secret project that Farid was working on. Many years later, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, "Remember that name," during the press conference where he unveiled Iran's nuclear archive. Farid gave them the designs for making uranium-enriching centrifuges that Abdul Qadir Khan, the leader of Pakistan's nuclear project, had sold them. By selling his knowledge to the highest bidder, Khan turned into one of the most dangerous individuals in the world. It was I who first provided this knowledge to Israel and, consequently, to our Western allies. It was a fresh take on a long-standing tactic that had seen North Korea grant Syria nuclear weapons, similar to what the French had done in Iraq in 1981. You really have to make a mind map of the individuals you wish to hire in these situations. Since you require dozens of sources, you must at least interact with the hundreds of targets, even though you won't turn them all. Like building a house of cards, it is a delicate procedure. Although their circles of influence overlap, these individuals are not directly related to one another. They are people having the highest level of Iranian connections. Every source provides a unique perspective. Recall that Iran is a vast nation that stretches from the Caspian Sea to the Persian Gulf, encompassing 1.64 million square kilometers. National programs are highly localized, and you need to be aware of what's happening in each one. I was actively recruiting and getting my hands dirty. Being able to understand human behavior was essential to my job as a field operator, which is why I enjoyed it. I've always been interested by that. You must win the target's love and, more importantly, their trust. There is no time limit on that process. 3 months for some people, longer for others. Similar to our personal relationships, there is no predetermined strategy or one technique to interact with our co-workers, business associates, or girlfriends or boyfriends. Studying is the first step for an intelligence officer. Assume for the moment that I am studying Dr. Abadi, PhD. Can I talk to his acquaintances? Is it possible for me to overhear him? Does he enjoy racing monster trucks or viewing birds? Does he prefer ladies or money? Can he be corrupted? Does he support nationalism? Is he a criminal or does he commit hate crimes? Is he a member of the regime or does he despise it? Does he practice any religion? What is his approach to the game of life? I need all of the answers to paint the clearest picture, but I can make educated guesses about some of them. I don't despise him. He doesn't hate me, at least not yet, because he doesn't know who I am. He will at some point in the future. Like Oscar, the Lebanese lawyer in Paris, my cover tales change depending on the situation. I may be a pottery expert, a leather dealer, or an academic, but I still need to bring my personality to each of those roles. Ultimately, we want the target to understand that we are Israeli and that we are the Mossad, even if success is never assured. Because they are connected to the mission, those who embrace that become the best sources. They don't have to endure the absurdity of asking why a lawyer from Lebanon would be interested in knowing what's inside a nuclear bunker. How does it all operate? Let's make Ahmed, a senior political journalist from Tehran, our hypothetical target. I've heard he's a disgruntled author, and he has a lot of connections. He prefers to be recognized for his imaginative writing above the cheesy propaganda that is published under his name. I got into the routine through him. I take charge of organizing Geneva's first literary festival. I contact him and extend an invitation for him to come. Who is footing the bill? We are, if he wants, in US dollars or Swiss francs. What is the goal? We're encouraging authors from various backgrounds to discover their commonalities. We anticipate an engaging series of thought-provoking conversations. The cover story gains a new chapter at this point. For argument's sake, I approach the Geneva Academy of Authors, an official organization, and request that they host the festival. I go to the meeting with my directors of marketing and public relations. They are Mossad colleagues, of course. If they agree to sponsor the event and display the emblem for another of my projects, the International Writers Institute, I offer to cover all costs and provide funding for a writing bursary in the Academy's name. We consent to other members attending the event and to Academy alumni giving presentations. Why am I doing this? It honors my late father, who fought to get his name out there. Some of his manuscripts are still in my attic. The news that he will be joining 50 of his peers excites Ahmed. I send him the hotel details and instruct him to ask for me when he gets there. He is scheduled to arrive via plane from Istanbul. He is always accompanied by the Mossad. He has no suspicions. I disseminate my cover narrative across the conference room, but I give Ahmed extra consideration. He is thrilled by the respect and attention he receives and has 3 wonderful days. I extend an invitation to a more intimate gathering. I present my case there. The Institute intends to grow in the area. We would like to highlight the many talented authors who write in their native Persian. Is he willing to head it up on my behalf? In exchange for little more than a day's labor and an open gateway to the West, I am providing $10,000 every month. Money isn't the sole factor. It might have to do with pride. I will probe more into his heart if his pride is satiated elsewhere. Nobody I know is in need of nothing. He will gradually become my best buddy, even though it might take months. I urge him to think of penning a book about the Iranian political system, if necessary, under pseudonym. As part of a personal project, I mention a senior politician I'd like to meet. My real goal is him. Ahmed is curious as to why, but he doesn't want to blow this chance. The promise of worldwide recognition and easy money have tempted him. He is prepared to face reality head-on. If necessary, is it possible to break someone's temple? Very few can. Less than 100 intelligence case officers are on the ground at any given moment. I can see why some individuals find our work both fascinating and, in some ways, unsettling. We face the facts when it comes to new members of our company. We all go through a lengthy ethical session where we talk about our principles and the realities of our work. The possibility of killing someone is an unpleasant reality that cannot be avoided. Life is not easy. There is an odd paradox. You utilize genuine emotion to help you accomplish your job, but you are unable to be emotional at work. As the play's actor, you're on stage. Depending on the situation, you laugh, cry, and try to convince or comfort your phony new best friend. Because they trust you, the target or object puts everything on the line. In the end, Farid could be hanged by the Iranians for what he did for me. I'm sorry, but it doesn't make me feel anything. I understand, but when you hire someone, they already know who you are, what you want, and who you work for. After a lengthy procedure, my target estimates the danger when I ask him to show me his secrets. He acknowledges the possible costs of taking presents, cash, and favors. Vanity and ego can be harmful. Sometimes, when you ask him to do something, he pulls his hand away from the fire. He is unable to complete it. The intensity of the emotions and the magnitude of the stakes make it impossible to prepare for such a crisis. The projection of anger and disappointment is a natural protective strategy. No, 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 no. As you say, that's too lot to do. What more would you like? A fund for pensions? A bonus of $100,000? Alternatively, by disparaging his personality and macho, are you nuts? Are you truly worthless? I believed in you. I proposed to be your friend. No, you offend me. You offend yourself. Of course, it's all still a game. Whether I like him or not is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. To acquire what I needed and desired, I have collaborated with Hezbollah terrorists who have murdered Israeli soldiers. Even though I detested it, I wouldn't let them see or feel my distaste. You are married if you go through the crisis together, talk him out of it, and humiliate him into doing something. At that point, the procedures resume. Can you find what I'm looking for, Mr. Terrorist, at the Iranian embassy in Beirut? Why? This is what you're doing for me. He is yours, and you know it. He's going to cry, throw up, and threaten to go home, you know. He might even flee, returning to Tehran, Damascus, Tyre, or any place else, but the chances are in his favor. Some don't, in which case you fold the assignment and start over. Although I have to presume that they are, not everyone is recruitable, otherwise there would be no purpose in approaching them. Negotiations are similar to closing a commercial deal in that there are ups and downs, and sometimes you fail right when you think you have it figured out. The art of closing that deal is what you live for. Some say they are not interested. I know what you want, and you are not having me. They pour out their feelings. I liked you, I disliked you. I thought you were a true friend, I feel used, and the operation is over. In the words of the Paul Simon song, there are 50 ways to leave your lover. Spying is not immoral. It is for the sake of the country, in my case, Israel. Would you do it for the flag, the stars and stripes, the hammer and sickle, or the Union Jack? Would you act if your nation, your cherished way of life, was under threat? Could you lie, cheat, conspire for a greater cause? Do you have powers of observation and analysis? Could you be charming or threatening to order? You never know, you might surprise yourself. We are all actors, to a degree. Spying is arguably the second oldest profession on Earth. Everyone does it, MI6, KGB, countries from Bulgaria to Botswana. It's a clinical, closed, and claustrophobic world. Security services are trying to know each other well. They know me, know what we do, know what we're looking for. That's why they brief their own people before traveling. It's probably wise to be mistrustful. There's not necessarily a lot of honor among thieves whose speciality is sensitive or significant information. If you are inside the Mossad, you are my colleague. If you are outside the organization, you are regarded as my enemy. Information is of fundamental importance to what we do, but we are now living in an age of disinformation. It goes way beyond learning about people from social networks into an amazing world of invention and deception. We use it. I can tell you a story that does not exist. I can create events that have never occurred. If it serves the purpose of my mission, it is justifiable. Of course, this can work against us. Our object, our recruitment target, may be doing the same thing. That's why I will go to your friends to check your authenticity and to ensure my assumptions about you are correct. I may even get someone to visit your house. Maybe you need someone to fix new kitchen taps. The plumber will be a colleague. It is the work of a few seconds to plant a listening device or tamper with the telephone. I will be able to monitor what you say to your wife, how candid you are when you discuss things with your friends and colleagues. If I want to check still further, I will accompany the plumber in disguise as his boss to check that he is doing a good job for you as a valued customer. Every intelligence agency briefs trusted members of the media, both national and international. The Mossad, traditionally, is very good at this. As director of the Mossad, I didn't have a spokesman. I spoke for myself, knowing the parameters of our privacy policy. Managing the news is somehow easy and tough. It's easy when the media tells the truth. It's tough when they invent things and then get crazy about the controversy that such inventions generate. I've called reporters in those circumstances, "Who told you that?" Because it is so far from the truth, it is not funny. I dunno. There are so many layers of intelligence, but several major disciplines. We have covered human intelligence, the flesh and blood element of the business. Another is visual intelligence, what you see from above, through a combination of drones, aircraft, and satellites. That aligns to the huge world of signal intelligence, where you listen to and read everything you can to appreciate the fullest picture. You have to be inside of rooms of the decision makers and the decision takers. You have to understand communications between them and those around the process. You have to listen to intercept whatever you can. I cannot tell you how specifically because it crosses a red line, but in my experience, the best method of infiltration is the recruitment of someone from within. By using human, visual, and signal intelligence, our version of the 3Rs, reading, writing, and arithmetic, you can cross-check what organizations are doing and how they interact with one another. The power channels of each nation are similar in structure, even if there are local variances. Who reports it to the big boss? Let's call him Mr. President. You want to know what the Chief of Staff is thinking, what the Army is planning. You want to get into the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the National Security Council. There are other power bases, like Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which, as ideological defenders of the revolution, wield huge influence over foreign and economic policy. There are subdivisions that must be assessed for their connectivity. Let's take the Iranian nuclear capacity as an example. The Air Force has a role in the development and dissemination of the missile program. It supplies aircraft that can carry the bomb. The Navy is the platform from which the missiles can be fired. Dig deeper, and there are thousands of people doing different, but complementary, jobs to create that one bomb. There are the scientists and physicists who had an integral role in the nuclear program under the leadership of Dr. Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, may he rest in peace. One, a scientist called Mustafa Ahmadi Roshan, cropped up several times. There is a group redeveloping the Arak nuclear complex, which is comprised of a heavy water reactor and an adjacent heavy water production plant. This work is underpinned by an agreement with a foreign national nuclear corporation. Many universities are partnering with a nuclear program, which consequently has access to research and expertise in a range of associated areas, ranging from composite materials to neutrons, which, along with protons, are subatomic particles found inside the nucleus of every atom. Academia is globalized, offering opportunities for key Iranian officials to travel to Israel's closest allies, like the United States. The resulting network of alumni and interlinked individuals can be potent. Ali Akbar Salehi, the Iranian academic, diplomat, politician, and former head of the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran, received a PhD in nuclear engineering from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 1977. His thesis was on resonance region neutronics of unit cells in fast and thermal reactors, which seems impressive to the layman, if a little ominous. He was Iran's Foreign Affairs Minister from January 2010 to August 2013, when he took up the leadership of the AEOI for the second time, until 2021. This brought him into contact with another MIT alumni, Dr. Ernest Moniz, who through his role as U.S. Secretary of Energy from May 2013 to January 2017 was one of President Obama's closest advisors on nuclear issues and the professional leader for the Joint Comprehension Plan of Action, JCPOA, the nuclear deal overseeing Iran's nuclear program. Dr. Moniz, who has the bearing of a British High Court judge, has been an MIT faculty member for 40 years. As director of the university's Laboratory for Energy and the Environment, he led on multidisciplinary technology and policy studies on the future of nuclear power. It is fair to say we disagreed on policy and principle. It helps to have friends, or at least acquaintances, in convenient places. Many names became familiar in these interconnecting worlds. Dr. Fakhrizadeh was mistakenly dismissed by Mossad intelligence officers and others in the IDF as a lousy manager unworthy of interest for too long. One of the things we learned from the Iranian nuclear archive was how sophisticated and smart he was. Mustafa Ahmadi Roshan, a lecturer in chemistry at Tehran Sharif University and supervisor of a department at Natanz uranium enrichment facility, was killed in 2012 by a magnetized bomb. According to eyewitnesses, it was fixed to a Peugeot 406 in the northern part of the city by two individuals on a motorbike. The driver also died of his wounds, although the car remained virtually intact. These are serious issues. It is a dangerous world. There are inherent risks in attempting to contact significant people in Iran, Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq. The same applied in other nations before the welcome institution of peace treaties. You don't turn a Hezbollah terrorist into your best friend immediately on charm alone. You want your personality to percolate through his system so that he goes home to his wife and tells her that you are a nice, handsome devil. He has to believe in what I say, trust one will follow through on my promises. Everything in the recruitment process is orchestrated and rehearsed. When I was head of the Mossad's Summit Human Division, the Human Intelligence Division of the Mossad, I had hundreds of people working out minute details in an endless succession of meetings designed to make the field officer's life a little more simple and secure. Why would you do that job? I suppose if you are reading this, then it is a fair guess that you are intrigued by my world. Ask yourself this: is there a chance you could be recruited for the Mossad? You may think you are happy in your normal life, but I can make you happier. I could show you a new life, a more meaningful life. If you are bored, I could show you a better, faster, more interesting world. I'll take you through the process. Then it would be down to what we call, in Yiddish, your kishkas, your gut feeling. You have, of course, to be Israeli, but you can apply easily. To quote the Mossad website, for swift and safe contact, we recommend contacting us via Facebook Messenger. Please write only in Farsi, Arabic, or English. Messages in other languages will not be read. That's quite a leap for an organization that, for so long, preferred to be opaque. These days we even entice you in with a series of inspirational messages. You are invited to join us to see the invisible and do the impossible. David Ben-Gurion's observation that history is not written, it is created, is followed by this quotation from Shimon Peres, the 8th Prime Minister and 9th President of modern Israel: "People with no fantasy cannot create the extraordinary." So, I hear you saying, if it is that simple to volunteer, surely enemies or mischievous rivals in the intelligence community will try to circumvent the process through a cover story. They can be detected. The giveaway is the polygraph test that is designed to tell us who you really are. We see through the liars easily. We send them back to their handlers and managers with flowers and a message that leaves no room for doubt. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 9. The Spearhead. The night at the end of January is cold and dark. Shahrabad, an industrial district in southern Tehran, is covered with snow, swirling in the dim amber glow of dim streetlights. Iran's most vile secrets will be exposed before daybreak in an unremarkable warehouse on a cramped, narrow street. I am in the command center at Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv, watching live footage of the situation on several screens from 1,000 miles away. In the faces around me, I can see the weariness and feel the stress. We haven't slept for a few days. This is our final opportunity to demonstrate to the world that Iran's claims that its nuclear program is being pursued for peaceful purposes are a monstrous fabrication. Hundreds of people's efforts over more than 2 years have led to the exposure of a disinformation and concealment campaign. Although the Mossad, Israel's key foreign intelligence agency, is known for its courage, inventiveness, guile, and state-of-the-art technology, truly great accomplishments, those that appear logically impossible and unreal, require dynamic, diverse, and experienced teams made up of people of the highest caliber who are all driven by the same purpose. My people are these. Some people say I shouldn't be so possessive, conceited, or personal, but I wanted to be personal as soon as I took over as head of Mossad on January 6, 2016. Although it was a distinct strategy, it was a core component of my leadership style. It was my country, my organization, and my time. I expressed my desire for my superiors to love their subordinates. I insisted that they give them their whole attention. I thought they would be passionate about their work. I urged them to take ownership of the company. I needed them to see how deeply personal the most valuable things in life are. There wouldn't be any disagreements, exclusions, or hesitation. I would consult as many people as possible, presumably sensibly, but I would not shirk my responsibility to face the isolation of leadership. I knew what had to be done. That night, January 31st, 2018, I fully assumed responsibility for the weight of that responsibility. After just a few days as director, I was given an intelligence briefing that validated my long-held suspicions. A series of odd occurrences indicated that a huge effort to gather, combine, purify, and combine elements that could be used to make a nuclear bomb was in progress. Computers, CDS, hardware, software, photos, documents, and other items related to the military components of the nuclear program were being collected from all throughout Iran. The majority were to be saved and retrieved at a less politically sensitive moment, but some were to be destroyed as egregious proof of past misconduct. Sunset clauses in the so-called Iran nuclear deal, which was concluded in 2015, permitted them to resume nuclear fuel production beyond 2030. Although it had been advantageous for the regime to stop its overt operations in 2003, scientists were working on secret preparations to carry out a number of initiatives within already existing military programs. I believe the Vienna-based inspectors of the International Atomic Energy Agency had little authority, yet they had the right to visit any part of Iran within 25 days of my request, according to a contract I didn't trust. You can't police a site you don't know anything about. Through specific restriction orders from the Ministry of Defense, which guaranteed that no more than 5 people would know the location of the proposed storage facility, informers assisted us in identifying the regime's attempts to rent warehouses in several neighborhoods of Tehran. Having served as a national security advisor in the past, I was aware of the political aspect and developed a 2-point strategy. The initial order was founded on the fundamental idea of acquiring intelligence. Keep your focus on the task at hand. You must never let it escape you. Everything or anybody that moved had to be known to us. Who are the perpetrators of this? What are they doing? What is the precise location of the warehouse? How is it protected? What sort of CCTV are they using? Do they have safes? What is the number of locks? What are the alarm system's complexities? Is it linked to a location within the city, allowing for swift and overwhelming force to oppose any breach? What is the number of guards present? Are they dog owners? The second instruction, "Get me the nuclear archive," was straightforward but caught many off guard. Take it home. Instead of copying it, steal it in its entirety, since the Iranians would claim that any materials were fake. The burden of proof would be removed once we had the archive. Some insiders must have assumed I was insane at that point. People kept saying, "Yossi, are you serious?" to me. I took it very seriously. This was neither a misguided act of hazardous adventure or a whim. It was not the result of an unbridled ego. I was endangering people's lives and spending a lot of time and energy because I wanted to hold the nuclear program's head, Dr. Mohsen Fakhrizade's, authorized signature. I wanted to feel his anguish at our findings, smell the ink, and see his fingerprints. 3 components make up my decision-making process: action, leadership, and vision. Develop, make clear, and share the vision. Lead with conviction and charisma. And then take decisive, destructive action. The risks were real and the stakes were enormous. I was aware that it would be an unprecedented coup and extremely difficult. Mission impossible, though. Such a thing shouldn't exist in our world. I had complete faith in my personnel and knew my organization. I used to work as a CATSA, or collection officer, for over 30 years. Recruiting live agents and running actions were my responsibilities. I had worked under the inspirational direction of May Dagan for almost 2 decades before, combining signal intelligence with human intelligence. That mix of signal intelligence and human intelligence is what I coined Hugent. This was a supplementary strategy whereby the activities of our ground agents aligned with an evolving cyber capability that allowed us to gain insight into our adversaries' technological prowess. Mossad is divided into various sections and departments. Because I greatly admired the qualities of its leaders, I decided to join one of the operative divisions. I accurately predicted that one of the leaders of an auxiliary unit, a very intelligent man who had previously excelled in extremely hazardous situations in Iran, should be given the task. He would later receive the Israel Defense Prize, which has been given out anonymously by the Israeli president since 1958 in recognition of significant contributions to the defense of the State of Israel. When I won mine, I gave it to my parents. They deserved no less for their leadership and unwavering support. Iranian nuclear capability posed an existential threat to our country due to its sophisticated warhead development and potential to produce enriched uranium. In order to identify, record, and track the shipping containers they were purchasing to support their officially authorized deception, we had to approach the people engaged in the material transfer. Slowly, we came to understand. We identified the distinctions between the containers by following them. On its roof, a sequence of imperfections were accentuated by certain sunlight angles, resembling freckles on a fair-skinned person. In remembrance of those who suffer from the sun, we gave it the moniker Ginge. Those locations were to grow comfortingly familiar. They assisted us in locating the first storage location, a warehouse that contained 3 containers in a well-defined area. Although we weren't exactly sure what was in them, we were able to comprehend their significance through area surveillance and vehicle movement analysis. We watched from the street and the skies, intercepting messages. But the situation changed in January 2017. The entire archive was abruptly relocated by the authorities to Shahrabad, a different neighborhood of Tehran. They further tightened their need-to-know policy, which meant that even fewer people knew the whole story. We observed the containers departing in a particular sequence. The most precious stuff was thought to be in the first container, the second was obviously of interest to us, and the third was possibly less significant. The operation remained the same, but we were starting over. There were 2 sections to it. The first involved breaking in, stealing, and removing the material. The second was hiding our vehicles and personnel. We were aware that we would be the target of a furious, deadly chase as soon as it became apparent that the archive had been seized and looted. We had to find solutions to the same set of questions even though the site was new. Who's going inside? How do they enter? How do they escape? Where do they go? How do they flee? We now know that the containers include safes. How can they get past them? How hot is it inside? Which forces do you employ? How are the operatives trained? You train them where? What must they discover? An operation of this size requires hundreds of experts in their respective fields to carry out. It concerns the development of technical and technological assistance as well as the accumulation of intelligence. It includes providing logistical support, fabricating identities, and compiling paperwork that permits deceit. And, of course, the expertise of highly competent agents. We created an X site, which is a precise duplicate of the warehouse and the surrounding streets. It was in a remote location. No Israeli identification, no cell phones. Nothing to the unaided sight or to draw in an inquisitive adversary. More inquiries. Who would make up the dozens of agents who would infiltrate the warehouse and complete the task with the help of their fellow operatives and agents who were recruited locally? They were a mix of men and women who had demonstrated their abilities in the field, while they were not necessarily seasoned participants in clandestine operations in Iran. We examined their gut feelings, bravery, courage, and readiness to risk their lives. A few of the candidates failed. However, I trusted the group that scouted the models for months and became familiar with the streets of a secret, fake city. The site was large. Trucks, containers, real safes, and mock warehouses manned by large, irate dogs were all we needed to organize the intrusion. We required a vast supply of heavy-duty welding tools and enormous lock cutters. It took a lot of time. The Mossad had bought the original safes. They were enormous, standing around 20 feet tall. Ignore the classic movie cliché of blowing on his hands while using a stethoscope to listen for the dial's fateful click, which would indicate that he had cracked the code. This was indeed Ocean's 11. Key solutions were supplied by ongoing training. In order to break down the 32 safes we had found inside those 3 containers, our team would enter with blowtorches that burned at least 1,100 degrees Celsius. We thought laterally. It required a major effort to solve what could have been a major problem. We tried different methods before discovering one that resulted in what we were looking for, the front door of the safe exploding outwards. Meanwhile, we had feet on the ground in Tehran. We watched, waited, and calculated. We studied behavior patterns, who came in and when, where they went, and in what numbers. We had to know the time restraints under which we would operate. We had to monitor surrounding factories and buildings to identify any possibility of intervention and nullify any dangers. It was an industrial zone with little overnight presence or activity, but we had to make sure the area was super quiet. One random act or incident could result in loss of life and liberty. Gauging shift patterns of security staff in the warehouse, it became clear that we had between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. to get what we wanted from the 3 containers. Our intrusion would be discovered around 7 a.m. when the daytime contingent of guards arrived, and we needed time to flee. As things turned out, the team entered the warehouse at 10 p.m. and vacated the premises at 4:59 a.m., ending the longest 6 hours and 59 minutes of my life and beginning another mental ordeal as the exit strategy began to unfold. There were so many strands to piece together. If I could have acted earlier, I would have done so, but with so much at stake, risk had to be minimized and preparations maximized. Another curveball, though, instantly changed the dynamics of the situation. Just as we were in the final phase of our build-up, we discovered the Iranians planned to move the archive to the 3rd warehouse. The obvious assumption was that this would be better protected. We had no option but to intensify our efforts, because the new site would have been like Alcatraz, a place with different systems and more intensive security beyond our reach for years, if at all. I favored an immediate insertion on the night of January 30th, but the commander on the ground insisted his warriors were not quite ready. This is where experience and trust in your people becomes critical. I reluctantly gave approval for another 24 hours to ensure everything was in place. That would positively be our final opportunity. The following night was operational life in the raw. We become used to its messiness, its mood swings and occasional nastiness, but this had a special frisson of nervousness and expectation. Our communication systems were sophisticated and discreet. I could see everything 24/7, from ground-level vantage points to satellite images and bodycam footage. The weather added to the bleakness of the setting, but at around 9:50 p.m. that night several trucks appeared out of the snowstorm, carrying our operatives and their equipment. I saw the advance party emerge and start to climb the high walls. They paused at the top to take in the lay of the land. Everything was quiet, except for the yapping of the dogs. I was braced for the operation to begin in earnest, but suddenly, silently and without warning, they descended back onto the street, returned to the trucks and moved away. What could have spooked them? Why had they not carried out their orders? Our consternation was based on misdirected fear, since, once we contacted the team leader, it became clear that their caution was a result of their professionalism. They had trained endlessly on the assumption of existing intelligence that they would find 2 small cars inside the compound for logistical reasons. Instead, they spotted 3. Since this challenged their brief, they decided to err on the side of caution, to abandon the reconnaissance, retreat and reappraise their plans with us. Once reassured, they returned to the warehouse, penetrated the containers and got to work, which was supervised from the command control room. Breaching the safes was a mission in itself. Once we had done so, it was a case of instant analysis and employment of priorities. This was the beginning of the process, not the end. We quickly realized we only had time to investigate 2 of the 3 containers. We estimated their contents comprised in the region of 50,000 documents, so it seemed obvious we could not take them all. Remarkably, we did so. We followed progress through live pictures transmitted by the break-in team. They were opening files, filming them, and sharing images with us so that our Persian-speaking intelligence officers and nuclear specialists could decipher them. Some provided evidence of years of clandestine work on atomic weapons, warhead designs, and production schedules. Others had less relevance. A pattern emerged. Each set of files was color-coded, denoting a distinctive area of correspondence. I ordered the collection of the red and black files, which contained invaluable information, but the tension was unrelenting. I disguised my worries and, as if to prove there are no certainties in our business, to our surprise and delight, one of the safes revealed a huge basket containing hundreds of computer disks and CDs. Our attention was seized by evidence of the detonation of a massive consignment of TNT in a hole in the deepest part of the Iranian desert. I had to think on different, interconnecting levels. I had to prepare for the inevitable pursuit and oversee the immediate duplication of incriminating documentation in case of capture. It could be copied on-site, sent back electronically, or burned onto a CD that would be easier to hide. Finally, at 3:29 a.m. Tel Aviv time, for 59 a.m. in Tehran, I was able to brief Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that we had stolen what we wanted: 55,000 pages of documentation and 183 compact discs, on which were another 55,000 files, including memos, videos, blueprints, and strategic plans. I counseled that it might take months to get some of the materials out, but we had struck gold. I didn't have time to get emotional. That's a luxury I indulge only when I see the results of an operation, and I know that my people are safe and sound. I hug each one of my operatives before they embark on a mission and hug them when they return. I never get blasé about the perils of their work and the potential sacrifice they will make because I put them in harm's way. The threat was profound since events had unfolded exactly as we anticipated. Once the break-in was discovered, the Iranian security system went into meltdown. We anticipated the shock of the guards and the anger of senior figures who were summoned to the scene. Local reports suggested that the supreme leader, Ali Hosseini Khamenei, had described it as a national disaster. Tens of thousands of policemen, detectives, intelligence officers, and members of the Revolutionary Guard were on our case. Flights were halted and the transport infrastructure became gridlocked. There were barricades and roadblocks. People were stopped for random questioning. CCTV footage from shops and supermarkets, kiosks and traffic management systems was studied frantically for clues. Who has done this? Where did they go? As hard as they looked, they could see no one. We had used our 2-hour window of opportunity effectively by opening several different escape routes. It is hard to hide half a ton of material, transportation, and 25 operatives in the heart of Tehran, so different people went different ways to certain staging posts and safe houses. They were unrecognizable as a team, unconnected by identity, communication, nationality. They were at huge risk, answering questions about who they were, where they had been, and what they were doing in Iran. We had to use all our operational capabilities to smuggle them out of the country. Ultimately, no one was caught. Not a single CD, memo, or secret plot was left behind. We took the precaution of splitting materials and widened the arc of escape. We used this information to put our pursuers off the scent. Our people were remarkably cool, clever, and courageous. One walked around with a form of USB that stored 3 terabytes of the archive, hidden on his person. That takes balls of steel, iron, or titanium, whatever is the strongest. You choose. I also took heed of the old English proverb that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Roughly defined, that means it is better to secure a small, guaranteed advantage than to take the risk of aiming for something more attractive, which may come to nothing. I desperately wanted, and ultimately received, the original materials, but took the precaution of asking the team to continue copying material and sending it back, but thank God the operation was beautiful, complete, and totally successful. There are some aspects of the operation that I cannot reveal. It could be counterproductive because, as a wise man once said, never poke your thumb in the eye of the enemy. The Iranian public knew what we had done. They had seen the panic and heard rumors of casualties the regime had no interest in confirming. We guard our secrets jealously and very successfully in the Mossad. If this operation had not come into the public consciousness through our Prime Minister in a dramatic and fully justified press conference, it is likely that the wider world would remain ignorant of how it transpired and what it achieved. There have been many major missions that no one knows about, even though suspicion is rife and foreign reports contain fascinating detail. My dear friend and counterpart Mike Pompeo, the former CIA director who became US Secretary of State, was extremely generous in his assessment of our personal and professional relationship in his 2023 book, Never Give an Inch. He recalled one encrypted call from me, taken on his personal aircraft soon after his arrival in a European capital. It followed what he described as one of the most significant clandestine operations ever conducted. He offered help, no questions asked, whatever the risk if any agent required assistance in being extracted safely from enemy territory. He remained an influential ally when Bibi Netanyahu conducted what he admitted was the most important press conference of my life following a private briefing with President Trump. That description was no exaggeration. The revelations contained in that press conference were made on April 30th. On May 8th, the president withdrew the US from the nuclear agreement. The time frame tells the tale. Bibi was helped in framing his address by Mossad's key nuclear experts, but spoke powerfully and convincingly. The image of him on the podium, in front of a white screen proclaiming Iran lied in large black lettering, is indelible. His revelation of a secret mission statement to design, produce, and test 5 warheads, each with a 10-kiloton TNT yield for integration on a missile, took the breath away. If you have something that is central to your cause or your argument, you get to the top of the highest building you can find and start shouting. Mike Pompeo heard every word. What this means is the deal was not constructed on a foundation of good faith or transparency. It was built on Iran's lies. Geopolitically, it was the most important operation we had done. Public disclosure enabled us to give a full debrief to the IAEA inspectors. I gave copies of the archive to Mike, to Alex Younger at MI6, and briefed the heads of intelligence in France, Germany, Russia, and China. Once this process was completed, Bibi Netanyahu was able to reveal to the United Nations General Assembly that there was a second facility, a secret atomic warehouse in the Tukuzabad district of Tehran. To ram home the point to delegates, he flourished a large color photograph of the site. I also appreciated the impact of academic verification, and while on a speaking engagement in the United States, I invited 6 scholars from the renowned Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard to Tel Aviv. The scholars, who specialized in intelligence and the management of atomic issues, were initially skeptical. We allowed them to examine samples of the archive, showed them photographs of the interior of the warehouse, and gave them briefings from the Mossad's top intelligence officers. Their subsequent report, titled Impressions and Implications, was amazing in its insight, fairness, and rationally delivered support. It concluded that Iran's senior leadership approved a program to manufacture nuclear weapons and carry out an underground nuclear test. This was a coherent, organized, top-down program, not a rogue operation. It warned that Iran possesses knowledge and capabilities that provide a foundation for reconstituting its nuclear weapons program, and confirmed that the regime had engaged in a protracted covert effort to develop nuclear weapons whose full extent was undetected for an extended period. The evaluation of results extended over 36 pages. It was a perfect overview that, crucially, was delivered from their perspective, not mine. It didn't assuage those who had criticized us for allowing too much light in, but frankly, I didn't care. An important battle in the war for peace had been won, and the campaign continued. Like all wars, it had a human dimension, touched on by the Prime Minister's praise for the hidden heroes you will never know about. He was, of course, referring to those who had operated in the shadows in Shahrabad. I made sure I met them on their return. It was an emotional moment. I felt close to each and every one of them. I could summon images of them in different scenarios, training in a godforsaken hole, scaling the walls, and making good their escape. On their home streets they are camouflaged by apparent normality. Forget the spy thriller staple of the operative on assignment, feigning disinterest behind a newspaper in a sidewalk cafe. They're the stranger you see on the metro, the apparent shopper staring into a well-stocked window. They are phantoms, for a good reason. When you are a Mossad operative in Iran, you have to survive in any way you can. Viewed from a distance, and without intimate knowledge of the driving forces of these special human beings, it's crazy what they have been able to accomplish. They are the best of the best, the tip of the spear. It is my privilege to know them and to have been their commander. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 10. The Reflection. For a large portion of my career, I have remained anonymous. Never to be seen, never to be heard, I was a ghost. I was a breath of wind in human form, invisible. Nobody was aware of the specifics of what I did or why. All things considered, Yossi Cohen was a fabrication, a whisper, and a myth. I didn't require appreciation or acknowledgement. In the world's top newspapers and magazines, I didn't want flattering profiles. I was driven by something inside of me. The intensity of my labor gave me satisfaction. It was more significant than the demand for praise and recognition. To make sure they were planted and prepared to act, I only needed to take the mirror test every morning, the same test I urged my subordinates to take. I advised them to ask themselves who they are rather than asking me. The mirror is honest. I would ask myself, are you real or fake, while I stood in front of all kinds of mirrors in many rooms across continents. Have you done it correctly or incorrectly? Are you cheating, or can you do better? Keep in mind that you can only be unfaithful to yourself, my buddy. You are not as competent as you believe yourself to be. I am aware of who I am. I don't need somebody to criticize me or highlight my accomplishments. No one can build you the bridge on which you, and only you, must cross the river of life, said Friedrich Nietzsche, one of my favorite philosophers. Although leaders can learn from one another, I have always valued the intangible advice provided by brilliant minds. We want to become who we are, human beings who are new, unique, incomparable, who give themselves laws, who create themselves, is the self-creation idea that Nietzsche believed in, and I inherited this belief. His words, "Beware that, when fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster," have occasionally struck an especially relevant chord, because the abyss looks into you when you stare into it for a long time. What percentage of us have a strong bond with our personalities? In my experience, very few. Does gaining a specific level of self-awareness seem important enough to us? Apparently, not many of us do. What do you think of me is a deceptively casual question that too many people look for the simple response to. At least in my professional life, I don't have many regrets. Although it doesn't truly exist, I frequently talk about work-life balance with my closest friends and family. I am very fortunate that my wife, Aya, shares my understanding of the need, the objective, and the task. Since I was essentially left alone to do my own thing, I put my all into my work, giving it my whole attention. I was willing to take any chance. It cost a lot to take the chance, take the initiative, and travel all the time. As a father, I wasn't there too often. I missed my children's birthdays, special kindergarten celebrations, and other milestones as they grew older. I never took a vacation without my family and always tried my best to spend time with them. However, if I could go back in time, I wouldn't change a thing. I mean it when I say I have no regrets. It's not just a meaningless platitude, a reassuring justification to calm my nerves. As soon as the Mossad called, my life became my work. I wasn't the kind of child who was obsessed with spy tales. My heroes weren't solitary individuals. I didn't even believe that such a life could exist. Oh my God, though, when they came near me, they seemed to have turned on an electric current which rushed through my body. From the time I was 22 until I was 60, the organization was my life. My ambition and motivation were not concealed. Nothing less than consistent success, promotion, and my eventual installation as the #1 would be acceptable to me. My wife informs me that I informed her early on that I aspired to be the director of the Mossad, as I previously indicated. Although I don't recall it, I sensed it. I was motivated to take on more responsibility and do more. Prior to being the leader of the commanders, I aspired to be a commander. Outside of the organization, no one publicly acknowledged my progress, but that didn't matter. I made an effort to develop myself while maintaining my privacy. I included the insights of other philosophers, such as Albert Camus, who shares Nietzsche's stance as an existentialist. Camus was dedicated to individual moral freedom and responsibility and was also influenced by the ancient Greeks, whom I consider to be insightful and quite easy to read. 3 of his statements struck me as really accurate. The first is that experience cannot be created. You have to go through it, summed up my preference for action over theory. Simply get out and do it. In our little, fiercely independent, and always vulnerable country, the second alluded to the fundamental significance of unity. Freedom is not a gift received from a state or a leader, but a possession to be won every day by the effort of each and the union of all. I would rather live my life as if there is a God and die to find out there isn't, than live as if there isn't and die to find out that there is, was the third statement, which spoke to the religious components of my personality. Until his passing in December 2022 at the age of 90, I maintained contact with Rabbi Chaim Druckmann, my first spiritual mentor. He left behind a significant political and religious legacy and had contracted COVID-19 for the second time. Being a staunch supporter of the sanctity of the biblical land of Israel, he was frequently a contentious figure on the conservative wing of the Zionist movement. He was a founding member of Gush Emunim, an orthodox, ultranationalist organization dedicated to building Jewish settlements in the Golan Heights, Gaza Strip, and West Bank. He has left a lasting impact through a number of his other students, including former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, former General Benny Gantz, who served as Minister of Defense, Minister of Justice, and Deputy PM, and former Chief of the Israel Police Yohanan Danino. He is a recurring power broker, a member of the Knesset, a deputy minister, and a mentor to religious politicians. The Holocaust had a profound effect on him, as it did on many members of his generation. In 1944, he was smuggled into mandatory Palestine on false pretenses of being the child of a different couple. His parents, who had been hiding for years, were not reunited with him until the end of World War II. During Shiva, the week-long mourning period in Judaism that follows burial, I spent time with his family. From his humanity to his faith, they mirrored his values. After 65 years of marriage, he and Sarah had 9 children, one of which was an adopted challenged daughter. As the head of my state religious school, Yeshivat or Etzion, and the Rosh Yeshiva, the rabbi recognized something in me that others did not. Actually, I didn't care all that much about my schoolwork and was more interested in sports, dancing, and smoking cigarettes than most teenagers. Some wanted to expel me, but he saw the qualities of a natural leader in me based on his own testimony about my nonconformity. A giant like Rabbi Drutman forced me to consider what leadership entails, even at such a young age. It's not an egocentric, self-centered idea. I often reminded my subordinates that their troops or operatives already recognized their status and powers, therefore they shouldn't focus on their rank. Focusing on what you can do for your followers instead of the other way around is the essence of leadership. He repeatedly reinforced his confidence in the 3 pillars, the Israelites, the land, and the Torah, or our Bible, as the boy he raised grew into a man. These were the values Dad wanted me to uphold and strive for. Ever the politician, he would frequently chastise me for my actions but never openly acknowledged that we had private correspondence as I advanced through the ranks. He was still this imposing presence in my imagination, standing behind a wooden dais and lecturing moral principles from above. He aspired for me to become a better Israeli, a better son, a better friend, and a better Jew. From Rosh Hashanah, our new year, until Yom Kippur, our holiest day, he believed in the purifying power of the days of awe, also called the days of repentance. It was a period of intense introspection during which I was supposed to think back on my transgressions from the year prior before exhibiting repentance. Every action I took was informed by it. He was my daily buddy and my chaver. A leader must have a profound awareness of both his personal ideology and himself. You cannot simply go out and take the lead. It's not like flying an airplane, where you control the autopilot while seated in the cockpit. It's not like a current car with a keyless entry system, where you press a button to start the engine. You have to know what you stand for, who you are, and what you wish to express. You need to know what's in front of you and what's behind you. It involves more than just knowing your destination. You have to be aware of your origins. How would you like to lead those who are under your authority? What is your ultimate goal? What objectives would you like to discuss? Be humble enough to recognize that other people's ideas must be considered and that your own are not infallible. Making concessions and compromising is necessary to maintain your original vision. Without self-control and perspective, that is impossible. You must have a clear aim. Once the vision has been established, it must be vigorously and unwaveringly pursued. You must, above all, be human. Despite the obvious challenges, being a leader does not provide you superpowers or imply that you should be granted special treatment. In the end, you are not a superior entity, you are a servant. Although power does not inherently corrupt, you invite difficulty if you hold onto it for too long under the mistaken impression that you are unassailable. You are not the only savior in town. That self-assurance borders on conceit. It depletes the spirit and corrupts the souls of others around you. In order for as many people as possible to comprehend what you are attempting to do, I think it is important to engage in collective thinking that extends beyond the elite. When I was in charge of the Mossad, I expanded my cabinet. Rather than having 3 or 4 very senior people in a room discussing crucial issues, I invited 25 to 30 people. Some questioned the necessity of such inclusivity. I told the top authorities that, despite the fact that some may have been hurt in private, it wasn't a snub. In order to increase support for our policies and raise knowledge of what they would need, I wanted the larger group to act as my ambassadors to the rest of the corporation. It's essentially just basic math. 600 persons are involved if those 30 individuals impart their expertise and comprehension to 20 others. 6,000 people have been drawn into the circle of trust if those 600 inform 10 others. There are times, of course, when every leader must make a decision and see that it is carried out regardless of what others may think, noted Dwight D. Eisenhower, the military commander of World War II who became the 34th President of the United States. However, men approach their tasks with understanding and excitement whenever they can be convinced rather than ordered, when they feel that they have contributed to the plan's development. In both war and peace, his friendship with British Prime Minister Winston Churchill was crucial. When they disagreed on some important matter, when I was convinced of the correctness of my own view, and when the responsibility was clearly mine, I had a very hard time withstanding his arguments. Eisenhower viewed him as a persuader whose skill in the use of words and logic was so great. If the decision went against him, he accepted it with good grace and did everything in his power to support it with proper action, he noted, adding a crucial disclaimer. Persuasive leadership and unconditional acceptance of a choice that goes against the grain are essential components of democracy. According to Eisenhower, Churchill possessed the qualities that a leader should have: vision, integrity, courage, understanding, the power of articulation, and profundity of character. In my opinion, you can achieve great things if you combine these attributes with operational excellence, emotional intelligence, humility, and humanity. As Mossad chief, I focused on the clarity of the goal, which transcended short-term concerns in Iraq, Syria, Iran, and the terrorist groups that are linked to them. I had to determine the motivation behind our behavior and link it all to God's gift of the country of Israel. The temptation to believe that nothing new is happening in the world is all too easy. Even though you have unchangeable views, the reality around you is constantly changing. There are hints of hope even in the midst of hardship and despair. Social networks and the internet have two sides. They make it easier for bad ideas like Nazism to spread, but they also make such acts more visible, which makes them dangerous and may be stopped. No place to hide exists. Compromise is desperately needed, but Russia cannot invade Ukraine and expect the world to ignore it. Witnesses to acts of public rebellion in Iran, of courageous individuals fighting against the structure of a corrupt regime, have an impact on us. Instead of being an unseen act, China's persecution of the Uyghurs has become a topic of discussion on a global scale. I'm not talking about internal conflict, the kind of regional unrest in nations like Syria that consistently results in a high death toll, but prior to October 7th, the world was comparatively peaceful, save for a defensive conflict in Ukraine that was illogical. In my line of work, we refer to Latin America as LATAM, and it's a relatively tranquil region. In 2025, Africa is facing several non-international conflicts, particularly in Sudan and the Central African Republic. Although 4.5 million people have been displaced by Yemen's civil war since 2014, and the Iranian-backed Houthis, who control the country's capital Sana'a and most of its northern region, have emerged as a new global threat, flashpoints are comparatively uncommon in terms of one country attacking another. The conflicting forces of globalization and deglobalization are hallmarks of the new period we live in. The existential threat posed by climate change is far more pressing on a global scale than the violent conflict we are currently engaged in Israel. If individual behaviors and governmental objectives do not change, that will undoubtedly lead to the extinction of humanity one day. We need to start acting differently as a race before it's too late. I work in the field of renewable energies and related efforts a lot these days because of this. We shouldn't need NASA scientists to affirm that the Earth's surface is warming because extreme weather occurrences are becoming more frequent. It is what each of us has personally experienced. We need leaders who are bold and visionary now more than ever. They must be fired based on moral principles and with consideration for the welfare of the group. Menachem Begin, Zev Jabotinsky, and David Ben-Gurion are three exceptional instances of the type that come to mind when I think of our early Israeli leaders. In their own unique ways, each one influenced me. The greatest leader I have ever known was Ben-Gurion. In 1906, he traveled from Poland to Palestine, then a part of the Ottoman Empire, as an idealistic young man named David Grun, who was feeling well, full of courage, and full of faith. For years later, he changed his name after stealing it from one of the Jewish generals who spearheaded the uprising against the Romans. In the 3 decades that followed, he was a sharp negotiator with the ability to see things from his opponent's point of view. He was frequently tumultuous but always moral. This was the secret to establishing a government that was both democratic and not theocratic, while yet reflecting the Jewish nature of the nascent state of Israel. By promising that Shabbat would be the official day of rest, that kosher food would be served in government kitchens, and that religious requirements would be honored in regards to marriage, divorce, and conversion to Judaism, he won over the Orthodox population. He was careful to balance his promise of an independent educational system. He insisted that history, grammar, and science be taught in schools, but promised that the government would not interfere with religious instruction. Although he had demonstrated his resolve to follow his goal through years of action and struggle, the scope of his ambition was astounding. He led a number of national initiatives that contributed to our country's and its citizens' quick development. Some were highly significant, such as the evacuation of Jews from Arab nations, known as Operation Magic Carpet. Others, such as the building of the national water carrier, rural development initiatives, and new towns and cities, were pragmatic declarations of national identity. Although he passed away in December 1973, his legacy endures because to our scroll of independence. It is a stunning document that continues to influence our lives today. Despite the absence of two important words, God and democracy, I live by its principles. I am able to memorize its proclamations. I consider this passage to be a timeless declaration of intent. The state of Israel will be open to Jewish immigration and the ingathering of the exiles. It will promote the nation's development for the benefit of all its citizens. It will be founded on freedom, justice, and peace as envisioned by Israel's prophets. It will guarantee full equality of social and political rights to all its citizens regardless of race, sex, or religion. It will ensure freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. It will protect the holy places of all religions, and it will be true to the principles of the United Nations Charter. Similar to the American Declaration of Independence, the statement contains some vagueness to accommodate certain religious sensibilities, but it upheld the people's right to govern themselves free from tyranny and legislative meddling. Even though the word democracy isn't used, it nevertheless describes our contemporary democracy. Even though the initial goal of instituting a constitution was put on hold forever in June 1950, I would not alter a thing about it, though I am afraid to consider what contemporary attorneys would do with it if given the opportunity. Its last declaration of confidence in Israel's rock, or Zer Israel, to use the Jewish phrase, has a timeless quality. The fact that it was signed knowing that the new country would soon be at war makes it an outstanding example of strong-willed, visionary leadership. Ben-Gurion made certain that the scroll was promptly placed in a local bank's safe deposit box. Some of the signatories were in the blockaded, electricity-less city of Jerusalem. The first Prime Minister's recitation and the playing of Israel's national song, Hatikvah, which draws inspiration from 19th-century Jewish poetry, were not heard by many people there. Ben-Gurion was indeed molded in the fire. The independence war began within 8 hours when the Egyptian Air Force bombed the suburbs of Tel Aviv. He wasn't perfect. He was a vindictive person who detested Jabotinsky for his ties to the Hatzohar, the revisionist Zionist alliance, a group that looked for fresh approaches against British control in Palestine. Jabotinsky died of a heart attack in 1940 while touring a Jewish self-defense camp in New York. Therefore, he did not live to witness the establishment of the State of Israel. Despite Ben-Gurion's desires, his remains were returned to his spiritual home in 1964. He is permanently buried in Jerusalem's Mount Herzl, where our national cemetery is located, with other highly esteemed Zionist leaders including Yitzhak Rabin and Golda Meir. He is considered the godfather of Israel's center-right Likud party, which was founded in 1973 by Menachem Begin and Ariel Sharon. He was born Vladimir Yevgenyevich Jabotinsky in Odessa in October 1880. In 1902, the Russian government imprisoned him for 2 months in solitary confinement for allegedly engaging in seditious acts while still a young journalist. In response to Russian pogroms, he changed his name the following spring. Zev means wolf in Hebrew, and started dedicating himself to the cause of a Jewish homeland. No one could question his bravery or his dedication to his followers, despite the fact that he was a contradictory figure in many respects and a lyrical writer who recognized the strategic value of violence. He founded the Jewish Legion, fought alongside the British Army in World War I, and rose to the rank of honorary lieutenant in the 38th Royal Fusiliers while fighting in Palestine. However, he was demobilized after voicing his displeasure with the Ottoman Empire's stance on Zionism to Field Marshal Allenby, who oversaw the campaign against it. In 1919, he received the MBE, a member of the Order of the British Empire, in recognition of his valor, primarily for his activities in Platoon 16 of the 20th Battalion of the London Regiment and his military duty during the Gallipoli campaign. But after rioting in Jerusalem, he became the public enemy #1 in a matter of months. 19 men were captured by the British after they discovered firearms and ammunition in a building used by the defense militia, which Jabotinsky had created from young, idealistic European refugees. The next day, he faced the police, arguing that he was the only one responsible for the men's acts as their leader and that they ought to be freed. He was apprehended right away and given a 15-year prison sentence, but he was swiftly pardoned and released in a general amnesty, much like his men, who were each given 3-year prison sentences. His selflessness and disdain for his own well-being distinguished him as a brave and moral leader. His essays were influential because they advanced the idea of a liberal, contemporary, democratic state of Israel that was capable of self-defense. Although he did not trust the current quo, he did believe in equality and emphasized the value of coexisting peacefully with neighbors and people of various faiths. After penning his essay The Iron Wall in 1923 in reaction to British Colonial Secretary Winston Churchill's ban on Zionist settlement on the east bank of the Jordan River, he founded the Zionist Revisionism Party. He maintained that the establishment of a powerful Jewish state in the land of Israel would be the first step toward achieving peace. Eventually, he believed, this would push a more moderate Arab leadership to be more receptive to the mutual concessions. In The Ethics of the Iron Wall, published a week after the first essay, Jabotinsky made the case that morality is of the utmost importance. Since Zionism upholds national self-determination as a sacred principle, he portrayed it as moral and just. Opposition to it came from a wide range of domestic political perspectives. He established the underground paramilitary group known as the Irgun in 1931, which supported an aggressive, armed reaction against Arab forces. As a result, he met Menachem Begin, who later became his protege, and established connections with Benjamin Netanyahu, the current prime minister, whose father, Ben Zion, served as Jabotinsky's personal secretary and historian. Such networks reflect the size and intimately linked nature of Israeli society. The midwife who attended Begin's birth was the grandmother of future Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, another polarizing figure regarded as a war criminal by Palestinians but revered as a national hero in Israel. Begin shaped the Irgun in his own flinty, aggressive image and was branded by the British as a terrorist, despite his subsequent eminence and prominence as a politician. His studies of the Irish War of Independence between 1919 and 1921 and the Indian independence movement convinced him of the necessity and effectiveness of guerrilla action. Like many great leaders, Begin was shaped by tragedy and adversity. His father, Ze'ev Dov, a timber merchant and passionate Zionist, was among 5,000 Jews rounded up by the Nazis and shot or drowned in a local river in Brest, Belarus, in June 1941. His mother, Hasia, the descendant of a long line of distinguished rabbis, and his elder brother, Herzl, also were murdered in the Holocaust. He had fled Poland soon after the German invasion and regrouped in Wilno, a town with a sizable Jewish community, which would become Vilnius, the Lithuanian capital. It was soon occupied by the Soviet Union, whose secret police accused him of being an agent of British imperialism and had him tortured in the infamous Lukišky's prison. He was sentenced to 8 years in the Soviet gulags but was released in the summer of 1941. He joined the Free Polish Army and served in Palestine and the Persian Corridor before throwing himself into the leadership of the Irgun. He had no time for the fripperies of rank. A humble man, he dressed frugally and cared little for material things. His ideals sustained him for 3 decades in political opposition, which ended when he was elected prime minister in 1977. He hosted Egyptian President Anwar Sadat in his historic visit to Jerusalem later that year, and in 1979, after lengthy negotiations, signed the peace agreement with Egypt in Washington. That earned him the Nobel Peace Prize, along with President Sadat, but he was typically unafraid of conflict. He ordered the Israeli Air Force to bomb the Osirak nuclear reactor in Iraq in 1981 and launched Operation Peace for Galilee, designed to destroy the Palestinian terrorist infrastructure in Lebanon the following year. He resigned as Prime Minister in September 1983, following his wife's death, and lived in seclusion until he passed away in March 1992. He is buried on the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem. An inspirational generation died with him. Men like Ben-Gurion, Jabotinsky, and Begin fought for their nation with their heart and soul, body and mind. They did their best to shape the state of Israel and were prepared for the brutality of the struggle. They never lost their faith. Their neshama, their spirit, was strong. So, too, was that of the Mossad director to whom I owe everything, May Dagan. He placed a dagger between our teeth. My wish was to be a leader of that kind. I hope I fulfilled it. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 11. The Nature Power. The sands of time may have swept over our Jewish suffering, but it is still strong and deep. It serves as a reminder of what was and, if we relax our usual vigilance, what might be again. 2 images, widely shared but intensely personal, capture it. May Dagon's maternal grandfather, Rabbi Ber Ehrlich Sloshny, is shown in those pictures at his final moments. As a symbol of eternal inhumanity, they were displayed in his office during his tenure as Mossad director from 2002 until 2011. 8 smiling SS officers surround his grandfather, who is standing in the foreground. 2 of them are mockingly messing with his characteristic side hair. To highlight his embarrassment, his head has been roughly shaved in the second. As he waits to die, he is kneeling with his arms up, staring eerily, almost blindly. One of the 3 grey-coat Nazi Germans in the picture is most likely his killer, the one who murdered him and made sure the body was interred in a mass grave in the family's hometown of Luko in eastern Poland. One triumphantly gazes into the camera's lens, which was given to a non-Jewish local citizen with instructions to capture the site as a gory memento. The film was left behind by the soldiers. It was never developed until, by a strange coincidence, the reluctant photographer gave it to Dagon's father when he returned to Luko to build a monument honoring the victims of the local Jewish community's annihilation. Born on the bottom of a livestock truck as it drove through the Ukrainian port of Kherson during his parents' return trip from Siberian exile to Poland at the close of World War II, Dagon was a child of the Holocaust. When he first arrived in Israel in 1951, he stayed in a transit camp. The family then moved into a cramped former British Army base. We talked extensively about the long-lasting effects of persecution and how poverty, terror, and deep-seated anguish wore down his parents' souls. The trauma of escaping the Nazis and returning to find so many family members dead left them with scars that he would never forget. With its dedication to the defense of the State of Israel, it had a significant impact on his own life. He deliberately showed Mossad agents those 2 pictures of his grandfather because of this. Their message was straightforward but essential: never again. For him and many of us, studying history was not a scholarly endeavor. Between nations, thousands of rootless years have formed our psyches. Most weren't kind to us, but few were. The Holocaust, the worst thing that ever happened to the Jewish people, was caused by the Crusades, pogroms, and inquisitions. The spirit of resistance possessed May Dagon. Now that we had a country at last, he thought we had an obligation to protect it. He accomplished all of that and much more. In my early days as Mossad director, it was my responsibility to convey the deep grief of the entire organization when he passed away from cancer in March 2016 at the age of 71. I experienced a profound sense of loss. By requesting me to provide a picture of my son, Yehonatan, to be put with his grandfather's, he had rendered the highest homage to my family. It showed him as a wheelchair-bound volunteer on his first day at the recruitment facility, dressed in his IDF uniform. Dagon gave a salute to a young man who has triumphed over numerous challenges in life. The fact that I never snapped a picture of the 3 pictures hanging on that wall is one of my greatest regrets. His gesture indicated something very unique between us, but it did not convey the intensity of his approach. How can I tell whether he valued me? It's a massive question with no easy solution. All I know is that he was a key player in the development of the organization and had the most impact on my style as a commander. I didn't know anything about Dagon when Prime Minister Ariel Sharon nominated him to be the director of the Mossad. I wasn't alone myself. All of us were running about asking, who is this guy? It didn't take us long to discover. He was a natural force. Like a storm, he entered the Mossad. It was incredible. More than 30 years prior, Sharon had been impressed by his spontaneous courage when he had used him as a counter-terrorism consultant in the PM's office in the late 1990s and had commanded him in a newly established, highly secret special operations unit, Ryman, mostly battling terror in Gaza. However, Dagan lacked the illustrious reputation of many mainstream IDF generals because his career was interspersed with multiple stints as a reservist. He supported using surgical precision to strike Israel's adversaries. It's the job of the Israeli defense establishment to do whatever it can to put off the next war for as long as possible, using covert means to strike at the enemy in a focused manner, he said in a speech that we soon grew accustomed to. This resonated with me because in 2000, when my life had reached a turning point, I had returned to the Mossad after a year-long hiatus. When the institution in Budapest where Yehonatan had enlisted closed, I was located in Europe and focused on his education. His compassion came first in this complex scenario. After arranging his education and ensuring his well-being, I turned my attention to my own future. I underwent a self-evaluation process. I was 22 when I was recruited by the Mossad, and I began a year later. I now had to deal with a much too common midlife crisis at the age of 40. Are you at the correct place? Was the question I had to ask myself. My options seemed appealing. The chance to broaden my knowledge at Harvard's John F. Kennedy School of Government was alluring. During the tech boom of the new millennium, I received a significant offer to enter Israel's thriving high-tech sector. The Mossad had experienced a difficult period marked by a number of well-publicized operational setbacks. After 2 years as director, Danny Yatam, another old buddy of May Dagan, quit, some saw as prematurely. Despite having excellent supervisors, I thought the company remained stagnant. I didn't like how inactive it was. But I was nonetheless moved by its work. I came to the realization that this was what I liked doing and was my natural aptitude. I didn't have to hurry. As it happens, I have more real-world than academic expertise with governmental relations. I appreciate the intellectual freedom that comes with working in the high-tech industry after retiring from the Mossad. Ultimately, I think it was a wise decision to make sure I was back on duty the minute after midnight on the day my sabbatical ended. Ephraim Halevi, who rejoined the company on the next Yatam in 1998, had me in essentially middle management. He was a born pragmatist who gained notoriety as deputy director by assisting in the 1994 peace agreement with Jordan. To put it mildly, Dagan didn't like us at first, but if you agree with the idea of organizational development, as I do, we had good reason. Depending on the leadership style of the individual, an organization such as the Mossad can be improved rather than completely redesigned. I served as 13's 13th director. After Shabtai Shavit passed away tragically in September 2023 while on vacation in Sicily, 6 of us are still alive. Although we are all unique, the seriousness of the work requires that it be handled with extreme care. You don't own your time. We are united by the unavoidable fact that no one else will carry out the necessary tasks if the Mossad does not. Since there is only one Mossad in the state of Israel, it is a unique brotherhood even though we are not necessarily all buddies. Our lunches are routine. We differ in appearance and thought processes, which makes us distinctively Israeli. Despite differences in tactics, dispositions, and personalities, the group reflects a wealth of real-world experience. We have all experienced the weight of significant choices. Every one of us has our own issues, priorities, and hardships. We discovered new routes in well-known areas. Given that the organization has altered its scope multiple times since its founding in December 1949, this disparity of approach is to be expected. Initially, we were pursuing Nazis, the kidnapping in Argentina, subsequent kidnapping in Israel, and trial and execution of Adolf Eichmann, a key architect of the Holocaust, marked a turning point in history. Operation Wrath of God, the campaign of retaliation against those who killed 11 Israeli Olympic athletes and coaches in Munich in 1972, was no exception. each bore Kaiden's signature, which is the Hebrew word for spear in free translation. Although this exclusive and covert unit embodies the enigmatic nature of the Mossad, it is only another discipline from a structural standpoint. Our efficiency is largely dependent on the 4 primary divisions and their consistency and structure. Human intelligence, or HUMINT in its more contemporary, shortened form, is one of my 2 primary spheres of influence and has been a part of the organization from its founding. The other, Special Operations, is based on human sources and is Kaiden-like. We have used those resources to improve our capabilities. Theoretically, there is a risk that the Mossad could become silo-driven, but in practice, the organization is adaptable enough to change with the times and opposing viewpoints. For example, the focus on aiding Jews in general and Israelis in particular in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe shifted after the fall of the Iron Barrier. Similar to this, after operational defeats, Ephraim Halevi sought to restore a very orderly and disciplined Mossad. Although it wasn't quite a case of fire and ice, his successor, Dagan, felt that history didn't hold him back. His attitude was admirable because, while having a very casual military experience, he knew exactly what he wanted to accomplish and was equally aware that he was unsure of how to get there. Believe me, he didn't hesitate to ask questions. I had a broad perspective when I took over as head of Mossad since I had operational partnerships with all of the organization's units as well as the Army's Special Forces. Despite his lack of intelligence activity experience, Dagan's raw and intensely involved demeanor gave him an air of authority. The field was not where he had been. He had no idea what it was like to travel through an unwelcoming border control and carry a fake foreign passport. He had no idea how your heartbeat sounded or felt in that circumstance. He had never worked underground or developed and lived a cover story that would need to be drastically and abruptly altered. It had never been necessary for him to change into a different person for 30 minutes in order to protect himself and other people. He was never forced to flee after being found by the enemy. He did, however, possess a clear vision and a sense of purpose. He was adamant about starting and winning a secret war against Iran and any other country possessing potentially catastrophic nuclear weapons. When it came to Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist proxies, he was ready to be brutal. He had clear financial and political backing. Others had set the foundation, such as Shabtai Shavit, the final director whose identity was kept secret until the end of his tenure. From 1989 until 1996, he had a positive impact by bolstering and assisting with effective intelligence activities in the area. Dagan, however, was refreshingly straightforward without disparaging any of his predecessors. He believed that knowledge was insufficient on its own. Knowing that an enemy is attempting to shoot us in the streets of Paris, Vienna, or any other place in the world is comparatively irrelevant in terms of counterterrorism. Utilizing that information to ruin their operation is crucial. Kill it, disrupt it, and make sure it doesn't occur. The same holds true for a missile threat or a nuclear program. Take aim at the origin. I had several subordinates as the commander of a brigade, but I also had a number of superiors. However, every time Dagan came to our section, he made it a point to look for me. He was a focused, if restless, learner who was eager to absorb knowledge from those of us who had been on the front lines. I started talking to him right away. I appreciated his high-level experience, identified with his audacity, and reacted favorably to his resolve to go into the specifics. He, in turn, was fully aware of me. He was aware of my background, my family, and my overseas activities. It was clear that he had created a detailed profile of me. The inquiry centered on Yehonathan's welfare, my children, and personal matters. He wanted to know how I had adjusted to life in the organization and why I had taken the sabbatical. He wanted to know what I thought of his ideas and was willing to answer my questions about how things might turn out. His openness was not a sign of weakness but of power. He took the initiative and started a rare but thorough tour of the world, visiting collecting officials in the field. He had two reasons for doing it. Operatives were aware that they were being watched and that they would not be permitted to operate for their own purposes without consequence. They were responsible. Dagan was not a faraway figurehead. By often being so visible, he was purchasing insurance against the loneliness that comes with being a leader. He gave me the instruments to do the task after granting me the vision because my special operations function was relevant. I was developing a huge operating system, a novel intelligence idea. This integrated the Mossad's human intelligence capabilities with greater super-secret capabilities, signal intelligence, and the expertise of Unit 8200, the IDF's military intelligence branch. Dagan proved to be a great partner in the project. He understood the delicacy of the internal political environment and recognized the potential of a more cohesive approach, combining human and technical qualities to better penetrate the enemy's defenses. Characteristically, he led from the front. Those days are remembered, almost fondly, by some Mossad veterans as the days of hysteria. Dagan would be one of the first to arrive in the office and was habitually one of the last to leave. His debriefs were long and loud. His skepticism was literally shouted to the heavens. As I said, I found him compelling. He was very open about who he thought you were and who he thought you could be. He was not the type to sit down with you and shower you with compliments. He didn't say, "Yossi, I love what you do. You are a great commander, such a fighter." No. It was more, "I'll cut your balls off if you don't do enough." That's my guy. That's his style, always angry, never happy. I have a different approach. I can be angry, too, but balance that with subtly framed personal feedback. I suppose I am more of a psychologist. By nature, May was a very suspicious guy. Everything we said, he wanted to check and check again. He needed to be convinced that we had done what we said we had done. He demanded the truth, however unpalatable. He had an instinct for anyone attempting to dissemble or deflect. I knew I could be straight with him and, without being complacent, felt I was in a very tight circle of trust. This was not the same for all. He would scream at people, "You didn't do what I told you to do," and shout even louder when they attempted to claim they had carried out his orders to the letter. His arguments tended to be one-sided and brutally expressed. He was a very high-tempo individual. He had a kind of personal and professional need to be reassured that we understood him and would carry through on his commands. So why, on a personal level, was our relationship so productive? To repeat an earlier question, what did he see in me? That's difficult to measure because of the nature of the man. For all the harsher aspects of his personality, he had a very emotional, almost sensitive side. He cried easily and often. The contrast in his character was such he could unsparingly criticize you and then weep in the same session. When he became Mossad director, I was effectively a fifth-tier employee. I had the head and deputy head of the Junction Division, which deals with human intelligence, above me. The chain of command led to the deputy director and director of the organization. Dagan was not the first to promote me, but under him I rose dramatically. He ignored convention and installed me as head of the Junction Division when a vacancy arose in 2004. That saved me the usual 5-year wait for the top job, working as the division's deputy. Human nature being as it is, that type of decision creates a lot of internal jealousy, but I didn't care. I've never been one for striking poses best suited to the kindergarten. I viewed the division as my home. I'd spent 22 years there before becoming director. That's a big part of my life. I'd been around a long time, slow cooking. In any case, even before that preferment, I was already working like crazy under Dagon's command. One of his first acts was to personally delegate me to oversee special operations across the organization. We had quickly reached the point where Iran was our shared obsession, one that he was determined to ingrain into the Mossad's collective psyche. His passion was convincing to the point of being overpowering, but that was balanced by his ability to impart strong, simple statements of intent. He illustrated our task and underlined his overriding ambition by producing almost a mind map in the shape of a target. It included pertinent groups like Jewish communities and security operatives in several disciplines, positioned in concentric circles, but the eye was drawn to the center of the target. That red bullseye represented the disruption of the Iranian nuclear program. My task, our task, was to ensure our aim was true. I framed that target and put it on my office wall, above my head, as a constant reminder of what I was investing my life in. I play from the heart. Without that emotional attachment, I simply cannot make the necessary sacrifices. I believed in the mission and the virtues of our cause. It had to be carried out with maximum effect. Dagon said, "Do it." The question was, how? It involved the development of a new structure, a new discipline. We had to build our force from the bottom up. I had immediately to engage with the technology division, which had the necessary expertise to complement our traditional human capabilities. In later years, the then head of that technology division and I would be seen as rivals for the job of running the Mossad. Fortunately, I prevailed, thanks in part, so I am told, to a recommendation to PM Benjamin Netanyahu by Dagon, but in that critical moment he was a valued partner, an impressive professional. I had to create a relationship not only with him and his team, but with those in the Signal Division and our National Security Agency, Unit 8200. In and beyond that triangle, I had to recruit the right people to bring the Special Ops unit with me. I can't reveal the specifics of what we did, but our work was eventually broken down into 4 sub-disciplines. Some dealt with softer targets, but the cumulative effort concentrated on the creation of superintelligence, very precise and intrusive, that penetrated the heart of enemy structures. Our methodology had to be clear, clever, and capable of compromising the most sophisticated defense systems. I wanted our people to have a deep understanding of our technologies, because everything we did was designed to be driven by 3 complementary elements: human intelligence, trusted sources, and the latest local and global technology. We had to have a sophisticated appreciation of the human condition and be able to direct missions remotely when required. One of the first major successes involved the disruption of the main first-generation centrifuge research and development site in Natanz, in Iran. Though this has subsequently grown into a 100,000 square meter bunker, 8 meters underground, protected by a concrete wall, 2.5 meters thick and with a reinforced concrete roof covered by another 22 meters of earth, we had to scan the surface to target the building that was being used to develop Iran's first operational cascade of interconnected centrifuges for uranium enrichment. A combination of sophisticated technology and the courage of an in-house agent who supplied vital intelligence enabled us to strike surgically and successfully. It is not essential to blow things up and inflict inevitable casualties. Iran is obviously a difficult country in which to operate, and we have to recruit the right people in the right places. From a strategic point of view, I, as a leader, have to concentrate not only on today's mission, but also on tomorrow's mission. That means taking care of the human being at the center of the web and preparing the state of Israel better for our next war. It's not necessarily my job to ensure the mission aligns with political reality. It's not that important, because what Israeli politician or prime minister would say that he had little interest in neutralizing Iran? That's simply not going to happen. There might be differences of emphasis, but everyone wants to be depicted as a fighter against our filthiest foe. Context is all. It took 11 years for Israel to provide official confirmation that F-16I fighters flew hundreds of miles into Syria on September 6, 2007, before destroying the partially completed Al-Kibar nuclear facility near Deir ez-Zor, on the banks of the river Euphrates. Though the arena of conflict was different, the release of previously classified footage, images, and intelligence documents related to the irreversible damage caused by the attack added timely momentum to our political campaign to alert the world to Iran's lies. It also provided belated justification for Dagon's commitment to combat the nuclear threat, wherever it was based. We had been gathering intelligence in earnest since 2004, after detecting suspicious patterns of behavior and movement of key personnel that signaled cooperation between the Syrians and North Koreans. Dagon argued forcibly for an attack once our suspicions that a nuclear reactor on the site would be used to produce plutonium were justified. To quote an official report, dated March 30, 2007, the reactor was liable to be activated in approximately another year. It was dubbed Operation Outside the Box, a superficial indulgence that does scant justice to the diligence of surveillance operations, which extended into Europe, and the intelligence and intensity of Dagon's leadership. He added so much to my understanding of the need to use carefully collected information decisively and to devastating effect. In retrospect, it is no coincidence that we worked well together. Like him, I had an aversion from my earliest days to those who spoke empty words, even if they were my teachers, rabbis, or commanders. If I believed they were not speaking truly, I would decry them, call them out. I am not saying that I am always right, but I sustained that approach throughout my 38 years in the Mossad. As head of the organization, a clear mind is essential. I would listen to some politicians and army generals, droning on, and think to myself, that's nonsense. He's not a serious individual. Again, like Dagon, I simply wanted to be judged on results, not on such fripperies as the suits, ties, and shoes I wore. I don't care about gossip or uninformed speculation. I value the truth, appreciate my responsibilities, and have learned life's boundaries. You can't have 100% of what you want. I never did, incidentally. People may say I was lucky to be so dramatically promoted, but I fought like hell for that. It was never easy. There were so many good friends and colleagues in the same line, fighting for the same jobs. I'm so happy I was chosen. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 12. The Reality. You create screenplays for Hollywood, then. How would you craft a narrative with a violent theocratic government, a remote assassin, a killer robot, a covert commander, an illegal nuclear program, and a target who is the second most protected person in the country behind the spiritual leader? Maybe it would proceed like this. At a hidden location, the commander faces a bank of computer screens. In late November, cameras capture ordinary scenes on a dusty country road east of Tehran. There is little traffic, and a stray dog wanders into the frame. The quiet before the storm is here. For almost 15 years, the targeted victim, the forerunner of the regime's nuclear development program, has been the target of stalking. For the previous 8 months, he has been directly monitored on the ground. Since this kind of operation necessitates approval at the highest level from the most important allies, The commander has had to combine the attitude of a warrior with the agility of a diplomat. A little character development is what you need. Every man, both the prey and the hunter, thinks deeply. Presidents and prime ministers have come to trust both. For obvious reasons, these enemies have never met, but they are well acquainted because they have both tried to infiltrate the other's psyche. The scientist, a jowly, bespectacled man with a grey beard that has a hint of black in it, has grown accustomed to being threatened. He secretly oversaw the military nuclear development program and played a key role in obtaining support from North Korea. He is said to be a biological warfare expert. He's not innocent. He has twisted nanotechnology, which, to put it simply, is the study and manipulation of materials at the molecular, atomic, or subatomic level, away from its more advantageous uses, like the creation of vaccines, the treatment of cancer and heart disease, and improvement in the generation of clean energy. He doesn't know that his adversary is in the same covert bunker as his boss, thousands of miles away. He is a carefully chosen, expert sniper whose task it is to remotely activate an automated 7.62mm machine gun concealed in the bed of a pickup truck that is parked in a high spot on the side of the road leading to the victim's location. As a moviegoer, I now understand that viewers can only suspend disbelief for a limited amount of time. For example, how can a remotely operated machine gun with AI-programmed computers, which weighs a ton when all of its peripherals are taken into account, be smuggled into such hostile territory? How would you get a robot weapon like that onto Iranian streets? By the mail with a package that needs to be signed for? Not very likely. From where does it originate? Several countries have manufacturing bases. The target is right in the line of fire. Who puts it there? One of the basic realities of intelligence operations is revealed by the query and its response. No matter how sophisticated or amazing the technology, it is undermined in the absence of human intervention. Never undervalue the strength of a brave spirit and a beating heart in a highly driven person. This can be advantageous in cases like the covert but thorough surveillance operation that determines the target's aftershave brand based on the specifics of his daily routine. As seen by the security lapses and the complacency that led to the scientist's untimely death, it can occasionally be detrimental. Through a number of operations, the weapon is smuggled into Iran piece by piece. In the event of interception, care is made to ensure that the routes and techniques are never repeated. It is concealed and reassembled in secrecy. The truck, which is positioned at dawn on D-Day, is laden with explosives that are intended to explode it right after usage. Normally, the scientist travels in a motorcade of up to 8 vehicles, but on this fateful Friday afternoon, his security are only given 5 vehicles. He takes the wheel of a black, unarmored Nissan Tina sedan with bulletproof windows, which follows the lead car, despite the warning not to drive himself. The sniper adjusts the pistol sights and focuses on the real-time satellite images after the agents keeping an eye on him alert their remote headquarters that the vehicle is moving. Just think about the strain. Consider the self-control that such a man needs in a situation where adrenaline is flowing freely. The target's deadly error is confirmed by images sent from a purportedly broken-down vehicle that was jacked up on the side of the road just under a mile from the designated kill zone. To make sure the destination, a villa in the town of Mossad, is safe, the convoy's lead vehicle speeds off. The sniper raises the gun. He can hear his commander's respiration patterns because he is close enough. The car belonging to the scientist is now completely visible in front. Advanced software verifies that he is operating a vehicle. In the front seat beside him is his wife. The foreign agents have dispersed, as have their local proxies. They have completed their task. There wouldn't be a Wild West shootout that may put innocent people at danger if they happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong moment. Compared to employing a drone, which may be detected and destroyed by defense systems, the commander had determined that this was a more efficient and clean method of assault. Even someone with his level of experience subsequently admits to feeling a peculiar sensation of amazement at the ability technology provides him to act so instinctively in the moment, despite the sniper's professional detachment. As the scientist's vehicle slows down at a speed bump on a long, straight road surrounded by skeletal, mostly leafless trees, he commands, "Go." The sniper sees a computerized image that is only a fraction of a second old, transmitted to the control room via satellite. There is a latency of about 1.6 seconds before his actions have an effect because the car is also moving. He squeezes the trigger gently. 3 bullets from the flatbed truck enter the black Nissan's windshield in an upward trajectory and reflex angle in a different country and globe. Artificial intelligence takes into account and counteracts the target's movement across the ground as well as the vibration of the gun's recoil. As the victim, struck by the first round of fire, staggers out of the car and crouches behind the driver's door in an attempt to protect himself, the sniper readjusts his sights. The commander commands, "Use your entire magazine, finish the job." A blast of automatic fire fatally wounds the scientist as he falls backward. Cradling his head in her lap, his wife, who is within touching distance of him in the automobile, is unharmed. His bodyguards, under the command of a well-known judo champion, are frantically rushing around, unable to figure out who carried out the attack or where it originated. That's when the flatbed truck blows up. The wreckage ends up no more than 20 meters from the victim's vehicle at the base of an electrical pole. 15 shots are fired during the entire surgery, which takes less than a minute. It might put years behind the Iranian nuclear program. The authorities are in the dark, so it makes reasonable that there would be a sense of anxiety and bewilderment. Investigators learn much too late that the area's security cameras had been turned off. Reactions from the regime are predictable. To preserve face, it fabricates a fantastical account of what happened. In an effort to shift responsibility, rival political groups, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the dreaded Ministry of Intelligence, then rip at each other's throats. This defeat is deeply symbolic and humiliating. No one is safe, no matter how high or protected they are. Reopened other wounds from a protracted campaign of attacks against well-known nuclear scientists, as well as the interruption and devastation of crucial facilities. It reinforces the devastating loss of Iranian military commander Major General Qasem Soleimani, who was killed in a US drone strike in Baghdad in January 2020. The sharpshooter receives a pat on the back from the commander. The mission has been completed. End credits roll. Is that unrealistic? Science fiction? Despite its popular plots, this is a scientific reality. Perhaps unavoidably, Israel has been blamed for Dr. Mohsen Fakhrizadeh's murder in the eyes of the world. As previously said, while conjecture or assumption might cause adversaries to pause, the typical whodunit game obscures a more significant aspect. A number of countries are able to attack in that way. A contemporary arsenal includes artificial intelligence. With all this, where are we headed? What does the future hold for these kinds of operations? The advantages of remotely controlled replies are evident to me. We will do most of what we do in the Mossad without a human presence. Since operations are frequently shortened or abandoned when our agent safety is in jeopardy, it eliminates one of the main restricting considerations. It is crucial that they are safe. For instance, I would put something in the danger zone that could execute the job without the need for a man or woman in the circle if I could. The issue is that technology hasn't been implemented consistently yet. For example, F-16 fighter jets cannot be flown remotely. A courageous and well-trained pilot is still needed. However, AI will eventually operate these combat jets as well. but the rate of development is quickening. Jet fighters will soon be replaced by large, nimble, and swift UMVs, unmanned vehicles, or drones. Consequently, there will be robots and autonomous tanks that are designed to act like soldiers. The world is only going in one direction. Even though some of them have the razor-sharp teeth of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, there are no dinosaurs in our surroundings. Anybody engaged in intelligence collection or espionage will be impacted in one manner or another. The establishment of suitable boundaries is crucial. Eventually, military-use technologies are often subject to significant regulation. Consider nuclear power, which can benefit humanity in its purest form. It is widely assumed that obtaining approval from the Vienna-based IAEA and submitting to frequent inspections are prerequisites for establishing a uranium enrichment facility. This explains why the Iranians' ongoing dishonest behavior is so dangerous and intolerable. The problem of technology control is not new. Stephen Hawking was among over 1,000 experts who demanded in the summer of 2015 that robotic weapons and the creation of artificial intelligence for military applications be prohibited. Their open letter brought to light concerns about technology developing on its own without human involvement. The AI weapons are an immediate cause of humanitarian concern and demand an urgent international response. More hysterical observers spoke of creating a world where it's no longer safe to be outside because you might be chased down by swarms of slaughterbots. In 2020, the International Committee of the Red Cross warned that the phenomenon was not from a distant dystopian future. I'm more grounded. From an operational standpoint, the Mossad cannot afford to let others take the lead in this area. Although people are valued primarily for their intelligence and intuition, technical know-how must be at the forefront. A portion of this will be produced internally. Other components will be contracted out, particularly from a thriving, advanced high-tech sector. We are working hard in a challenging world that we must navigate as safely and easily as feasible. We must operate with extreme precision and survive the current surveillance systems. We are completely reliant on technology. These days, operating without the proper technologies is pointless. Simply said, the likelihood of achieving your goal is decreased when such support is lacking. I gave important individuals with the right skills promotions throughout the company. I gave the region hitherto unheard of resources, thus my advocacy was not in vain. I was committed to offering the finest, whether it was special operations technology or cyber hacking capabilities. A new kind of Mossad was what we were fighting for. Not by themselves, as hundreds of thousands of people helped the organization undergo a generational transition. Of course, we went too far. The director of the technical department was one of the most crucial commanders throughout the transitional period. Both he and I needed each other. After several years, we arrived to the place I had always desired. I wanted us to be fearless and creative, so that was what I wanted. I've worked with artificial intelligence in a real-world setting. It might drastically alter the course of history, and I don't believe the usually upbeat claims of the government that everything is under control. AI is completely revolutionizing our planet. Dear reader, consider if the availability of AI has changed your feelings in any way today. Since you choose to disregard it, many of you won't. It would be used by some of you and not by others. Your life will be impacted in some way by the attitude you adopt. Change is unavoidable and happens shockingly quickly. Let's focus on one tiny but crucial area since you are reading or hearing these words. It seems that authors' inventiveness can be imitated with a surprisingly minimal amount of trouble. Some predict that an AI novel will be published within the next 10 years, but we are not there yet because AI-generated books lack the originality and emotional resonance of human writing and mostly rely on statistics and statistical analysis. So, let's go there first and observe the situation. Movies, which currently employ computer-generated graphics, CGI, will change more quickly and drastically in addition to new literary genres. Numerous sectors will be affected by robotics. The majority of our actions will be different. Although it is somewhat of a revolution, our lives won't necessarily suffer as a result. It's a progression that is both natural and unnatural, if you will. People have never trusted change. When electricity was introduced, many were concerned. Benjamin Harrison, the President of the United States from 1889 to 1893, was among those who were hesitant to use it. He was reportedly afraid of getting electrocuted, so he had White House employees turn the lights on and off. It was hardly a new phenomenon, but it was beyond the awareness of most people. Around 400 BCE, the Greek Thales discovered static electricity by rubbing silk against amber. Many people preceded Benjamin Franklin, who is widely credited with discovering it in the 18th century. According to tradition, he flew a kite during a thunderstorm with a metal key fastened to it. The governing elites were afraid of the printing press because they thought that a newly literate ordinary man would have easy access to books. In Victorian England, some physicians thought that the motion of newly constructed passenger trains created railway madmen whose brains were impacted by the jolting and jarring of crude tracks. The dim and distant past is hardly the only time when alarmist tendencies were prevalent. Does anyone else recall the Y2K frenzy surrounding the year 2000, when bugs were predicted to cause disruptions in government, utilities, and banking on January 1st, 2000? It was a ridiculous diversion. The majority of innovations are swiftly adopted into daily life. The internet is essential to modern life, for better or worse. In my opinion, we use our smartphones and smart TVs as crutches to swallow information a bit too readily and credulously. AI will increase communication. Hopefully, time will be spent more effectively. We will define and consume art in new ways. Our methods of learning will be different. Even though I strongly believe in the power of language, I have to concede that most people find it easier to just go online for translations. In 15 or 20 years, everything that we currently take for granted won't exist. From a philosophical standpoint, I am comfortable with the knowledge that technology will continue to develop. Weaponry cannot somehow be excluded from enhancement. Did you learn to throw a spear at your enemies? I hope not, but once you would have struggled to survive without such a skill. How many of us are trained to ride horses these days? People in Victorian England, for instance, would simply not have believed that, in less than a century, there would be no horse-drawn carriages on the streets. On that point, it seems strange to think that horses and mules were part of the war effort in both world wars, but they are now restricted to pageantry duties or the parade ground. Each generation can't fully imagine what is to come. I am sure we will not be using carbon gas or any of the fossil fuels in 50 years' time. We'll use the sun, renewable energies. With that positive comes a negative. Coal miners and those in other fossil-based industries will have to find new jobs. Quantum computing is on our horizon. This will make traditional computers, which utilize a stream of electrical impulses in binary form to encode information, effectively redundant due to relatively restricted processing ability. Everyone will be affected by this revolution, driven by the principles of quantum theory, which, in mercifully simple terms, is the theoretical basis of modern physics that explains the nature and behavior of matter and energy on an atomic and subatomic level. This rapidly developing technology, unthinkable to scientists less than 30 years ago, will dramatically improve the problem-solving capacity of computers. It will force us to examine the limits of encryption, since it will crack existing codes with devastating speed and effectiveness. It will be impossible to create a code that cannot be broken or breached. Cyber hacking is an established element of national self-defense. The development of the so-called Stuxnet virus, attributed globally but without overt confirmation to our international allies, wreaked havoc on the Iranian nuclear system. In layman's terms, it was a computer worm that targeted data systems, especially at the Natanz enrichment complex. In technical terms, the virus caused the centrifuge rotors to spin uncontrollably fast. This resulted in a catastrophic failure of the rotor wall and the destruction of the centrifuge. It was a hugely successful operation, since the damage it created was sustained, rather than a one-off event, and increased in intensity over time. By 2010, it had resulted in the decommission and replacement of around 1,000 centrifuges. The geek, rather than the meek, had inherited the Earth. It is impossible for me to enlarge on the technological tools at the disposal of the Mossad, since it would undermine the exercise and compromise a fundamental personal commitment, but they are smart and used cohesively. The concept has been shrewdly refined up to the present day and is uniquely positioned to continue to respond to requirements and events. For all the lurid stories of lethal robots and killing squads, a combination of very human habits and increasingly familiar technological capabilities can still be our greatest asset. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that you are an individual of special interest to me as an intelligence operative. I have ways and means to enter your life. I want to know everything you say. I want to know everywhere you go. I want to know anyone you meet, see, or engage with. I want to know the things you tell your husband or wife or business partner. I want to understand you. How do I do so? My first weapon is likely to be your social media, your smartphone, or watch. As I mentioned earlier, in today's world they are constant companions, a crutch. But are they a friend? Are they secure? You might be prudent, but you might be surprised at your vulnerability. Your life is on your phone. It is a deeply personal possession. It records your heart rate, your bank details, your emails, texts, and WhatsApp conversations. It summarizes your sleep patterns, your fitness levels. Once I enter the device, it tells me who you communicate with and, through the GPS function, where you are. Your smartwatch is another window into your world. You can take that watch anywhere you want without leaving my side. Yours is mine. The movement of the watch on your wrist will provide the power for the micro-instrumentation so that you never suspect your pride and joy has been interfered with. All that remains is for us to harvest the information you will unwittingly supply. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 13. The game. The primary goal of the Mossad is not to kill people, in contrast to the concoction of ignorance, opportunism, misinformation, and performative bigotry that often passes for public opinion in these warped, overheated times. We are not here just to kill people. When necessary, we do, of course, eliminate our adversaries. Like any such organization, we maintain the right to use all available force to retaliate against those who attempt to kill our agents and, consequently, our citizens, as they represent a genuine and immediate threat to national security. Protecting people who might be killed by a nuclear weapon, an explosive device on our streets, or a drive-by shooting on our highways is our responsibility. We promise to consistently confront individuals with radical and vile ideas who want the annihilation of the Jewish people, wherever they may be on Earth. However, we also adhere to the idea that the Mossad does not only serve the interests of the State of Israel. By providing vital intelligence and related capabilities that support their counter-terrorism efforts, we do our best to assist other countries in protecting themselves. This is crucial since you must be of significant value to your counterparts if you wish to have a positive working relationship with them. I don't want you to give me something, show me something, or tell me anything for no reason. It's not a one-way process. I'm determined to support your self-defense initiatives. Many intelligence organizations have a reciprocal agreement that is largely founded on shared interests and dangers. People have given me their skills and cooperation when I needed them, and they have given us theirs in exchange for the unfiltered intelligence that helps us stop terrorist plots outside our borders. This kind of body-to-body work is delicate and requires mature handling. While building credibility with your assets is important, there is a larger picture, almost a greater purpose, that needs to be considered. We are fighting evil. Remember the human element at all times. Because we are saving lives, counterterrorism is an essential component of our work. Not only the lives of Israelis, the life of anyone. That, of course, is a really good thing about our work. Personally, I saw it as a defining moment of my tenure as Mossad director. The line of personal accountability was the starting point. I had the option to withhold information, to ignore rumors of questionable activities, or to provide specifics of ongoing schemes, but I had to assist out of moral obligation. The hardest lessons learned and the most agonizing memories are frequently ones that last a lifetime. The events of March 22nd, 2016, just 2.5 months after I became leadership, will always be etched in my memory. I will never forget the 32 persons killed in 2 coordinated acts of terrorism in Brussels. 2 suicide bombers assaulted the Zaventem airport departure area while carrying explosives in big luggage on trolleys. At 7:58 a.m., the first explosion took place. In check-in row 11, another handmade nail bomb was set off in check-in row 9 seconds later. After a controlled explosion destroyed his gadget, an accomplice left the airport without detonating it. Another suicide bomber set off a nail bomb in a rucksack in the central carriage of a 3-carriage train departing from Maelbeek metro station, which is 10 kilometers from the airport and close to the European Commission headquarters in the European Quarter of Brussels, at 9:11 a.m., a little over an hour later. Once more, an accomplice ran away without setting off a similar device. 3 survivors perished as a direct result of being caught up in the carnage, according to a court ruling after the 2 outrages left over 300 others injured. 1 man killed himself, while another woman, whose mental equilibrium was thrown off, decided to end her life. Another man passed away from cancer because his injuries prevented him from receiving further treatment. So many lives taken too soon. So many lives lost. What was clearly a significant attack was claimed by Islamic State, often known by the acronyms ISIS, ISIL, or Daesh. Around 12 o'clock that day, when I was keeping tabs on events from my desk in Tel Aviv, my blood ran cold. The intelligence alert I got foretold exactly what had happened at the Maelbeek station. A Daesh terrorist cell was getting ready to attack transportation hubs in the Belgian capital after being alarmed by police surveillance and connected to the November attacks in Paris that claimed 130 lives. I received the warning too late. I firmly believed that it was my moral obligation to contact my Belgian counterpart right away in order to exchange information. I assured him that I would always be by his side. He was clearly under strain. The public and local officials were furious about security failings and tried to assign blame. The Israeli minister summed up the general pessimism by saying, "What else do you expect from the Belgians? They're only good at creating chocolate." I didn't like this unwarranted and premature skepticism. The oldest intelligence agency in the world, aside from the Vatican's, is Belgium's State Security Service, VSSE, which was established in 1830 and is also referred to as Staatsveiligheid in Dutch and Short de Elitat in French. Jack Reyes, who led it for 10 years before resigning in April 2024, has also been addressing structural issues with the military intelligence branch, the GSSI. In retrospect, the Brussels bombs were a major test of my fledgling Mossad leadership, just as they were a seismic event. I made a commitment to myself that I would stop at nothing to ensure that I never again found myself without important information at the appropriate moment. When the extent of the death became apparent that afternoon, I convened a meeting with my top officers and made the calculated decision that the Mossad would do everything in its power to comprehend and thwart Daesh operations going forward. This necessitated reorganizing the organization and enhancing our collaboration with the military intelligence arm, Unit 8200. We had a shared obligation to fulfill. We needed to get into the lives of people connected to Daesh. In order to ensure that our efforts were focused on the appropriate areas within ISIS, we had to isolate the individuals and find out where and when they were operating. Specifically, I sought information about ISIS's intelligence department, which is located deep in the Levant. After that, we were able to alert our allies of crucial information. Since there isn't a focal point for your search if you don't identify the real terrorist, you can't disturb the cell. Someone needs to shoot the handguns, plant the booby traps, set the vehicle bombs, and create the improvised explosives. You have a chance if you track down the offender and connect them to the intended crime scene. By mutual agreement, we had a greater understanding of Daesh operations than most because they had planned terror acts all around the world. Cohesive counterterrorism has the advantage that the hosty country, not us, assumes operational responsibility if we discover that someone is plotting terrorist acts. We either team up and go after them jointly, or we say, "This is what we see, go catch them." We occasionally carry out cooperative operations. We do not divulge the intelligence in other nations when there is no direct connection to the relevant counterpart. They wouldn't listen if I called them, informed them that there was a terrorist on their network, and gave helpful advice. Since you are ultimately employing extremely sensitive intelligence that has been obtained through the highest levels of professionalism, frequently under tremendous pressure, trust must be complete and instinctual. You must be certain that their government won't utilize the information for political ends too soon. I come to the conclusion that it is not even close to being a reciprocal process, not because allies or possible partners lack will, but rather because they find it difficult to assist themselves. It doesn't really matter what jurisdiction any of them has. Do you need us, the Israelis, to tell you what's going on in your nations? I have questioned each of them. And yes, we do was the unanimous response. That assistance is provided easily. We stopped numerous terrorist plans in Europe and Australia during my tenure as Mossad director. In July 2017, two brothers, Khalid and Mahmoud Kayot, planned to blow up an Etihad Airways aircraft that was transporting 400 passengers from Sydney to Abu Dhabi. As part of a scheme inspired and directed by Islamic State agents in Syria, the explosives needed to create the bomb had been flown from Turkey. In a speech the following February, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu assured Jewish American leaders that unimaginable slaughter had been avoided, and Australian politicians thanked the Israeli intelligence community's cooperation. Unit 8200 gave the crucial tip that resulted in the brothers' arrest, highlighting the fact that counterterrorism is, in its purest form, a world of cooperation, both within and outside. The brothers had a secondary plan to develop a chemical weapon. The partially built bomb was airmailed to Australia from Turkey in a box that contained a welding machine with an explosive device concealed inside a copper coil, according to conventional intelligence gathering methods. According to Australian authorities, contacts collected by a foreign intelligence agency from the Syrian terrorist responsible for the attack were crucial. The international intelligence community surveyed the situation. Although Islamic State frequently sent instructions remotely, this was the first time direct logistical support, in the form of parts that were initially put together in Syria, had been provided. They learned their lessons. Threats can sometimes be too close to home for comfort, as was the case in 2015 when the DGSI, the French Domestic Intelligence Agency, and 3 other targets, including Disneyland Paris, were bombed. No agency can act as a global policeman in isolation, but it was notable, some would even say surprising, that Israel was left out of the 66 countries that US President Obama invited to form a coalition to degrade and destroy Daesh in a September 2014 speech from the White House state floor. Liberating Daesh-controlled areas in Syria and Iraq is one thing, but the coalition's stated goal is quite another. It is quite another matter to combat terrorists outside of the Levant, which encompasses modern-day Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, the Palestinian territories, and a large portion of Turkey. It's far more challenging. Strategically speaking, it is not my immediate concern if Daesh terrorists are active in Syria. It is up to the Americans and the coalition to counter that. I'm not present. As a practical illustration, however, it would be my concern if they left Iraq, traveled across the Middle East, entered Europe via Turkey, and arrived in France via Bulgaria. Why? I am venturing into the unknown, which is why. I can't afford to wait to find out if their targets will be French, American, Israeli, or Jewish. Here is where we can make a significant contribution to the counter-terrorism effort in conjunction with the military intelligence branch. Our version of three-dimensional chess is a multi-layered game that is currently in progress. There is what the politicians say and what the rest of the world knows. What we accomplish in an occasionally improbable sense of common purpose lies beneath it all. For instance, we have a strong desire to limit Daesh's influence in the area, which motivates our partnership with the Turks. After a 6-year break, diplomatic relations were only re-established in 2016, but on a larger scale, the peace was icy. Our country's disagreements persisted, chiefly over Palestine and the US President Trump administration's recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital. 318 individuals were killed in 16 different terrorist acts in Turkey during that year, my first as head of the Mossad. When a suicide bomber, believed to be as young as 12 but ultimately unidentified, killed 57 people, including 34 children, at a Kurdish wedding in the southeast city of Gaziantep in August, it was the deadliest outrage. I decided to assist the Turks because, despite disagreements at the highest level, I understood how alone they were in their fight against terrorists in their own country. It wasn't simple. That trust, which I had previously mentioned as the cornerstone of counter-terrorism, was undoubtedly undermined. We never got to the stage where we could openly exchange knowledge because they were unfair to us. But what was I supposed to do? Refrain from sending them terror alerts because they agitated the situation by disparaging us elsewhere? I declined. That is an entirely other combat and game. By the summer of 2018, government operations continued as usual. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey, implied that Israeli leaders were reviving Hitler's spirit. In response, Bibi Netanyahu said that Turkey was turning into a dark dictatorship. It's interesting to note that in June 2023, Erdogan named my former MIT colleague, Hakan Fidan, as Turkey's foreign minister. At the risk of reiterating a common topic, human relationships play a significant role in our business. I believe the degree of cooperation would astonish regular people. They are unaware of the sheer number of threats that exist on the streets of European cities on a regular basis. More visibility inevitably follows more influence, at least in intelligence circles. You operate alone as an operative. Spies are strangers to one another. No other secret service ever found out about me. That would have been a huge failure if they had found me. It goes without saying that it is not a typical workplace where co-workers naturally engage with one another. Let's say you have insurance. You're not hiding from anyone, and neither is someone from another company. We like the shadows better, though. For example, I didn't care who was in charge of the French or the CIA in my area. It was none of my business, although occasionally we were aware of them. There isn't a single intelligence type, but it's no accident that the two most fulfilling human relationships have been with the British in MI5 and MI6 and the Germans in the Bundesnachrichtendienst, their federal intelligence service. When a truck carrying 25 tons of steel was drove into crowds at a Christmas market in Berlin's Breitscheidplatz, killing 12 consumers and seriously injuring 70 more, Germany suffered greatly throughout the terrible year of 2016. Bruno Kohl, who had become the head of the Bundesnachrichtendienst in July of that year and was a steadfast ally, directed the response. 9 jihadist attacks were thwarted over the following 3 years, yet underlying issues still exist. Salafism is an ultra-conservative Sunni Islamic philosophy that is associated with nearly all known terrorist networks and associated people in Germany. Shiite organizations throughout the nation also back Hezbollah's objectives and operations. The threat is increased by the radicalization of refugees. Bruno Kohl, who works in a frequently filthy and dishonest atmosphere, is aware of the magnitude of the challenge. To put it mildly, it is a demanding job that isn't particularly enjoyable. He has space for a softer side, but the trade produces tough, independent individuals. One day, he surprised me by saying, "Yossi, the German people don't realize how much they owe you guys. You saved more German lives than any other agency, both in terms of quantity and quality." That is a crucial point. It was a lovely praise to hear, and it demonstrated the power of the relationships that can develop when collaboration is at its best. I became quite emotional over that. I'm not ashamed to say that I shed a tear. I had similarly fulfilling connections with Sir Andrew Parker at MI5 and Sir Alex Younger at MI6 in the UK. Each had a well-informed global perspective and an innate faith in counter-terrorism norms, which the British government reinforced. In order to align our strategic approaches and detect and disrupt threats together so that we can maximize the effectiveness of existing capabilities and develop new ones to protect our citizens, it commended key allies and promised to deepen our international counter-terrorism partnerships. Although other organizations have distinct operational strategies, MI6 may be the one that most closely resembles the Mossad. They share our global orientation and strong human component. They send people to operate on the ground because they too believe that incursion is important. I think they have operators in difficult areas and are not afraid to take chances. I don't know about the others. Around the world, some play a minor role. Others don't use agents outside of their own country. They don't do anything at all abroad. Like Israel's Shabak, to borrow the Hebrew name, MI5 is a very powerful internal security agency. MI5 reported in the summer of 2023 that over the preceding 6 years, 39 terrorist plots had been thwarted in the UK. That may possibly be an understatement, in my view. Although a lot of the operational details are extremely classified, it's safe to conclude that the British made effective use of our knowledge of Daesh tactics and terrorist cell movement patterns. Don't believe anything I say. We do not give out Oscars in intelligence, but if we did, you would deserve one because you have disrupted so many terrorist operations in the UK, Sir Andrew informed me just before he retired in 2020 in yet another heartfelt gesture. Not for the benefit of the State of Israel, but for the sake of the British people, you took this action. That will not be forgotten. The duty to serve for the common good is eternal and has been upheld to this day, according to the Mossad. Maybe you can see why I find it so frustrating when counter-terrorism operations that are carried out in concert are complicated or undermined by short-term political benefit. Assadollah Assadi, a diplomat at the Iranian embassy in Vienna, serves as an example. He was charged with participating in a plot to bomb a rally of the MEK, a political opposition group known as the People's Mojahedin Organization of Iran, in Villepinte, in the northeastern suburbs of Paris, near Charles de Gaulle Airport, after being detained on a Bavarian highway on June 10, 2018, while traveling to his home in Austria. Just before his arrest, he gave two accomplices, Nassim Nami and Amir Sardoni, a married couple of Iranian heritage, the explosive from a diplomatic briefcase. The explosion would have killed a large number of people in the expected 25,000-person gathering. The Iranian government protested that his incarceration was illegal, using the 1961 Vienna Convention. However, Assadi had diplomatic immunity in Austria, where he was posted, but not in Germany, where he was first arrested. He was put on trial in Belgium, where officials had captured Nami and Sardoni in a car that had been blown up in a controlled explosion, carrying 0.5 kilogram of explosives and a detonator. For the first time in the Islamic Republic's history, a diplomat was imprisoned on terrorist-related charges when Assadi was sentenced to 20 years in jail on February 4, 2021, for attempted murder and involvement in terrorism. We believed it was a satisfying conclusion to a classic operation that started when we discovered that the regime's chief of station in Vienna, operating under diplomatic cover, was directly ordering the Ministry of Intelligence in Tehran to plan and direct a bombing campaign against Iranian opposition groups in Europe. The key player was Assadi, who was ostensibly the third secretary in the Iranian embassy. He drove himself over Europe and recruited others, primarily immigrants with Iranian ancestry, to serve as terrorist assets. According to the Belgian court, Assadi made 289 excursions from his diplomatic station, making it a sort of pursuit and tiring exercise. Since their citizens were implicated, we informed the Germans and Belgians of our intelligence. The collaboration was outstanding. Following Assadi's trial, a prosecutor stated, "The decision demonstrates two things: a diplomat does not have immunity for criminal acts, and the Iranian government's role in what might have been bloodshed." Assadollah Assadi was released on May 26, 2023, after being exchanged for Olivier van de Castile, a Belgian relief worker who had been given a 40-year prison sentence on false accusations of cash smuggling, money laundering, and spying. Under a treaty signed in 2022 and accepted by Belgium's constitutional court the following spring, they were traded in Muscat, the capital of Oman. With headlines looming, Belgian Prime Minister Alexander De Croo celebrated Van de Castile's release, declaring, "Free at last." On the one hand, it is hard to overlook the happiness and relief felt by the family and friends of a guy who, prior to his arrest and conviction, was performing an important humanitarian task in trying times. He was exposed as a convenient political pawn because he was in the wrong location at the wrong time. However, concerns regarding the Iranian regime's desire to gain the release of someone who is obviously important to them are hard to avoid. When viewed from their perspective, the experience also demonstrated how successful their hostage economy was. Numerous foreign nationals, primarily from North America or Europe, are detained and found guilty on false pretenses. Before they can be turned into human chips, they spend years in infamous prisons like Tehran's Evin prison. These are the contradictions of our world. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 14. The Confession. The myths and stories that surround them are something that world leaders have a stake in fostering. The majority claim to have a number of noble goals, which could be convenient fictions or articles of religion. Some people are chosen via election. Others might not be as committed to democratic ideals. From Africa to Latin America, the United States to Russia, Europe to the Middle East, I have witnessed all varieties. I've met a lot of them in private, where openness can thrive without the formalities of diplomatic interactions. I don't judge them based on their personal standards or political makeup. Such issues take a backseat to my role in trying to mediate or negotiate, or in seeking understanding and support. Domestic policies don't interest me unless they encroach on my area of possible influence. The procedure has a professional structure and a lovely simplicity. Priorities must be exact, and boundaries are unambiguous. Above all, I deliberately try to be very modest and meek when I enter the inner sanctum of a president or prime minister. Although I am conscious of the obligation and the magnitude of the influence I can have, this is not about me. It is my responsibility to advance the policies of my country and look for a win-win solution. I need to know the leader in front of me in order to achieve this. How does he or she behave? What motivates him or herself? How can I get inside his or her head or heart? How can I become the opposite of him, her? These kinds of inquiries typically don't have answers on Wikipedia or Google. The dynamic is very different when obtaining intelligence about an adversary as opposed to a possible partner. I wouldn't specifically hire a leader as the Mossad's director, but I would want to know what kind of instructions they provide their subordinates. At the highest level, trust is crucial when issues are heavy and sensitivities are severe. If I tell a leader something, he needs to be sure it's true. She needs to be reassured that my request is sincere and made with appropriate humility if I ask her to do something. According to a quote that was first ascribed to Aristotle, trust develops over time if we are what we consistently do. When the relationship is unquestioned, it blossoms. Open communication is the norm when having discussions. It is possible for preconceptions to endure. I was first told by a very strong leader, "I wonder how I'm going to handle your 35 years of Mossad experience when you walk into a room. What I'm going to do with you is uncertain." But we gradually came to know one another, meeting after meeting, promise after fulfilled. He ceased to be concerned. I was sure I could rely on him. I was persuaded that he could not be swayed by people who had bad intentions toward me or the state of Israel because of his faith in me and his personal dedication to the conversations. "I wonder how the strongest man in the Middle East is doing today," said an American president as he greeted me upon taking office. Mistrust erodes certain relationships to the point that animosity manifests itself. One of these meetings saw a head of state yelling at a counterpart, publicly denouncing him as a persistent liar whose word was worthless. Beyond a strained personal relationship, this had consequences that eventually seeped into larger national connections. A leader's disagreement with another leader taints everything. Their world shrinks. In order to be evaluated independently, I have attempted to create a sort of virtual separation between myself and my own leader. This is a means to an end because my primary responsibility is to complete the task at hand and to fortify significant connections. It should not be interpreted as implying contempt, disagreement, or betrayal. Results can be determined by outlooks. Sometimes there is no other option than to simplify things by eliminating a challenging personal relationship, political background, and a correspondingly negative set of feelings. As a personal gesture, I occasionally receive what I have been requesting or arguing for in these situations. In order to express gratitude for their support, I am instructed to caution my commander against phoning his counterpart. I am doing this for you, or just because you asked me to, is what they emphasize to me. The average public truly knows nothing about a leader when they see them from a distance. Their opinions are typically shaped by the media, which is also vulnerable to the more sinister practices of political influence, selective media briefing, and image construction. I can't afford to be unclear. I have to get to know someone on my own terms. I have to navigate a labyrinth with several turns, twists, and dead ends in order to completely comprehend the lengthy tale of leadership. Every leader I encounter for the first time is a blank slate. I may have an innate disapproval of his administration, but I will never voice it. I'll let him know that his country, my people, and I all depend on him. I want something from him, a product of our collaboration. Above all, my mission is important to me. I know what I want to accomplish when I enter a room. I am the defender and guardian of my state's policy. That is a crucial distinction that should never be overlooked. I have no business doing this. It's not a personal, intimate cause. I have a clear strategic route to follow as I represent my nation. In addition to being used to supplicants, leaders are also used to their entourage's continual maneuvering and whirling suspicions. This may be the reason why William Shakespeare's plays captivated historical individuals like Otto von Bismarck and Abraham Lincoln. They were written with a near-insider's perspective on courtly intrigue and the potential uses of power, both positive and negative. They portray the conflict at the center of the state as well as the impact of intense personal ambition. They provoke thinking and are timeless. I owe Bibi Netanyahu a great deal for selecting me in November 2013 to serve as his National Security Advisor and head of the National Security Council. Although Meir Dagan urged me to have a private meeting with him while I was in charge of the Mossad's human section, we had never collaborated directly before. For workers at my level, this was practically unheard of, but I frequently went to his house to exchange professional thoughts. The PM determines what the NSA is allowed to do and is not allowed to do. You can then specify its size and scope, just like you would with any other job. In my situation, I enjoyed stepping outside of my comfort zone and was given permission to achieve the majority of my goals. I handled a lot of policy matters that weren't directly related to security. This went beyond well-known topics like nuclear projects, missile programs, and the status of terrorist groups. It had little to do with politics, but rather with domestic issues, customs, and relationships. It is your responsibility to act as the Prime Minister's extended arm and extra set of eyes. Understanding ancient ritual, cultural norms, nuance, local sensitivities, global optics, and the workings of contemporary media is necessary for this. Detail, detail, detail. Regardless of the topic, you, as NSA, are in charge of the agenda for each ministerial meeting that the PM preside over. Every day, I had to update the cabinet ministers on my actions and security. I had to make sure they knew what was going on with the Palestinians, Iraq, and Iran. I had to give updates on our military's capabilities and elaborate on the dangers. Since certain ministers outside the secret circle lacked the authority to receive it, operational intelligence had to be disseminated carefully. That calls for a subtle strategy and innate diplomatic abilities. Some people are ready to take offense because it's a feverish environment. The majority of leaders are overly cautious, and others are especially paranoid. They are fixated on personal goals and political strategies. Even people with excellent intentions and level minds have some suspicions and mistrust about the people they care about. No single stereotype exists. Most leaders are inherently brilliant, well-educated, and emotionally stable. Some people may not be intellectually gifted, but they make up for it with sheer cruelty and animal slyness. In the worst situations, they are unable to distinguish between the countries they govern and themselves, who are inherently flawed human beings. Louis XIV, the so-called Sun King of France, is arguably the most frequently cited example of this phenomena. It is commonly believed that he said, "L'état, c'est moi." That literally translates to "the state, it's me." Every leader needs the comfort of knowing that they will not be deceived. While some people have a strong sense of confidence in their ability to judge character, others are less certain and often make educated assumptions about the motivations of others. Countries are complicated. Each has precedents and undercurrents of its own. As citizens, we all have limited control over the system that determines how our lives are shaped. Whether we are born into a democracy or a dictatorship is usually a coincidence. There are several cultural, educational, economic, geographic, and political distinctions to take into account. The military aspect must also be taken into account. In the Middle East, it is not uncommon for presidents and politicians to have military experience. As an illustration, consider Hosni Mubarak, a career officer who became the commander of the Egyptian Air Force. Following President Anwar Sadat's assassination in 1981, he was named vice president. Before graduating from the Royal Military Academy in Cairo, Sadat studied the Battle of Gettysburg in particular. He benefited from the support of Gamal Abdel Nasser, a former Signal Corps colleague who led the 1952 Egyptian Revolution and was his country's second president until 1970. Israel's political ancestry is comparable. A lot of ministers have been in the military. Yitzhak Rabin, the army chief of staff who led Israel to victory in the 1967 Six-Day War, was slain, like Sadat, for his dedication to the peace process. Another important prime minister, Ariel Sharon, is regarded as a statesman and war hero in my nation. It was no accident that Bibi's speech to the US Congress in July 2024, during his first foreign visit since the declaration of war, contained strong echoes of President Roosevelt's Day of Infamy speech delivered at Pearl Harbor. This is because most politicians, along with all of their speechwriters, are scene stealers. His declaration of an absolute victory sounded familiar. Although his popularity has increased since the demise of Hamas and Hezbollah in 2024, many would find it unrealistic that he saw himself as Churchillian, a natural war leader. He lacks the inspirational charisma that appeals to the average population. As I have already shown, Churchill's failure to win the UK's post-war election implies that there has never been a greater sense of gratitude. A leader's soul is racked by war. It exposes fatal character defects and the foolishness of tactics founded more on irrationality and a disregard for history than on reckless thinking and over-emotion. For this reason, I condemn Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, despite his Jewish background and the tendency of the world to back the underdog. Although I am aware that this will not be a popular opinion and that I do not support the Russian invasion in 2022, Vladimir Putin is a much more formidable and intelligent foe. Nevertheless, Zelensky could have prevented the fire with more astute and perceptive leadership. It might have meant making difficult decisions, but it would have prevented a conflict and the destruction of innumerable villages. Urho Kekkonen, the Prime Minister and later President of Finland for 31 years, should have served as a model for Ukrainian leadership. He guided his country through the Cold War by giving his predecessor Juho Kusti Paasikivi's so-called active neutrality policy more nuance, depth and scope. He faced the same geographic challenges as Ukraine, the same Russian danger along his borders, and comparable historical cautions, but he was able to forge his own course while preserving cordial ties and advantageous commercial agreements with both the Warsaw Pact countries and the West. It was a masterly act of self-protection that resulted in huge economic gains. He was cast as an autocrat because of his divide-and-rule style. The lack of electoral opposition was thought to have weakened Finnish democracy. But frankly, that is an irrelevance. Under him, Finland had the best GDP per capita. It was a happy, healthy, wealthy country. Just how did he do that? Kekkonen had, as a reference point, the Winter War, which began when the Soviet Union invaded 3 months after the outbreak of the Second World War. This was sparked by Finland's refusal to cede border territory in return for land elsewhere, so the Soviets could ease their security fears for the nearby city of Leningrad. The Soviets suffered severe losses as fighting raged in temperatures as low as -43°C, but the Finns sued for peace while they still retained some bargaining power. Hostilities ended in March 1940 with the signing of the Moscow Peace Treaty, in which Finland ceded 9% of its territory while avoiding total subjugation. That spirit of the difficult compromise endured. Kekkonen was a nimble political operator, pursuing a bold economic policy of embracing European expansion while being careful not to provoke his powerful neighbour. It was so smart that Finland only entered the European Union, along with Austria and Sweden, on January 1, 1995, 18 years after the establishment of the former European Economic Community. Finland only joined NATO in April 2023, 11 months after applying. This might have doubled NATO's presence on Russian borders, but there was none of the hostility toward their membership compared to that shown toward Ukraine, whose non-alignment strategy ended in 2014. When, in 2020, Zelensky's new security strategy reinforced NATO membership as a primary foreign and security policy objective, the Russian bear sharpened its claws. To Putin, Ukraine is Russia. They are bonded historically by a common language and a shared Orthodox Christian faith. In order to try to understand the man, I studied videos and transcripts of his speeches on the subject. I reproduced the opening section of one such polemic from July 2021, not to legitimize what many would consider propaganda, but to give an insight into his mindset. When I was asked about Russian-Ukrainian relations, I said that Russians and Ukrainians were one people, a single whole. These words were not driven by some short-term considerations or prompted by the current political context. It is what I have said on numerous occasions and what I firmly believe. I therefore feel it necessary to explain my position in detail and share my assessments of today's situation. First of all, I would like to emphasize that the war that has emerged in recent years between Russia and Ukraine, between the parts of what is essentially the same historical and spiritual space, to my mind is our great common misfortune and tragedy. These are, first and foremost, the consequences of our own mistakes made at different periods of time. But these are also the result of deliberate efforts by those forces that have always sought to undermine our unity. The formula they apply has been known from time immemorial: divide and rule. There is nothing new here. Hence the attempts to play on the national question and sow discord among people, the overarching goal being to divide and then to pit the parts of a single people against one another. To have a better understanding of the present and look into the future, we need to turn to history. Certainly, it is impossible to cover in this article all the developments that have taken place over more than 1,000 years. But I will focus on the key, pivotal moments that are important for us to remember, both in Russia and Ukraine. Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians are all descendants of ancient Rus, which was the largest state in Europe. Slavic and other tribes across the vast territory, from Ladoga, Novgorod, and Pskov to Kiev and Chernigov, were bound together by one language, which we now refer to as Old Russian, economic ties, the rule of the princes of the Rurik dynasty, and, after the baptism of Rus, the Orthodox faith. The spiritual choice made by Saint Vladimir, who was both Prince of Novgorod and Grand Prince of Kiev, still largely determines our affinity today. He went on, in great length and exhaustive historical detail, to highlight the complex and multidimensional nature of a common history. Independent historians may have challenged the accuracy of his analysis and the veracity of his views, but to his supporters he is consistent, clear, and convincing in his beliefs. A couple of months after President Putin's polemic was published, in September 2021, President Zelensky took a contrasting approach during an address to the United Nations General Assembly, in which he criticized the international community's response to Russian aggression in Ukraine and, in supporting calls for the reform of the UN, referred to it as a retired superhero. He suggested international inaction would lead to the collapse of the entire architecture of international relations. We will no longer have any rules other than might is right. It will be a world where, instead of collective efforts, selfishness will dominate, a world with more and more dictatorships, less equality, less democracy and freedom. He praised those UN members who are not ashamed that Ukraine is their friend and partner, who can call things by their names, call occupation occupation, and call aggression aggression, without fear that someone will leave this hall for everyone to see. He highlighted the reported issuing of more than 600,000 Russian passports to Ukrainian citizens in the east of the country over the previous 2 years. Isn't this evidence of an international crime? Isn't it proof of impunity and disrespect for international law? In my view, instead of lecturing the international community and punching the Russian bear, he would have been better employed reaching out to his adversary. I appreciate that, in the United States in particular, the majority of those who argue on Israel's behalf commonly compare us to Ukraine, but I see things a little differently. The only similarity between us is that we are small countries under threat from tough neighbors or, as in our case, associated terrorists. Under those circumstances, you have to rely on yourselves. The reality is no one will come to help. No one will fight for you. In Ukraine's case, not a single NATO soldier will be sacrificed to save a Ukrainian baby. In fact, I even doubt that NATO members would fight for one another. Some nations will send armaments, others will not. Some will impose sanctions, others will not. Some will support you diplomatically, others will not. Some will say it is too expensive to support you, others simply won't care. This is not merely a bleak summary of our modern world. In Israel, we still remember the events of 1973. Henry Kissinger, a proud Jew, was a great supporter of Israel, but during the Yom Kippur War he delayed the airlift of supplies to the Israeli military that President Nixon had ordered, with the chilling words, "Let them bleed." He threatened to allow the UN to impose sanctions on us, and subsequently recommended to President Ford that he should pressure Israel by threatening to stop the supply of American weapons. When you are so vulnerable, you have to appreciate your friends and understand your enemies instinctively. Instead of making emotional speeches on the world stage, talk to your enemy. Go to negotiate. Do what must be done. As head of the Mossad, I had a vested interest in understanding different cultures, since as an operative I was constantly merged into them. I knew my survival depended on wearing the right costume when you go into a different room. Very few politicians lack an instinctive appreciation of what is going on the other side. Tony Blair, the former British Prime Minister, is a genius at doing so. Bill Clinton too. Ronald Reagan entered the Russian rooms as if he were Lenin's son-in-law. He carried his cherished American values close to his heart, but he didn't exercise them publicly. He was masterful, speaking of us and we rather than you and me. Menachem Begin, the flintiest of personalities, was subtle and humble in his approach to Anwar Sadat concerning a peace treaty. There was no sense of superiority or entitlement. You do not impose your own history, stories, values, assets, and founding principles on the other side. Appreciate this is theirs, this is ours. How do we communicate? When that happens, wonderful things can be achieved. Especially now, writing this as war rages, I remember the tears that ran down my cheeks as I sat on the south lawn of the White House while the Abraham Accords Declaration was signed on September 15, 2020. Despite subsequent events, it was a moment of purity, hope, and quiet pride that a discreet, under-the-radar approach had flourished to the point of history. It has yet to be realized, but in officially sanctioning a shared vision of peace and prosperity based on interfaith and cross-cultural dialogue, the United States, Israel, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco were at least opening up the possibility of a new era. The simultaneous separate peace agreements signed with the UAE and Bahrain were Israel's first with an Arab nation in 26 years. The declaration, symbolically named after a patriarchal figure in Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, is one of the great legacies of President Trump's administration. The brokerage of Jared Kushner, Avi Berkowitz, Jason Greenblatt, and Mike Pompeo was dogged and driven by a deeply felt sense of opportunity. Bibi was one of the signatories to the declaration, together with President Trump, Bahraini Foreign Minister Abdul Latif bin Rashid Al Zayani and Emirati Foreign Minister Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan. As the ceremonies were enacted, I sensed the spirit of two other men, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE and the ruler of Abu Dhabi, and Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, the King of Bahrain. Their leadership and brotherhood were profound. I was humbled by their decision to work in partnership and grateful for the subtle support of their senior officials during what was almost a year of delicate, but determined, preparatory work. It was important for my country, but I also felt it was the right thing for the Mossad to be actively, if secretly, involved. It proved my organization is prepared to fight for peace. It is ultimately incidental that, in addition to worldwide appreciation, my role has been recognized by the State of Israel. I know what I did. I know what our regional allies think about our work at that time. I know Bibi knows what I did. It simply needed to be done. I remain optimistic that the Middle East has more leaders with the requisite vision and bravery. I truly believe in the principle that the Mossad has to create secret relationships and nurture them up to the point of incorporation into formal peace treaties and agreements. The sort of momentum that led to subsequent understandings with Sudan and Morocco, whose King Mohammed VI was particularly committed and supportive, can be sustained by careful, mature mediation. Of course, I am a realist. National self-interest is at the heart of any alliance. It is good to find large swaths of common ground, but to be blunt, if there are areas in which individual interests are prioritized, who cares? I have my own agenda, you have yours. This is the way of things. The US is not looking at us, seeking validation at any price. They, like all nations, are looking to get what they want from their international relationships. To reinforce the point, I repeatedly told my ministers, as director of the Mossad, that we can't be shy about our stance on any given issue. Transactions have to be handled in a measured, sophisticated manner in pursuit of mutual benefits, but don't enter discussions prioritizing what the potential partner needs. Concentrate instead about what our policy requires. I will respectfully ask for this concession in return for that opportunity. That's diplomacy. In times of crisis, the world needs leaders with the boldness, fortitude, and foresight of US President Woodrow Wilson, who at the end of the First World War unveiled his 14 points as a potential guideline for the rebuilding of the post-war world. This involved the dismantling of European empires, the creation of new states, open diplomacy without secret treaties, a reduction in armaments, free trade and, crucially, the acceptance of a League of Nations, offering a mutual guarantees of political independence and territorial integrity to great and small nations alike. Unfortunately, Wilson was a prophet without honor in his own country. He suffered a stroke, and in a climate in which compromise was seen as weakness, the Senate rejected the Treaty of Versailles and the centrality of the League of Nations, which, despite some successes in the 1920s and 30s, was unable to prevent the rise of Nazism and the Second World War. Kissinger was directly affected by that failure of statecraft. He lost 11 members of his immediate family and countless friends in the Holocaust. His worldview was fashioned by formative experiences before he fled to the US in 1938 with his parents, and by the horror he witnessed as an American soldier during the liberation of the concentration camps. I particularly mourned his death on November 29, 2023, at age 100, because we desperately need to find his modern equivalent. I met with him several times, in public and in private. He was a smart and very capable diplomat, a pragmatist with a negotiator's highly trained ability to assess character and detect potential avenues of agreement. I despair at the current lack of capacity to negotiate, because I believe that high diplomacy, something I practiced for many years as National Security Advisor and as the head of the Mossad, is essential not only for the State of Israel, but for the entire world. Though I still regard the US as the one true superpower, Russia is supported by China, Iran, India, Pakistan, Brazil, Indonesia, and maybe Malaysia. Compare that to the 3 European members of the P5+1, France, Germany, and the UK. The first two nations have a low degree of influence, even in Europe. Despite persistent pretensions of empire, the UK has minimal global impact. China is a rising force, a new actor, a very serious player. The world cannot ignore it, but also has to determine a cohesive policy toward it. Who can tell me the definitive global approach to Beijing? I fear I would wait a long time for an answer. That lack of clarity is symptomatic of a modern leadership disease. Some nations have yet to form a policy in this area. In others, not having a policy is their policy because they tell you there is no one to negotiate with. With the greatest respect, that's not the point. Find a way. The stronger, wiser leader understands the power of compromise. Be pragmatic within the bounds of reason, but it cannot only be your way or mine. Life isn't black and white, its essence lies in the grey areas that contain the greatest hope for mankind and the capacity to ensure your homeland's safety and future. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 15. The competition. I make a conscious effort to maintain professional distance from the people and environments I encounter in my line of work. I can appreciate a person's greatness without becoming overwhelmed, and I can take in the scenery's grandeur and history without getting sidetracked. But certain days stand out more than others. I will always remember meeting Vladimir Putin on my first trip to the Kremlin. My prime leader was keen to portray me in the right light when I accompanied Bibi Netanyahu as his new national security advisor. "Mr. he said, President, this is Mr. Yossi Cohen, my new national security advisor." He was the Mossad's deputy director. As he began to describe my past, I saw our host's mouth crease into a sardonic smile. We looked at each other and had an unsaid understanding that we were both products of a world of hidden secrets, steadfast vision, and unabashed cunning, even though we were different from each other. We were all familiar with the complexities of the human situation. Mr. I decided to interrupt him and said, "Prime Minister, I don't require your introduction." Putin's natural laugh put everyone at ease and established the tone for our collaboration. He knows everything about me. Since then, he has called me his colleague, or A, to use the Cyrillic character, due to our shared credentials in the intelligence community. It is hardly surprising that someone with his background has attained such a position of authority given the intimate ties between the state's machinery and the security apparatus. His official biography states that after graduating from the law faculty at State University in Leningrad, he joined the KGB. He worked with the organization for 16 years, mostly in counterintelligence, until the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, though some of the specifics of his operations during the height of the Cold War are unclear. He has been Russia's prime minister or president since 1999, when he was in charge of the FSB, the country's main security agency and the KGB successor in the Soviet Union. Putin's intelligence experience reveals a lot about Russia and his worldview, much like the military's influence on our administration reveals a lot about Israel. When I took over the Mossad a few years later, the Prime Minister ordered me to approach President Putin for a private meeting with me and a translator, without the customary entourage of officials. "They won't listen to me," he said when I asked why he wouldn't travel, to give the visit the authority of his position. The President sent a message saying that, of course, I should come. "You're a Koliga. FSB head. Mossad's head. Nice." It turned out to be a win-win situation. We met in private for a few times. Those discussions with President Putin taught us a valuable lesson about how leaders think. I don't support Putin's actions. His quest for a destructive, nationalistic conflict in Ukraine is unacceptable to me. I can explain his stance, but I don't defend it. That's a difficult task, especially in America, where he is viewed as a villain in black and white. It's far more nuanced than that. Russians are tied to history, just like Jews. The nation was continuously on the verge of war since the Mongols invaded it in the 13th century and positioned massive forces along its frontiers. In 1571, however, the Ottoman and Crimean armies sacked and burned Moscow. Over hundreds of years, autocracy, which was frequently imposed with brutality, became ingrained in the national experience and awareness. We must better grasp his motivations, whether we like it or not. Putin is not always an imperialist, hence he does not always go to war. I get the impression that he is a grandmaster chess player who has a natural talent for taking advantage of Western weakness. He keeps a close eye on everything and plans a few future maneuvers. Following a contentious referendum, Russia annexed the Crimean Peninsula, which was a part of Ukraine, after invading it in February and March 2014. How did the West respond? Other than objecting to its legitimacy, nothing. Similar to this, the West was happy to let the conflict in the Donbass, which was started in April 2014 by pro-Russian rebels, go on in deadly futility. Importantly, when overhead photos showed massive convoys moving toward the border in 2021, there was no coordinated reaction. Putin saw historical precedent in his refusal to let Ukraine join NATO, which implied that Russia would have access to what is likely the largest and most powerful army in the world, composed of 32 countries. There was no stomach for sacrifice, he calculated. Given the intimidating ramifications of intervention, he is aware that no one is coming for him. Does this war belong to us? To operate as a deterrent against expansionism, I'm being cynical, but it needs more than the seizure of a few yachts, private planes, and opulent apartments. Although I can see the emotional appeal of arming the Ukrainians, I believe that this is not the best course of action. Why? Putin just has more weapons at his disposal. He has assistance from China and Iran, but he is unable to create them all by himself. Now what? To reiterate a query I posed to a top US administration official during a dinner in Washington, D.C., early in the conflict with a similarly significant UAE figure. I've remembered his response. You'll be asking me the same question again in about a year. The battle is currently in its third winter, so the pessimism that underlies that statement appears sadly predictive. thousands will have died, and the situation will remain the same. There are many unpleasant contrasts in the world we live in. Don't be fooled. What a monster Bashar al-Assad is. For the crime of using chemical weapons to murder his own Syrians, he should be damned for all eternity. Supported by both Russia and Iran's Revolutionary Guards, he was considered the greatest Middle Eastern survival until his regime collapsed in December 2024. As Abu Mohammed al-Julani's troops overthrew 50 years of power in less than a week, he escaped to Moscow. Iran lost its land bridge to the eastern Mediterranean with the overthrow of Assad. It dealt yet another devastating blow to its proxies, especially Hezbollah, which was driven to the brink of devastation during its war with Israel. In the immediate aftermath of the regime change, we took decisive and devastating action, entering a buffer zone supervised by the UN that separated Israeli and Syrian forces on the Golan Heights and destroying Syria's air defense systems, chemical weapons facilities, ammunition depots, and naval capabilities. This was wise because a major power shift of this magnitude in a region as unstable as the Middle East was bound to be chaotic. Nobody could be assured of how Ahmed Hussein al-Sharaa, who went by the name al-Julani, would behave in his capacity as acting president. After becoming power, he was speaking appropriately, but the state of Israel was not taking any chances. Syria was militarily destroyed. It makes sense that events were strategically advantageous to the Turks. They are not Israel's allies, but because their fight against the Kurds continues to be their first focus, I, for one, am not concerned that they will have a particularly negative impact on our terms. The benefits of intervention were debated prior to the overthrow of the Assad regime. In the end, there was general consensus that regime transition might have backfired because of the unpredictability of the scenario. Mass killers are protected by such realpolitik. Even though President Obama was outraged and spoke poignantly about men, women, children lying in rows, killed by poison gas, and a father clutching his dead children, imploring them to get up and walk, the Americans also retreated from the edge in 2012. He asked Congress for permission to sanction a surgical strike on the Assad regime with a proper invitation from the West. They never got it. In order to further their own geopolitical objectives, the Russians filled the void by obtaining 50-year leases on two significant ports on its northern shore, Tartus, which serves as the sole Mediterranean naval base for their Black Sea Fleet, and Latakia. When I questioned Putin about his reasons, he emphasized the business prospects in Syria's mining, oil, and gas industries. Such access is logistically vital. Contracts to construct water pumping stations and wheat mills were also awarded to Russian businesses. It appeared to be a calculated move, devoid of any ideological or romantic attachment to Assad. I brought up the possibility of regime change with Putin, and all he said was, "Do you have a replacement?" The likelihood of a popular insurrection seemed unlikely at the moment. The Russians were weakened by the abrupt change in circumstances and were forced to scramble to safeguard as many assets as possible. An instructive case study is Hezbollah's involvement in Syria. Since 2012, the Arab world has condemned its military actions there, which were forced by an Iranian agenda. The next year, the Grand Mufti of Saudi Arabia, Abdulaziz al-Sheikh, strongly backed the condemnation of Hezbollah as the party of Satan by prominent theologian Yusuf al-Qaradawi, founding head of the International Union of Muslim Scholars. Since the Russians, Soviets, were involved in the 1970s and 1980s, the Syrian issue has persisted. Syria developed long-range missile capabilities and increased its strategic air power, primarily through the 1960s-era Scud-B, C, and D programs. Because their warheads might hold chemical or biological weapons, they were Israel's main danger. We knew that the Syrian army was holding them while they were being produced. Despite having been partners for more than 40 years, Iran and Syria differ fundamentally in that they are theocratic, the former, and secular, the latter with Shiite and Sunni majorities, respectively. In 2006, a mutual defense pact was struck, and the following year, it was reinforced. There was a clear risk of a trilateral cooperation including the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and its Quds Force, directed by Qasem Soleimani, who was killed in a 2020 US drone strike in Iraq. We are aware of the various methods in which the Syrians plotted against Israel with the help of the IRGC. The Syrian Scientific Studies and Research Center, better known in French as le Centre d'études de recherches scientifiques, or CERS, is the source of the escalation. Despite being established in 1971, it constituted a modern threat that needed to be eliminated. Despite protestations, this government organization had long before been given a military component. Its ostensible duties included supervising economic and social growth and organizing and institutionalizing scientific advancements in the civilian sector. There were reports of sarin, VX, and mustard gas production facilities in 5 cities, all of which were purportedly civilian establishments. 271 CERS personnel were sanctioned by the U.S. Department of the Treasury after the 2017 Khan Sheikhan chemical attack, which claimed the lives of almost 100 people after a government airstrike followed by widespread poisoning from poisonous gas, allegedly including sarin. It might be equipped with any strategic capacity, from encryption knowledge to missiles. The Americans are clearly aware of our ties to President Putin, who met with Ariel Sharon in 2005 and became the first head of the Kremlin to visit Israel. In addition, he visited Jerusalem for a day in 2020 to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz death camp and met with Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Shimon Peres there in 2012. Susan Rice, President Obama's national security advisor, said sharply as I entered the White House shortly after I had met him, "How are your Russian buddies, Yossi?" I answered, "They are not my friends. I collaborate with them to strengthen Israel's defense." The unadulterated reality was that Israel may face criticism in the US and Europe for not providing Ukraine with weapons, but it is crucial to keep cordial ties with Russia. We have no right to enter the conflict. What do I have to do? Is it better to engage in sincere negotiations with Putin or to criticize him in a moral panic? We required his practical assistance for our plans to operate in Syria, particularly in trying to destroy the armaments line that flowed from Iran through Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon. Therefore, I always went with the latter. I went to the Kremlin to give a detailed explanation of how and why we had to go that path due to the weapons getting to Hezbollah in Lebanon, Iran's Revolutionary Guards, and Syria. Putin accepted my reasoning, suggested that each time we planned an attack, our respective deputy chiefs of staff should draw a red line, and approved the plan. Given that the Russians have S-300 and S-400 air defense systems that can target aircraft up to 30 kilometers, 98,000 feet, in altitude, that authorization was crucial in order to attack the interests of his allies in Syria and Iraq. We cannot be timid about our best interests because we cannot jeopardize the gorgeous F-35s that the Americans gift us. As head of the Israeli mission, I learned that the Russians are hard negotiators when I dealt with Sergei Lavrov, the 20-year foreign minister, and his team during the JCPOA nuclear agreements that we worked so hard to thwart. However, there is also opportunity for wise, constructive progress if a certain level of trust has been built. As our Prime Minister's special envoy to the Kremlin on a variety of topics, I discovered that President Putin was an extremely quick thinker, a terrific listener, and a sharp negotiator. No matter how complicated the situation, he consistently possessed the mental clarity and depth of knowledge to consider it from every possible perspective and to arrive at an astonishingly simple solution that bordered on boldness. I will never forget the telling remarks he made and the complementary actions he took to promote complementary goals. I continue to believe that Saudi Arabia will become Israel's most significant Middle Eastern ally, Since its inception as the Kingdom of Hejaz and the Sultanate of Nejd, it has maintained ties with Russia. In an effort to counter the UK's influence, the Soviet Union became the first country to establish diplomatic ties with Saudi Arabia in 1926, 6 years before the kingdom was officially recognized. Since Saudi Crown Prince and Prime Minister Mohammed bin Salman took office, the two countries that produce around 25% of the world's crude oil have improved their relations. As the leaders of the OPEC Plus group, they have committed to working closely together to make decisions about oil exports and to use their influence to the greatest extent possible for both parties. Following a Russian-led invitation, they were supposed to join the BRICS Intergovernmental Group as full members on January 1, 2024. However, in yet another demonstration of the independence of thought that characterizes MBS, as he is known informally, they only take part as invited members, requesting additional time to consider the implications of full membership. Another sign of a change in global focus is the BRICS Alliance, which is a group of rapidly expanding economies that has grown to encompass Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Egypt, Iran, and the United Arab Emirates. The BRICS countries have enormous human, financial, and territorial reach. With a combined population of almost 3.3 billion, they account for 1/3 of the world's GDP. They pose a threat to the Western system as a clear geopolitical challenger to the G7. Even though both superpowers have enormous impact, the globe no longer revolves around the US and Russia. Although there isn't a clear division or a definitive change in power and influence, a new global order is emerging. It's more of a patchwork of countries, each of which pursues its own goals, sometimes in informal regional alliances. Since the formation of the Gulf Cooperation Council in Riyadh in May 1981, the Gulf states have been conceptually linked. Because of their close proximity and comparable Islamic-based governmental systems, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates share many characteristics, although their fraternity is limited. A number of nations, including Morocco, Qatar, and Kuwait, declined to re-establish their ties with Damascus. Others, however, followed Saudi Arabia's example and acknowledged the legitimacy of Assad's regime by establishing official ties that ultimately promised financial assistance. This contributed to the cultural requirement that Arab countries are the most qualified to address Arab problems. More broadly, MBS is striking a balance between the short-term advantages of a relationship with China, who served as mediators in the restoration of diplomatic ties between Saudi Arabia and Iran in the spring of 2023, and the country's strategic alliance with the United States. Partnerships in fields including artificial intelligence, smart cities, and renewable energy have been formed as a result of the comprehensive strategic agreement that was signed with President Xi Jinping in December of that year. China's blueprint for regional interconnectivity, the Belt and Road Initiative, involves investment in more than 150 countries and international organizations. The centerpiece of Xi's foreign policy, it encompasses 6 urban development corridors, with road and rail links linked to a digital infrastructure. The so-called 21st Century Maritime Silk Road involves port development projects along Indo-Pacific sea routes through Southeast Asia to South Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. This complements Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, MSB's strategic push to diversify the kingdom's economy in an attempt to reduce its reliance on oil. This involves 5 so-called giga projects, including NEOM, a new $500 billion cognitive city, and promises to stimulate far-reaching social and economic change. The Americans, meanwhile, have sought to build on the goodwill generated by the Memorandum of Understanding, signed in September 2023, that provides a framework for the transit of renewable electricity and clean energy through the kingdom, connecting the continents of Asia and Europe. The United States has established new diplomatic centers in Jeddah and Dhahran and is committed to building a new embassy in Riyadh. Counterterrorism, security, Economic collaboration and innovation in the creation of new energies have been on the agenda. The Saudi defense establishment, the largest outlet for US military sales, is committed to the development of an integrated and regionally networked air and missile system. Their interests align with ours, but not exclusively so. Frankly, if MBS judges that it is advantageous to establish a partnership with the Moon, he will do so. I get the sense the Saudis do not wish to become a military superpower, though they have nuclear ambitions and are understandably conscious of the threat posed by the Iranians, their large and turbulent neighbors. A deal with them represents sensible statecraft, since memories of the 17-minute strike on 2 state-owned Aramco oil installations by 18 drones and 3 low-flying missiles in September 2019, described by US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo as an act of war by Iran, are fresh. They lost 50% of their production capacity on that one night. Over the years, I have come to appreciate the uniqueness of individual relationships. I have had to be aware of different dispositions, appreciate contrasting priorities. I deepened my trust in my friends and my mistrust of my enemies, while encouraging tolerance by refusing to be judgmental. Live your life. I won't criticize you because it's your prerogative. I can accept you the way you are. However, if you turn your power against my people, you'll find me fighting you fiercely. You do not go to lecture MBS on values. You do not frame arguments with old-world conventions. Like many leaders in the Middle East, a crucible of conflict and enforced change for centuries, he is affronted by the lazy, outdated, and culturally insulting assumption that Western values, whatever they be, are somehow inherently superior. Where are lines drawn in history to prove that point? Precisely which values are accepted as a supposed norm? With which nations are they associated, since there are skeletons in everyone's cupboards? To Arab sensibilities, the American Civil War is unthinkable, since an Arab brother would never fight his brother in defense of slavery. The British butchered in pursuit of empire. Millions have died in the name of Christianity. The Crusades and the cruelties of the Inquisition were expressions of inhumanity. Our Prime Minister is the son of a historian, Benjamin Netanyahu, yet his lack of personal chemistry with regional leaders undermines his status in the Middle East and emphasizes a recurring flaw in his premiership. Formal dialogue is obviously problematic due to Saudi Arabia's historic opposition to the United Nations partition plan for Palestine and the absence of formal diplomatic relations between us since the State of Israel was created, so it is vital to keep any feasible channel of communication open. This, after all, is the essence of macro politics and high diplomacy. I, for one, have never taken my eye off the prize, the transformational impact of a normalization agreement between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Though blocked by war and decades of suspicion and hostility, it remains a gateway to the future. I pray it will not be another false dawn. There have been too many of those in our part of the world over the past century or so, since General Edmund Allenby led the British occupation of Jerusalem in December 1917, promising to open a new era of brotherhood and peace in the Holy Land. MBS has an ability to clarify complex issues with a single, often challenging, phrase. I once asked him, at a pre-dawn meal, to expand on his solution to the Palestinian problem. "What is yours?" he replied, with a knowing smile. It was a telling intervention, since I couldn't frame a cogent answer. We do not have a clear response to that. There are no certainties about Israel's intentions, though public opinion in our nation is hardening. All nations have a duty to help themselves by reacting to fluctuating political moods, diplomatic opportunities, and economic needs. The Chinese and Indians, for example, simply ignore sanctions on Russia. In that context, the close relationship between the Crown Prince and President Putin, fostered since the first visit to Moscow by MBS in 2015, is instructive and, in many ways, inevitable. They are men of substance. Putin made a point of publicly thanking him for helping to facilitate the biggest US-Russian prisoner swap since the Cold War in August 2024. The deal, worked on secretly for more than a year, was eased by MBS and other unnamed Arab neighbors, especially in its early stages. It resulted in the repatriation of 8 Russians and 16 Americans, including journalist Evan Gershkovich and former US Marine Paul Whelan. The late Henry Kissinger was promoting the benefits of mediation in his final days. He was insistent that someone had to go and speak to Putin to work out the parameters of a potential peace plan in Ukraine. In his pomp, he would have been a perfect candidate. Who is today's honest broker? Who can be sent? Offer me someone. Tell me the country that individual would come from. Could it be a representative of a NATO member? Hardly. That's 32 nations out of the running. Could it be an American? The Russians have in the past had no respect for the United States. A senior Chinese figure acting on behalf of Xi Jinping? Possibly. An influential Indian? They're not interested in being drawn further in, but maybe. A Brazilian envoy? Who knows? I was approached several times as a potential mediator, but I didn't get the right phone calls from both sides to feel comfortable. I would have done so happily and hopefully successfully if those had been forthcoming. Whoever it is, someone has to make the connection, and soon. Someone has to cut the deal. Who better to be the catalyst than the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump? And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 16. The Wolf Pack. When you are hiding under a road bridge in the heart of Tel Aviv from an Iranian missile attack, there is no better moment or location to reaffirm your worldview. Everyone, including the drivers of around a dozen automobiles and the passengers of 2 buses, is waiting for the dull thud of detonation, and there is a horrible beauty to what looks like a malicious meteor shower. A motorbike speeds noisily to what appears to be safety in the distance. Sirens scream, and then we hear explosions. In Hebrew, I count them aloud. Akat, Starem, Shalosh Laba, 1, 2, 3, 4. If the bulk of the 6 bullets are not intercepted, the consequences are clear. Our missile defense systems, Arrow 3, David Sling, and Iron Dome, are not perfect. We are at risk. Since I'm well known, the conversation beneath the bridge soon focuses on the specifics of Israel's retaliation, but I'm thinking strategically rather than practically. My thoughts turn to the final formal exchange I had with Joe Biden, which took place in the White House shortly before I left the Mossad with CIA Director Bill Burns. The majority of the topics that are important to Israel's security were discussed, such as Iran's nuclear and surface-to-surface missile capabilities. Before the president said, "Well, Yossi, we also talked about China, Russia, and Iraq." Therefore, even though we are great friends, we might not always agree. Then I said to Biden, "Mr. We need you, President. You must speak for our needs and our opinions. Our state is small. In the jungle surrounding us, extremism is on the rise. Hatred is growing. The USA is our closest ally on the planet. Iran is becoming more powerful." As I wait out the storm under that bridge on the evening of October 1st, 2024, almost 3.5 years later, that reality is reaffirmed. Biden has been replaced by Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee for president, and we are aware that the international community will not rush to Israel's defense in the event of an emergency. To survive in the Middle East, we can only depend on the assistance and strategic backing of the Americans. To emphasize the point, the United States sent Israel its most sophisticated anti-missile battery, the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, THAAD system, along with about 100 personnel to operate it, just over 2 weeks after the strike. 6 launchers mounted on trucks, 48 interceptors, and communication and radar equipment make up each battery. The distance at which it can strike targets is between 150 and 200 kilometers. A sword may only be sharpened on its sister sword, according to a proverb found in the Talmud, the foundational scripture of Rabbinic Judaism and the main source of Jewish religious law. When we have similar concerns and are working to find answers for a particular situation, we are more connected than we are divided. Our relationship with the United States is fundamental to who we are. The final decisions made by an American administration have repercussions that extend to Jerusalem and, in the case of the Mossad, Tel Aviv. There is a crucial strategic aspect to the relationship if there are disagreements or differences of opinion. When we do develop a policy, we have to make sure the White House is informed of it accurately and in a clear manner. We will be heard, but this does not imply that it will always be accepted. Regardless of the incumbent's identification, we must maintain open lines and channels of communication. If we do that, I think we can reach a consensus on over 90% of our shared policies to improve the world. In the end, we cannot assume that favorable reactions and feelings will continue. Due to our complete reliance on the United States, we must work on what is a truly unique partnership. Even if some individuals may not want to hear it, it is a fact that needs to be recognized and addressed. We are no longer able to work alone. F-35s must be maintained by Americans when you purchase them. This is a long-term agreement. You can't change a screw on our 40-year-old F-16s without their permission. Although we can withstand sanctions imposed by the UK, France, Italy, and other countries, we cannot afford to sour relations with our most important partner. No one else will speak up for us, so we need them to veto decisions from the UN Security Council. Although I was always adamantly bipartisan, I had direct contact with 3 US presidents, 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. I should remain neutral. When America's fate became apparent on November 6, 2024, I prepared a similar statement for both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. In addition to congratulating Israel on the election of its 47th president and anticipating their installation in January, I called to hope he would assist Israel in resolving its most pressing issue, Iran. Personally, I was excited about the possibility of President Trump winning a second term because I thought it would usher in a new era for the Middle East. I know him as a man who takes decisive action and holds strong opinions. As the most engaging and encouraging group in his first administration, I hope my relationship with him and his people will only get stronger. I became used to hearing inquiries regarding President Biden's friendship with Israel in the run-up to the election. When I visited Jerusalem as NSA, I got to know him as Barack Obama's vice president, and I really believe that he is. According to our first Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, the world stands with Israel so that the dream of generations will be fulfilled. He frequently cites this statement. Although he was among the first leaders to visit Israel following October 7th, he had a tense relationship with the Prime Minister despite practically hugging Bibi Netanyahu and our President, Isaac Herzog, on the airport runway. Working with a Republican administration is a good fit for our Prime Minister and his American-born Minister of Strategic Affairs, Ron Dermer. That is a reflection of their shared upbringing and early influences. When Bibi was a teenager, his family relocated to Philadelphia, where he finished his schooling at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. When Dermer joined the Israeli embassy in Washington in 2005 as an economic attaché, he relinquished his U.S. citizenship. He attributes his graduation with a magna cum laude from the University of Pennsylvania's Finance and Management program to Donald Trump's book The Art of the Deal. Though they may be reasonable, personal preferences can cause mistrust and animosity. As President Obama's national security advisor from the beginning of his second administration, I recall Susan Rice's outrage when she thought that Mitt Romney, the Republican presidential nominee in 2012, had received tacit Israeli assistance. I didn't know if that was accurate. Because I have a deep respect for all administrations, regardless of their ideological stance, I would have vehemently opposed any such plan if I had been aware of it. Despite our heated disagreements, Susan and I developed what I consider to be a very fruitful working relationship, both personally and politically. I valued her faith and honesty. In 2015, when I informed President Obama about the dangers of the Iranian nuclear deal, he responded, "Yossi, you are so wrong." This scene was then recreated with President Trump when he assumed office after the 2016 election. I informed him that, both in theory and in reality, the agreement was so wrong. "You are absolutely correct," he retorted. "This bargain is the worst ever." I'm not trying to be political. Despite our divergent goals and causes, Susan and I collaborated well to give the nuclear agreement a more official, educational term during the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the last stage of negotiations. To put it mildly, we in Israel didn't like the deal between Iran, the United Kingdom, China, France, Germany, Russia, and the United States, but we did make it better, in our opinion. Thinking about the individual rather than the political operator is usually instructive. Susan openly discussed how the Jewish commitment to Tikkun Olam, or world restoration, and the morals of my faith had inspired her. Our people's relationship is an ironclad bond, a solemn promise that endures from generation to generation, according to her. She is still a fervent opponent of anti-Semitism and has a deep awareness of injustice and the Jewish experience, which she attributes to her upbringing in Shepherd Park, a primarily Jewish area in Washington, D.C.'s northwest quadrant. A mezuzah, a little rolled parchment with scripture verses engraved by a certified calligrapher, was on the doorframe of her family's former Israeli embassy residence. Jewish friends taught her prayers, and she was invited to their houses for Passover seders. She became a polished and passionate ambassador to the United Nations, where she defended Israel against attacks on its legitimacy and safety. At the age of 14, the girl traveled to Israel with her father and brother, visiting a working kibbutz and Yad Vashem, Jerusalem's official memorial to the victims of the Holocaust. There is a financial component to that bond. In September 2016, she was in office when the United States and Israel signed their most recent Memorandum of Understanding. This covered military money and missile defense aid, totaling $38 billion for my country in yearly installments of $3.8 billion for the fiscal years 2019 through 2028. In the first year of the conflict in Gaza, the United States paid a record $17.9 billion on military assistance to Israel. Over the same period, the United States has also invested an additional $4.86 billion on expanded military operations in the region. This includes the price of a campaign spearheaded by the Navy against the Houthis of Yemen, who say they are attacking commercial shipping in support of Hamas, another Iranian proxy. In May 2023, Susan resigned her position as President Biden's domestic policy advisor and returned to the White House. One of the most heartfelt comments I've ever heard was during our most recent talk. "I have one thing to tell you, Yossi," she added. "You're a wonderful patriot." The character and skills of the 4 CIA directors I collaborated with as head of the Mossad, beginning with John Brennan in 2016, were similarly fortunate for me. Although I was new to my position and there were recognized strategic tensions and divisions at the time, he was outstanding. You must be conscious of variations in methodology. Since building positive relationships with everyone, regardless of ethnicity or political beliefs, is the key to success, you must be perceptive and adaptable. When Mike Pompeo and I first met in Jerusalem at the King David Hotel, we had a remarkable chemistry. He had made Israel his first foreign visit after becoming CIA director after Donald Trump became the 45th President of the United States, demonstrating mutual respect. However, the stilted protocol that typically characterizes such contact was abandoned as soon as he entered a conference room for our breakfast meeting. His sardonic remark regarding my ostensibly well-groomed look established the tone. I reciprocated by jokingly complimenting him on his obvious wisdom. He had no reason to know me, and I just knew his remarkable resume, but he was obviously a kindred soul. He had no espionage experience to draw on, but I knew that anyone who had led a cavalry regiment patrolling the Soviet border during the height of the Cold War and finished top in his class at the U.S. Military Academy at West Point had a practical perspective on life. He became a congressman after completing Harvard Law School and building a prosperous commercial career. Although I was more of a one-company guy, we both adhered to the same leadership maxim: create the vision, make the choice, and use the right amount of force and resources to get the intended outcome. It was quick to sense his fire. He made me think of May Dagan. His sense of right and wrong was quite strong. He was fearless of drastic remedies and wanted to battle the bad ones. Although he valued action above all else, he recognized the strategic aspect of his new employment. We checked to make sure the edges were clear. I asked Mike to meet with senior members of our Iran team before he left on their first trip. I emphasized to them that there was no time for suspicion, covert secrecy, or brittle egos. We were all on board. Those who weren't would be absent. Later, when I went to CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, Mike relayed the same information to his team. Despite not being from the intelligence community, he had a remarkable impact and a keen understanding of its ethos. He argued that this would usher in a new era of collaboration. I had previously served with the CIA as Israel's national security advisor and as deputy director of the Mossad, so I was not unfamiliar with them. They could practically quote their mission statement, word for word: on behalf of the Mossad, we accomplish what others cannot accomplish and go where others cannot go. I appreciated how straightforward and simple it was. Mike and I gave that purpose more substance. There would be a beating heart in our relationship. It would be brave, shrewd, and complimenting. The adversaries within were to be seen as suffocating bureaucracy and institutional caution. There wouldn't be any needless barriers. Our organization's leaders at every level would have more authority. His word was as good as his actions. Within a year, people with knowledge and experience in the sector would make 40% of the judgments that the CIA director currently makes. He made life-altering decisions that were risky in terms of money, politics, and the military, but if the matter came up on his desk just because I'm the next fella in the chain of command, his involvement was considered unnecessary because he believed it would slow down the process and add little value. This novel strategy supported one of my core convictions, which is that optimism and delusion cannot serve as a strategy. Having an internal ideology and a desire to take specific actions are great, but if they cannot be turned into a workable plan of action, the institution will not advance. During a 3-day stay at a massive CIA-owned agricultural complex in the middle of nowhere that serves as a training base, we grew closer. It was a melting pot of ideas and intents, a wonderful location, and a playground for big boys. We spent our mornings distilling our main plan for Iran so that our different staffs might be informed. Mike had deep doubts about Iran's nuclear plans, and once he became US Secretary of State, he was able to withstand constant political pressure from other sources to support a fictitious nuclear agreement. We spent our afternoons at the shooting range, showing off and racing various vehicles. It was competitive, of course. I won't reveal who was most successful in the sake of friendship and diplomacy, but let's assume Mike accepted the outcome with grace. He was a voracious learner and observer. There was something more profound about his faith and motivation that resonated with me. As our professional and personal connection developed, there would be a strong philosophical component. We remained with our spouses, Susan and Aya, at a private home I rented close to Tel Aviv when he came back to Israel. It was a lovely moment. We became aware of the overlaps between our histories and religious beliefs. We are Orthodox Jews, and they are evangelical Christians. I assured Mike that I would provide for all of his needs. In return, he provided operational and other types of assistance. We committed to deeper engagement, open cooperation, and the sharing of ideas, tactics, and technology, an area in which the United States was a leader. We vowed to share whatever we could. In practice, Mike had a large percentage of what I had, and I had, I believe, a large percentage of what he had. That proved to be 1000% effective. They developed technologies with us and for us. We did the same. I was struck by his clear-eyed view of the CIA's role, succinctly expressed on the first anniversary of his appointment as director when he addressed the American Enterprise Institute. I wasn't ready for the breadth, the depth, the scale, the magnitude of the efforts we undertake each and every day as the nation's first line of defense, he admitted. If the American people had the capacity to see that, though they can't, for good reason, they too would be as proud of the men and women who have joined the CIA as I am. I came to quickly understand, too, that I wasn't going to improve the courage of our officers, the skill set of our officers, though we are working diligently to take it to even the next level. But I could see there was a bureaucracy that was preventing them from being unleashed, from doing the very things they were directed, commanded, and indeed America needed them to do. I wanted to be part of changing understanding. I wanted to make sure officers appreciated the fact that we were going to have an expectation, nearly every day, that we were going to steal secrets. That's what espionage services do. We ask our officers to risk their lives to steal secrets to protect America. It's our fundamental mission. We will never shy away from it, and we do so aggressively and without any apology. It's not enough for me to talk about it. We have to implement it. The sense of partnership that underpinned those sentiments spread across the first Trump administration. As National Security Advisor from February 2017 to April 2018, Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster was another enlightened and open-minded ally. Our teams would meet in the Eisenhower Executive Office building in the White House compound, framing discussions on common objectives. The subjects were wide-ranging, from Russia to China, to North Korea and the Middle East. We saw these issues through the prism of one another's attitudes and experience. This enabled a better understanding of complex problems and tested conclusions we had come to, individually and collectively, based on the reading of a given situation. He was significantly critical of what he called the serial self-delusion underpinning the United States approach to Iran. Gina Haspel, who was installed as the first permanent female CIA director when Mike Pompeo became Secretary of State in April 2018, ensured the transition between them was seamless. I found Gina street smart, tough, intuitive, and informed by the realities of more than 3 decades in intelligence around the world, much of it spent in the Defense Clandestine Service, the undercover arm of the CIA. Gina's first anniversary address at Auburn University contained a touching and artfully formed personal reference, but was more significant for the indication of inclusivity it offered and for the empathy and humanity it expressed. Groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda remain squarely in our sights, but we are honing our focus and resources on nation-state rivals, she said. Additionally, we are applying cutting-edge technologies and tradecraft to allow us to react more quickly to global developments, like targeting a terrorist organization wherever it arises and before it spreads. We're making great strides with our foreign partners. Those ties are stronger than ever. And let me tell you, our intelligence allies around the world can really open doors and get things done on behalf of our country. I frequently meet with my foreign counterparts, either in Washington or over there, and they're generally very interesting characters for whom I have great regard and even fondness. There's one counterpart who's especially fun to engage, very James Bond-like. He worked his way up through his service, has great spy stories, and is definitely someone you want on your side. And when you have partnerships this close and personal, you have colleagues who go out of their way to share with CIA their really good stuff, their best intelligence. And our country is tangibly benefiting from these relationships. We're also sending more of our people to the field. Not only case officers, but analysts, technical experts, and others. It all comes down to this: if you have a bigger footprint overseas, you can get more done where it really counts. Our jobs might occasionally be tangential, but we shared a basic bond in being responsible for the welfare of those we placed in danger. I identified intensely with her description of the emotion stirred during a visit to CIA officers on a year-long deployment in a war zone. Our officers take on jobs that test their mental and physical strength to the fullest. They work 7 days a week, often going days without sleep. These officers were so hard-working and so motivated by the mission in this dangerous location. I could not have been more impressed with them. Their missions are long and arduous, and the operational tempo can be grueling. Our nation is asking them to do more every day, and they sacrifice a lot to keep our country safe. At the same time, they are not just intelligence officers. They also are devoted fathers and mothers, loving spouses, partners, and companions. Their families sometimes endure long stretches without knowing where their loved ones are, the dangers they might face, or the risks they must take. At times, our achievements come at a terrible cost. When Gina made that speech in 2019, 42 CIA men and women had died in the line of duty since 9/11. There were 140 stars, 2¼ inches tall by 2¼ inches wide and ½ an inch deep, set into the memorial wall in the lobby of the agency's original headquarters building. Each represented an officer who has made the ultimate sacrifice. Every star is set 6 inches apart from its neighbor, as is each row of stars. The symmetry is stark and invites us to reflect on what we do and why we do it. It is literally an unforgettable duty. Bill Burns, who was succeeded by John Ratcliffe on January 23, 2025, was another CIA director of great substance. He also paid me the greatest honor on President Biden's recommendation in giving me the George Tenet Award, named after the man who worked his way up from busboy at the family diner in Little Neck, Queens, to become director between 1997 and 2004. Director Tenet was another realist. As he was fond of saying, CIA doesn't do easy, the hard jobs come to us. The citation, which has pride of place on my office wall, speaks of the award recognizing my steadfast partnership with CIA and unparalleled contributions to joint operations during his 5-year tenure as director of the Mossad. His leadership and strategic vision enabled the development and execution of a truly remarkable array of high-impact joint operations that have made the world a safer place for both our countries. I also cherish an accompanying framed, handwritten note from Bill Burns, in which he says, "I would like to express my personal gratitude for all that you have done to protect both of our great nations. Thank you for the friendship you have shown to the CIA and to America, your dedication to the mission, and your willingness to take on the risks on behalf of both countries. The world is safer because of leaders like you." Modern nations have very similar structures of decision-taking. Someone runs the nation. He or she has a massive responsibility. What a leader has less of his time and patience. You have to be constantly mindful of that and appreciate the parameters of your role. You have to have an inner conviction and understanding that while you are close to the top of the pyramid, you are not at its tip. We operated jointly with the Americans on the ground, and that should be taken as a sign of commitment. We worked very closely on things I cannot reveal, to the extreme that I did undertake a mission at the personal request of President Trump. I met him alone, without my Prime Minister. He asked whether this super special operation was feasible, and my response seemed to be reassuring. Once I received permission from Bibi Netanyahu, I did as he asked. The mission was successful. The special relationship demanded nothing less. Trump is very well liked among leaders in the Middle East, and his installation as the 47th president in January 2025 was a source of understandable celebration. He may be full of surprises, some of them not very pleasant to our enemies, but he is admired as being street smart and unconventionally bold. This was most apparent during the negotiations that delivered the Abraham Accords. Trump played on the desperation and amorality of the Sudanese leadership by tempting them with the prospect of being removed from the blacklist of terrorist states. They were eager to sign an agreement which was dependent on their formalizing a peace treaty with Israel. They did so, despite their confusion and alarm, but it did them little good. They were overthrown in a military coup in October 2021. Civil war has been raging at the cost of at least 20,000 lives and the displacement of 10 million people since April 2023. Iranian influence in the supply of surveillance and attack drones to the SAF faction, led by self-styled President Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, is typically pernicious. The nuances of the US election campaign reflected demographic changes in American society, where around 70% of those with Jewish heritage are in mixed marriages. The consequent easing of traditional ties will shape the next generation, but Israel cannot afford to be inhibited about its promotion of its best interests. Dealing with Iran must set the tone of a new phase of our relationship. I do not doubt the USA's commitment to the defense of Israel under both administrations, but Trump was more forceful in his promises of support of the war effort against Iran. What do we need from the new president? I must begin to answer that fundamental question by stressing my belief that he is unfairly maligned, especially in Europe. At the same time I was fighting for peace, during his initial administration, President Trump was a central figure in 4 peace deals. Perhaps this will continue over the next 4 years. Helping to bring about a normalization deal between Israel and Saudi Arabia as part of the expansion of the Abraham Accords would be a hugely significant achievement, especially in what it says about the potential for a triangular deal driven by a strategic relationship between the new US president and Mohammed bin Salman. The Saudi leader, like Trump, is unafraid to raise the bar. He has already signaled his desire to have nuclear capability for civil rather than military use. Some sort of pact that offers the kingdom the prospect of US support in the face of Iranian aggression could be the sort of game changer that confirms the president's long-term legacy. There will be a huge amount of diplomatic activity, much of it covert, but allow me to be blunt. Assist if you wish, but at least give the go-ahead for us to take out Iranian nuclear sites. Iran must pay a heavy price for their activities and ambitions. Do not, under any circumstances, allow them to negotiate any new nuclear deal. If minds are focused on the stretch goal of influencing regime change in Tehran, the world will be a safer place. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 17. Post-war period. Al-Sin War, Yahya, Nasrallah Hassan. Deef Mohammed, Hanier Ismail, Sharif Fatah, Karaki Ali, Kauknabil, Srur Mohammed, Kwazi Ibrahim, Akil Ibrahim, Warbai Ahmed Mahmood, Shaka Fuad, Nasser Mohammed, Abdullah Toleb, Al-Aruri Saleh, Issa Marwan, Safuddin Hashim, Wahabi Ahmed. These folks are not martyrs to be lamented. They weren't heroes when they died. All of them were terrorists. They bathed in blood as leaders of Hezbollah and Hamas. Their annihilation has purified the planet, but it is still a dangerous place. As a reminder that Israel will reach its adversaries, their names ought to be recited. Before retreating into the tunnels beneath Gaza, Sinwar, the architect of October 7th, planned and started the war, and each death was a turning point, an indication of the war's change in momentum. He led a rat's life, just like his Hezbollah colleague Nasrallah. We must focus on their paymasters before examining the effects on the terrorist groups they controlled of the elimination of so many important individuals by a combination of astute intelligence, technological advancement, surgical attack, and, in Sinwar's case, a dash of luck. My friend Mike Pompeo once said, "The region becomes more peaceful and prosperous when we isolate Iran." The issue is that Iran knows how to communicate tactfully with the West, so it avoids isolation. Because it supports other vested interests that the leaders of the new global order are pursuing, the message dissemination and reception pose a threat. Iran's diplomatic effort, which was started early in Masoud Pezeshkian's presidency, both supports and obscures the regime's hostile intentions. We would be foolish to overlook the intricacy of their method, which has been refined over many years and in many stages. They are aware of the interdependencies between the three components of statecraft, politics, and diplomacy, as well as the use of force when required. They also know that these elements must be prioritized and employed at the appropriate moment. They exploit people to fight and die outside their boundaries on their behalf, keeping in mind the trauma of the Iran-Iraq War, which claimed the lives of 8 million Iranians. The combination of nationalism and religious makes Iran the biggest and most persistent threat to the region. They consider the Islamic world to be theirs because they are Shia. Their people's devotion for their nation makes their religious obligation even more perilous. For the sake of the national ideal, they will give their lives. Both Allah and their country seem to have recruited them twice. The regime remains unchanged. I detest their phony innocence, their covert cynicism. If I were to sum up the main responsibility of Israel's defenders, it would be to guarantee that Iran will never obtain nuclear weapons or have a capacity to carry out a nuclear military program. The Mossad will not permit them to endanger our existence because they have demonstrated their ability to function in Iran. Following the October 1st, 2024, attack, our pilots' skill and bravery in launching retaliation attacks against their defense capabilities are heartbreaking testaments to the humanity underlying our technology. Although I am not and will never be free to disclose other crucial operations, I am frequently told that the purchase of their nuclear archive in 2018 is one of my career's greatest legacies. I would rather draw attention to the bravery and audacity of the operatives involved. They changed the game. Tehran's diversions and blandishments must never again be accepted at face value. The archive revealed the myth that their nuclear program had no PMD or possible military component. I turned over the full archive to the IAEA. I provided the same material to the powers, the P5+1 constituent nations. I kept its contents a secret from them. I asked them to evaluate it on their own, see it for themselves, and let me know what they thought. They were all in agreement that the documents were accurate. It wasn't phony. You can't ignore it. Iran would be particularly dangerous because of its full capacity to enrich, regulate the fuel cycle, manufacture long-range precision-guided missiles, and conceal their true military intentions. The threat to Israel is enormous, with a population that is around 9 times smaller and a land mass that is about 60 times smaller. The possession of nuclear weapons by a wealthy and militarily ambitious Iran benefits no one. Definitely not their own people. It will strengthen the hands of the belligerents and ingrain corruption. The Revolutionary Guards and the young zealots who make up the Basij, a voluntary militia that serves as a morality police force and aids in enforcing state control, will both benefit from its strengthening. The dictatorship of North Korea or Nazi Germany is reminiscent of modern Iran. If you say something disrespectful about the regime in the morning, you could not be around at the end of the day. I learned from that I needed to learn more about the Iranian mentality. Human rights have not been upheld in this system, which is extremely oppressive. Despite the economic chaos, which includes skyrocketing inflation and widespread unemployment, a 200% increase in military budget has been approved during these tense times. Fresh water and food are subordinated to bombs. Why isn't the populace, which is thought to number between 85 and 90 million, prepared to take action? They are practically prisoners of human nature, but it makes sense to do so. We are often the result of our education and experiences. A young population, with an average age of 33.4 years, has been raised on the idea of a magnificent revolution. It is helpful to distinguish between the regime and the people they oppress in order to comprehend the current state of affairs. Just as it is impossible to define Americans, Italians, Brazilians, or Israelis, it is also impossible to characterize Iranians. They are not culturally manufactured clones. Although each of them is unique, the issues I dealt with were all similar. Naturally, I encountered Iranians while working undercover. Most didn't know what I was doing. I was a stranger who became a friend to some of the people I wanted to recruit. Some were intelligent and intellectual, while others were unsophisticated. Some were nice, some were cruel. The Mossad makes good target selections. Although they can be academics, writers, scientists, statesmen, or business people, they all possess certain qualities and abilities. The desire for a better life tends to bind them together. Despite being a highly educated country, the vast majority of Iranians live in extreme poverty. They live in cramped quarters and lack necessities like a steady supply of water. They are browbeaten, coerced, and frightened. They are carried out on cranes in public. Even people who I would classify as religious dislike the things that are being done in the name of Allah and Islam. Any sense of accountability is eliminated when ideology and theology are inseparable. The will of Allah, not the leadership, is to blame in the event of a national catastrophe. There is no negotiating this acknowledgement of a higher power. Through earthly representatives, we are here to fulfill the Prophet's wishes. Do we give a damn if we die or suffer every day? No. Ask regular Iranians on the streets of Tehran if they understand the rationale for the sanctions and attempt to explain the regime's fixation on nuclear weapons. It's intriguing. Although there is a network of gossip, they are essentially kept in the dark and only have first-hand knowledge. They find it difficult to understand the world's disapproval unless it is connected to the realities of repression and the certainties of their everyday struggle. Unlike water that drips over a stone, which may eventually erode it, fear cannot be overcome by a stream of anger and frustration. In private, many express that they've had enough, but what are their options? All power is in the hands of the dictatorship. It's a horrible country. In my opinion, it's the worst place to live in the world, second only to North Korea, the last surviving old-style dictatorship where people are starving and enslaved. Despite the 2022 Woman, Life, Freedom Movement's hijab protests, the terror engendered by institutionalized intimidation has virtually wiped out the spirit of opposition. Internet surveillance is both efficient and sneaky. Arrests made arbitrarily persist. Despite their plausibility, widespread allegations of sexual assault being weaponized have never been investigated or prosecuted. The death penalty has becoming increasingly popular. Such an oppressive pretext is dangerous for the globe as a whole, not only for Israel or the surrounding area. The regime believes that they are carrying out God's will. They are obeying divine commands. Accordingly, Ismail Haniyeh, the Hamas political leader who was killed in Tehran after attending Iranian President Pezeshkian's inauguration, is seen by Iranians as an angel, a saint, and a commander who merited a hero's funeral. Although it was expected, the statement that his blood will never be wasted at the start of the official 3-day period of mourning emphasized the importance of introspection. Even the idea of many people outside of Iran being willing to adopt a heart like Haniyeh's, a vicious terrorist, seems unbelievable. The world must comprehend their actions and their motivations. You start to question what is wrong with humanity. There are moments when I believe it might have been better if God had halted his work on the 5th day, when he created birds and sea creatures, as my wife likes to remark. The next day, the people arrived with land animals. Is the world that the Almighty made for us something we deserve? I don't usually indulge in idle dreams, but sometimes I let myself think what I would say to Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei if I had the most improbable chance. There would be nothing wrong with confronting him head-on, since he would undoubtedly see me as the devil in human form. We are not going anywhere, so learn to live with the state of Israel, even if it is uncomfortable. Don't support state-sponsored terrorism, but defend your interests. Embrace the dividend of peace. Distribute the financial gains to your people. Iran would soon rank in the top 5, if not the top 3, of the world's oil and gas exports if it were stable and refocused. Would he pay attention? Before he does, hell might have to ice over. Instead of describing himself as a bitter old man, he would most likely characterize himself as a humble servant of higher powers. Even if he has been in charge of such a vast and volatile country for the last 35 years, it is still true that he is 85 years old. He's probably not immortal. He has already picked his son Mujtaba to be his successor, as we found out in mid-November 2024. It is our duty to examine a situation in which he declares that Allah has informed him that a catastrophic conflict is necessary in order to bring about the end of the world. I have long believed that, should they pursue that course, the Iranians would be 2 to 3 years away from creating a nuclear weapon, but I have dedicated half of my life to making sure that possibility never materializes. I can explain the nuclear saber rattling, but I'm not saying it won't happen or that they can't commit to a war of this size. Weapons of mass destruction are acquired due of their deterrent effect. Don't push me, then, because I could be crazy enough to use them. Would you like me to use a single bomb to murder 200,000 people? Give me a try. In Clint Eastwood's legendary words, "Punk, feel lucky." Disappearing into the most terrifying rabbit hole is possible. Although I don't think there will be a nuclear war, the Earth wouldn't be destroyed if it happened. For the sake of argument and without any inference, let's say that a nuclear attack led by multiple bombs obliterates Pakistan's most populated cities, Karachi and Lahore, thereby erasing the country from the map. The damage would be catastrophic, and the loss of life in a nation of 250 million people unthinkable, but would anyone seriously risk further conflagration by retaliating on their behalf? This might be a depressing commentary on the cynicism that shapes our world, but I very much doubt it. Life would continue with a damning degree of normality. This is not 1945, when the US was the only nation that possessed the ultimate weapon. Other nations have nuclear capacity. It is understandable on one level that Iran should want to take out that insurance to guard against being drawn into conventional war, but we cannot take the risk of them having that option. the international community can no longer face Iran with just a defensive coalition. Iran has to be recognized for what it is and designated as a greater problem than many seem inclined to admit. I believe diplomacy can solve many things. Iran is entrenched throughout the Middle East and uses its proxies, including the Houthis in Yemen, to sow destruction, death, and discord. They turn other nation-states like Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and Iraq into an ungovernable mess. Why do deals with such devils? Why wait for their own people to rise up and stage a counter-revolution? The problem with reliance on such an ideal scenario is no one knows if or when that will happen. There are limits to the West's involvement. Do bigger powers really care about Iran on a granular level? Not really. Their leaders are conditioned to calculate whether they are prepared to pay the price for any given action. Some would find the cost of taming Tehran unacceptable. Where is the sort of international coalition that ultimately involved 74 nations when President Obama sought to destroy Daesh ISIS? Why can't such global cooperation be extended to include Iran? Why, instead of condemning them, is there an instinct to appease? If those questions are not answered, Israel has the right to act alone. It has no choice. We have the practical assets, the military power, to do so. The distance between Israel and Iran is at once an advantage and a disadvantage. It means we are not vulnerable to a mass invasion, but also makes it harder, but possible, for us to make long aerial journeys to take out heavily defended installations, mainly their nuclear sites. Iran is unlikely to change while current mechanisms of power remain in place, but my hope for the future in the Middle East lies with a new generation of leaders who are younger, technocratic, and instinctively more inclusive. They have already shown remarkable bravery in plotting a path to peace. It takes real leadership to even hint at the advantages of coexistence. These leaders are, first and foremost, Muslims. They are also mindful of geography. Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan's presidency of the United Arab Emirates is commendably farsighted, despite the inherent vulnerability of UAE being separated from Iran, at its closest point across the Strait of Hormuz, by only 21 nautical miles. The physical risk of invasion is considerable. Similarly, King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa of Bahrain must be mindful that the closest distance between his border and that of Iran is only 111 nautical miles. I have already identified Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia as a pivotal figure. In diplomatic terms, he has created a kind of mitigated reconciliation with the Iranians, overseen by the Chinese, without achieving any long-term conflict resolution. As host of the holiest site in Islam, the Kaaba in Mecca, his kingdom has to sustain the closest of relationships with nearly 2 billion believers. They have an historic resistance to the State of Israel, but the world is aware of the fact that we speak to them and that we fly over their airspace from Israel to India in Indian aircraft. Israeli businessmen can travel to Saudi Arabia for their commercial activities. There are so many sensitivities to take into account. I would support any attempts to ease the attempts of Israeli Arabs to travel to the Holy City for Hajj or Umrah. A direct air route from Tel Aviv to Jeddah would remove the need to cross through Jordan by road and into Oman before taking a flight. These are the sort of details that need to be clarified for the sake of future generations. Our neighbors are extremely exposed. I fear this issue and the associated problems in Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq cannot be solved regionally. It has to be addressed internationally. The Americans, in particular, have the capability to do so. I am concerned that there is a lack of international will to counteract what is a global problem. It is possible to deal with things that have the potential to disturb our future and that of the region without waging indiscriminate war on the Iranian people. Nuclear sites used for military ends remain a legitimate target. I am no warmonger. I would prefer a peaceful solution, but by taking away what we do not want the Iranians to have, the world would issue the regime a reminder of the prevailing balance of power. Similarly, we cannot deal with terrorist proxies simply because they have the fiendish pull of our hostages. They have to be made aware that they can be crushed. As noted at the start of this chapter, the leadership of Hamas and Hezbollah has been forcibly dismantled. The vacuum has been filled up to a point, and while hostilities continue, the situation is inevitably fluid. Though there are some clues about the nature of enforced change, it is difficult to look too far into the future. Named Qassem, Hezbollah's latest leader, fled to Tehran from Lebanon, reportedly in a plane carrying Iran's foreign minister, after Nasrallah's death. In effect, he was the last man standing following the rapid removal of Hashim Safadine, the heir apparent, in another airstrike. The quintessential company man, Qassem had been the organization's number 2 since 1991. Nasrallah gave his speeches from tunnels and was rarely seen in public. He never attended funerals or initiated face-to-face contact with his fighters. Despite that, he was admired as a smart, charming, and effective leader. Qassem pledged to continue our war plan in his first televised speech at the end of October 2024, but he is not a natural military commander. It may be he is more of a paper tiger. That would be no bad thing. Hamas also struggled with the implementation of a succession plan. The responsibility of selecting Sinwar's replacement was entrusted to a committee consisting of representatives from the Palestinian diaspora, Gaza, and the West Bank. The three main power brokers, Khalil al-Hayya and Zaha Jabrin in the two territories and Khalid Mashal in exile, had an existential crisis on their hands. Haniyeh was their political guru. Sinwar embodied the fanaticism that underpins their military strategy. Their loss left Hamas rudderless, but the situation is too complex to talk about an absolute victory over them. It's not a starkly defined, black and white thing. My educated guess is that Hamas will exist after the war, but in a different, more low-key but overtly political form. Our army now operates from a painfully acquired position of strength, and will ensure the terrorists will have minimal military capacity. We command the skies. Never again, I trust, will there be a lack of on-the-ground intelligence in Gaza and the West Bank. We must never forget that every rocket Hamas fired at the State of Israel is either based on transferred technology from Iran or made in Iran. In any case, the region's supposed love for Hamas and Hezbollah is close to being non-existent. Despite ritual incantations of support for the Palestinian cause, it has little traction among the hierarchy of the Middle East, who see the problem as a brake on economic progress and social stability. The proxies are reviled for bringing trouble to their doorsteps. The private hope of many regional leaders that Israel would get in there and get rid of them quickly proved to be optimistic, but antipathy endures. The principles involved in any solution to the Palestinian problem and the identification of individuals with the potential to truly influence a new era are remarkably complex. To be clear, the best option, in terms of security, is for Gaza to come under Israeli control, militarily and civilly. Any terrorist who lifts his head out of a tunnel can then be taken down. A second option involves an international agreement to penetrate if we see the need. A third involves a peacekeeping force and strict supervision of financial aid to prevent it getting into the wrong hands. A fourth features a renewed Palestinian Authority. That would require stringent conditions. Total demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. A civil authority that is not based on Hamas ideology. Acceptance of the existence of the State of Israel, including unequivocal acknowledgement of it being a sovereign and democratic country. And, finally, the abandonment of terrorism. Who could be empowered to ensure these conditions are met? Mahmoud Abbas, president of the Palestinian Authority, is 89. His credibility is undermined by his historic resistance to negotiation. I have, in the past, questioned that directly. If you want to buy a car, you'll negotiate with the salesman. If you want a new house, you'll negotiate with the real estate agent. Yet if you want to have a country, you will refuse to negotiate? What do you want, to get it gift wrapped with a red bow? As far as a future Palestinian state is concerned, the Palestinians did not want to discuss a deal openly or physically with us. My frustration was rooted in a well-intentioned, meticulous but ultimately fruitless process started by John Kerry, President Obama's Secretary of State. I was part of a four-man Israeli team that worked throughout a series of long nights due to our time difference with Washington, drawing up what became known as the framework for negotiations. Kerry's plan was to outline what could be on the table by setting the subjects only for further negotiations. This highlighted such issues as a border, the concept of Jerusalem, the welfare of refugees, sustained security, recognition of Israel as a Jewish state, and more. Talks went back and forth. We did a normal day's work in Israel between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. before arguing over every sentence, each nuance of language, over our link to the US through our early hours. It was incredibly difficult because sometimes the very act of countenancing talks over a particular problem weakens your stance. Ultimately, however, we produced a beautiful document, pregnant with possibility. We were called to the White House by President Obama and asked if we could proceed on the basis of the framework. We agreed and remained in Washington over the next days when Abbas, or Abu Mazen, to give him his kunya, was asked the same question. He promised the president he would sleep on his decision. He still sleeps, and this, remember, was only to agree on the subjects for any future negotiation. The fragmentation of the Palestinians is a huge obstacle in finding a figure they can rally around. Internal splits are so deep and positions are so entrenched. The most popular projected leader, to judge from a recent poll of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, is Marwan Barghouti, an influential figure in the First and Second Intifadas. Now in his 60s, he has spent the last 2 decades in an Israeli jail, serving 5 cumulative life sentences for the murder of 4 Israeli citizens. Supporters hail him as a man of the people, a fluent Hebrew speaker who rails against corruption. A prolonged high-profile campaign for his release was joined by Hamas in February 2024, which, in an Israeli climate shaped by grief and sacrifice, provides a telling indication of the unacceptable nature of his candidacy to many. Mohammed Darlan was born in the Khan Yunis refugee camp and is independent of both Hamas and the Palestinian Authority because of his links to Fatah. Though he lacks personal popularity, being the choice of only 8% of those polled in the process that gave Barghouti a 39% approval rating, he has become a respected figure in exile in Abu Dhabi. He has direct experience of the problems, having been head of Gaza's preventative security force before Hamas seized power. He helped in the negotiations for the Oslo Accords and is well connected across the region. I have come to know him as a perceptive observer. I value his analysis. Hezbollah was allowed to amass an arsenal of 150,000 rockets between 2006 and 2023. Their medium-range missiles had the capacity to cover the state of Israel in its entirety. War has badly diminished their stocks, and the so-called Northern Arrows operation has resulted in the deaths of at least 2,000 Hezbollah fighters. They miscalculated our response. In clearing swaths of the south of the country they have chosen to infest with full Iranian support. Their infrastructure has been severely diminished. Their ability to attack from bunkers and firing positions close to the border had been disrupted before the Israeli Defense Forces announced it had completed its military goals there on October 29, 2024. It was not as if they were not warned. The international community, led by French President Emmanuel Macron and Amos Hochstein from the White House, underlined the gravity of the situation when they visited Lebanon. Macron floated the notion of what he called inclusive sovereignty, and Hochstein, conscious of the need to provide the Biden administration with a tangible legacy, sought to clarify the parameters of a long-term peace plan. A rigorously controlled ceasefire suited the Israeli agenda. From our perspective, an agreement is essential if we are to allow the repopulation of the northern borders, for schools to reopen, and settlements to have sufficient security. That requires the admittedly unlikely leap of faith of trusting in the viability of the government with a purpose that Macron demanded be formed as a matter of urgency. Joseph Aoun, commander of the Lebanese armed forces since 2017, ended a 2-year hiatus when he was elected as president in January 2025, but despite Qatari promises to fund the army's wages and fuel supplies, the state remains factionally divided and prey to outside interests. To quote one influential Lebanese acquaintance, whom I met in New York recently, the bottom line is there is no hope. They're fighting among themselves for something that doesn't exist. In a wider context, however, it is clear that the psychological damage inflicted by the pager and walkie-talkie explosions and the subsequent detonation of booby-trapped pagers that targeted Hezbollah officials before the intensification of Israel's air and land assault in Lebanon was profound. Western security services reportedly identified Israel as being responsible for the simultaneous explosion of pagers in Hezbollah strongholds in an operation one excitable social media poster described as Yossi Cohen's masterpiece. I was directly involved in long-term preparations for that in my capacity as the Mossad director. I can understand the world's fascination with the details of the operation. In the majority of cases, the pagers beeped, indicating an incoming encrypted message that required 2 buttons to be pressed. This obliged the user to use both hands, which resulted in injuries to their faces, hands, and abdomens that left them unable to fight. The walkie-talkies had been operational since 2015. Even before their detonation, they represented a significant breach in Hezbollah's internal security. Cyber warfare and technological infiltration have grown increasingly sophisticated in the 20 years since I first realized its potential when I was head of special operations at the Mossad. Again, without breaking our code of confidentiality or hinting at the identity of the perpetrators, I immediately understood the strategic significance of the Lebanon operation. It had several complementary outcomes. The enemy's communication structure was disrupted, and the confidence of its operatives was shaken to the core. It delivered invaluable intrusive intelligence from behind enemy lines. It proved the potential of sophisticated special operations that can be directed at specific aspects of an enemy's activity. It was specifically targeted and avoided mass civilian casualties. Anyone capable of making such weaponized communications equipment has the ability to enter the enemy's processes unnoticed. It is possible to see what they are looking for. Once the enemy's need has been identified, it can be covertly catered to. It is possible then to supply equipment with all sorts of unpleasant surprises. Intelligence would be delivered daily. It would reveal locations, priorities, the movement patterns of key officials. All that remained was to wait and decide the ideal time to strike. The shock created by the success of such a mission mentally degrades the enemy, especially when they thought they had taken every precaution. Such operations take years to conceive and perfect. Once undertaken, they obviously have to be reinvented. The beauty of the concept lies in the way it plays on the enemy's mind. Deathly doubt has been sown. Infiltration of this scale is extremely hard to discover. They know it. We know it. Everyone knows it. The offensive against Hezbollah was successful on several levels, most notably in the air and on the ground, where it was self-evidently an attack against terrorists, rather than Lebanese national forces or factions. It led to calls to weaken Iranian influence and aided negotiations because, as Al Capone is reputed to have said, you can go a long way with a smile. You can go a lot farther with a smile and a gun. I know the truth of that statement. So, is peace possible, or are we doomed to live by the sword, or the gun for that matter? No one can answer that with any certainty. I will say, though, that if you had suggested to Israelis immediately after the 1973 war that agreement with the Egyptians was possible, most of them would have questioned your sanity. Yet the Camp David Accords, 5 years later, led to the signing of the peace treaty with Egypt, which remains the most significant conciliatory moment of my lifetime so far. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 18. The Fear. In defense of our nation and its citizens, 25,400 men and women have lost their lives. Each person sacrificed their life for the sake of an entire universe. They are all heroes. They are all guiding stars that illuminate our path. Their faces are visible to us. We can still recall their names. We cherish their memory. Since I gave that speech on the eve of Yom HaZikaron, our National Remembrance Day, which in 2024 fell between sunset on May 12th and the evening of May 13th, Israel has seen an increase in combat deaths. On the platform of the Museum of Tolerance in Jerusalem alone, vacant chairs stood guard, representing the desire for the return of hostages who are still in captivity in Gaza. It served as a somber reminder of the human cost of nationhood during a period of war, evoking both individual sacrifice and societal grief. Fathers, boys, mothers, and daughters were taken from families. The best and brightest are taken away from communities. A comparatively small, devastated, and troubled nation. We bleed when we are cut. We react when you rouse us. As president of the Friends of the IDF Widows and Orphans organization, I was carrying out a solemn obligation by honoring the deceased by reflecting on such subjects. It was a highly visible procedure that reflected the more intimate, agonizing customs of providing consolation to the deceased. Like the audience, I was distilling personal anguish as I talked. That act's intimacy prompted a single reaction. In my instance, I conjured up pictures of a sequence of pictures that, when viewed sequentially, depicted my family's history and the struggles of my nation. 2 boys with everything to live for are depicted in the first picture, which I adore. Mickey, my cousin, and I are glancing at one another. We were devout children. He couldn't have been older than 8, I was a little older. We lived in a wonderful world. Our smiles give the impression that we were cracking a silly joke. Mickey's lovely, clear eyes and gentle face are particularly noticeable. He was a very lovely youngster. In contrast to me, he became a rabbi and met his family's expectations. He raised his 10 children in the West Bank village of Otniel: Shlomo, Padiah, Shira, Netanel, Yehoshua, Miriam, Orit, Tehillah, Renat, and Esther. In addition to being a beloved executive director of a nearby yeshiva or religious school, he was a colonel in the IDF and a paratrooper. He was a large man with a thick beard, and although wearing spectacles, his eyes never lost their gleam. His fellow settlers loved, respected, and appreciated him. No one really expected him to be a target, despite the fact that tragedy had affected him. This was because in 2002, terrorists killed 4 pupils at his school. Despite having a strong moral compass, he was a positive influence. However, a Hamas terrorist shooter in a passing automobile with Palestinian license plates opened fire on the family car he was driving along Mount Hebron's Route 60 on an early summer afternoon in 2016, killing him instantly. After the vehicle veered off the road and flipped, Army officials investigated it and discovered over 20 shell casings from a Kalashnikov weapon. As she turned to check on two of her children in the back seat, his wife, Shova, who was sitting next to him in the front seat, was shot in the eye and suffered grave injuries. Tehillah, her 14-year-old daughter, was shot in the stomach but made a full recovery. Although shocked, her 15-year-old son Padiah suffered just minor injuries. A month later, the gunman was killed during a standoff with IDF troops. His main accomplice received 2 consecutive life sentences in prison. The cycle of violence, which in familial terms dated back many years to when a previous generation of Hamas terrorists killed their daughter-in-law's father, continued unabated. Reverting to anger and seeking revenge is far too simple. It is far preferable to search for shards of humanity among the ruins of hopes and dreams. Ali Abu Shark, a Palestinian physician who was the first on the scene, brought optimism in this instance. By opening Shova's airways, which her seatbelt had closed, taking her out of the car, and providing her with emergency care by the side of the road, he saved her life. The next image that comes to me was taken at Mickey's funeral, which was presided over by Israel's chief rabbi and was attended by an estimated 4,000 people. After returning from a trip to Moscow that morning, I gave Mickey's kid Padiah extra attention. In the picture, I am holding him. He has long black beard, the side locks that announce his Orthodox beliefs, and is dressed in an olive tunic and a black and white hooped yarmulke. He slumps into my body. His siblings are kissing him while his head is turned and his eyes are closed. The words I swear in the name of the Israeli Defense Establishment to keep the State of Israel, which you loved so much, united within and protected from without, are reverberating in my mind as I pay tribute to his father, my cousin. My dearest Mickey, goodbye. I loved you with all of my heart, and you were a man of peace. That day, when Shova was still struggling for her life, there were a lot of scenes of anguish. Another picture shows Mickey's oldest son, Shlomo, embracing Padiah and his sister Tehillah, who was discharged from the hospital to attend despite being wheelchair-bound. Shlomo, who was a captain and platoon commander at the time and had left the army to care for his injured family, was suddenly the head of the household. After leaving his army, Shlomo joined the Mossad and performed exceptionally well in the security department. 3 years later, while riding his motorcycle to work, he was slain at the age of 29. His wife Yiska, who had lost her father Eliyahu Ben-Ami in a terror attack, and their 3 children were left behind when he passed away from his wounds after 2 days of medical intervention. Although the blow was nearly unbearable, the closeness of family ties created an inner fortitude. Padiah developed into a decent young man who was resolute and morally upright. His father's passing and Shlomi's army duty had a profound impact on him, but in a June 2022 interview, he said, "I realized that I would either let life pass me by or I would live it, and I chose to live. I started getting back on track." After his mother grudgingly signed a waiver barring him from exemption from military duty, he joined Shlomo's former fighting unit, the Givati Brigade, because he felt that serving in the IDF was his calling. He was shown grinning at a local child in his final shot, which was taken in northern Gaza just before he passed away. "My heart is strong for you, and I am guarding you," was his final statement to his family. On October 31st, 2024, he was 22 years old and a platoon commander in the Tsabar battalion when he and 10 of his comrades fell. The next day, he was laid to rest on a hillside in Jerusalem's Har HaMenashot Cemetery's military sector. That day, I was photographed in another eerie picture. I appeared grey-faced, vacant, and worn out in it. I felt lifeless as I peered over the brink. Orit, Padiah's sister, summed up the turmoil around me with the words, "It's inexplicable pain." We were shocked that this had happened to us once more. My father won't return, and I don't have him. My older brother will not return, and I do not have him. Additionally, my younger brother is not with me and will not return. Elchanan Kalmanson, Padiah's cousin, had been buried only 2 days prior. Under intense rocket fire, he bravely drove 100 kilometers to the border on the morning of October 8th in order to protect Kibbutz Ba, which had been the scene of a Hamas terrorist atrocity in the early hours of the battle. In a 14-hour rescue operation that was conducted from house to house, he, along with his brother Manekim and his surviving nephew Itiel, saved the lives of over 100 individuals. While evacuating family who had been hiding in safe rooms as their homes burnt around them, he had the opportunity to save himself. He packed 10 or 12 people into a 4-person truck, yet he constantly came back to assist others. He eventually died in his brother's arms after being shot by a terrorist as he was hiding in a darkened room. His sacrifice reveals a great lot about the unity of the statehood ideal that he cherished. He fell defending a secular kibbutz and hurried to assist on his own volition from a religious Zionist settlement. Politically and culturally, the individuals he rescued were diametrically opposed to him, but in the end, these distinctions didn't matter. A Jew was willing to sacrifice himself for another Jew. When I spoke to the bereaved, that was the main idea on my mind. We hear the voices of the valiant troops who fought, especially tonight. We read our courageous kids' and daughters' heartfelt notes. They hurried to the front line in order to defend and safeguard our people. A generation of lionesses and lions who have demonstrated and still demonstrate that they bear the responsibility of Israel's ancient protectors. Tonight, my thoughts turn to my beloved cousins, 2 courageous and lovely young guys. One family, which represents what we give up. We are all members of the same family. It is frequently asserted that contention created Israel. Despite having similar ideologies, our political views diverge. It has resembled a nation against itself in recent years, particularly during the massive pro-democracy demonstrations that halted Tel Aviv on Saturday evenings in 2023. As long as the demonstrators don't turn against their nation, I have nothing against protests. My son, his wife, friends, and many of my closest friends participated. By all means, challenge the status quo and stand up for your moral convictions. However, keep working. Keep volunteering. Do what is necessary for your country. Appreciate other people's selflessness. Maybe then you'll see why I'm so delighted that Elchanan's headstone has the Mossad stamp on it in addition to IDF insignia. Even though he served in secret, his character is evident to everyone. His memory is a boon since he was a patriot. For their valor, the Elchanan team, which included his brother and nephew, was awarded the Israel Prize. Naturally, the everlasting horror of the Holocaust comes to mind when we consider how the Jewish psyche is sculpted by constant sacrifice. However, since the Roman era, death has existed everywhere, and our existence has always relied on the kindness of others. Because everyone was committed to the country's survival, my family's history is typical. My father participated in the army, and my grandparents fought Arabs and served in the resistance. Jerusalem was still divided in 1961, the year I was born. During the 1967 conflict, the Jordanians bombed our home and shelter. The war was felt by us. There were dead troops all over the city streets in 1973. Every night, lists of the fallen were shown on television and on rolling scrolls. On every other day, my parents went to funerals. My father was serving in Sinai on the Egyptian front while we were at home. The nation was suffering severe bleeding. Even though I was too young to attend the funerals, I could sense the sadness and pain. We were surrounded by calamity. The deceased were people we knew. My mother is a teacher, and some of them were her students. My father fought all the way to Egypt while serving. I didn't think twice about joining the group for orphans and widows because of this. I simply had no idea how intimate it would get. Civilian casualties, especially in the number sustained during the current conflict, are a disaster. Each represents the failure of a basic act of faith that the innocent would be protected in times of peril. The most basic duty of any government is to make sure the people are safe in their houses. It's different for a soldier who must accept an existential fact that death comes with their territory. We have to serve, and, if fate decrees, we must be sacrificed. No one forced me to join the army in 1979. I could have claimed I was seeing pink witches in my dreams, or some such fantasy, and argued I was unfit for active duty, but instead I volunteered for an operational platoon. I wanted to fight because I believed in the cause, and did so knowing full well I could easily be killed. I have lost friends and family members in battle. It's tragic, but this is what soldiers and their officers are made for. As Mossad operatives, we prepared meticulously for our missions, but rationalized sacrificing our lives to protect a cherished way of life. I am not saying the lives of those colleagues are worth less than those who spent their days sipping espressos in Tel Aviv and working in high-rise offices, but this is our job. I can weep. I can grieve. I can hug the bereaved. I can feel broken by pity and regret. Of course, death affects me. But who will guard the nation if not us? When you have a national crisis, what do? Break apart? Bemoan the fact that life has screwed us? Give up? No. We fight. We strive. We endure. We believe. This is the only life we have. I hope I am not being too presumptuous in suggesting I have always been driven by a sense of duty. It is the strand that has linked my life through military service, working undercover, progressing to the highest echelons of the intelligence community, or operating as national security advisor. That was a rite of passage in terms of being introduced to political pragmatism, but I pride myself on having always been sure-footed. I know many feel my natural progression is into politics. Its pitfalls are obvious, because it is open season on anyone with the impertinence to have ambitions in this area. To use a blunt Israeli phrase, critics and opponents eat your liver. The job's principal attraction lies in the opportunity to get things done. I am happy with my life post-Mossad, but we have an imminent and continuous argument at home, where I have educated my kids to debate things of personal importance forcefully, but with appropriate respect. It's a typical Jewish household, with 4 children and my wife there are 6 of us, with about 18 different opinions. My wife studies the media and asks me to promise never to go into politics, because strangers will crash into our lives. Yet 3 hours later, after further reflection, she bemoans the country's lack of leadership and insists I have no choice but to throw my hat into the ring. She tells me I have to do so for the sake of the state of Israel. It may be a bungee jump without the rope, but it is my destiny. I have had many people implore me to run for office over the past couple of years. Some, such as the university professor from the notably mixed city of Haifa who assured me that I would receive the support of his students, Arabs who believed I would promote their integration into Israeli society as a reforming prime minister, came as a pleasant surprise. Others, such as the Israeli singer I met on a flight, were strikingly passionate. The situation is terrible, she reasoned. We want you to be our PM if there is a chance. We want you to roll your sleeves up and get back to work. Make this country better. None of us have any thought of going anywhere else. Rebuild this country for us? I've also been approached by those in the political sphere. Another lady, a former minister in the Israeli government who was not a natural ally, pleaded with me to run. Another faction came to my office and proposed that I lead them. Two power brokers from different sides of the political spectrum, whom I met both in Tel Aviv and London, were more representative of what the Brits call the Westminster bubble. Evidently one of the few things that Dom Cummings, controversial Conservative Party advisor, and Lord Peter Mandelson, the UK's new ambassador to the United States, agree upon is my suitability to lead my country. It was a distinctive experience, which felt like a polite form of vetting. Mandelson in particular was not backward in coming forward. He arrived at a lunch for 10 in Tel Aviv, armed with a sheaf of papers connected to my career, and quizzed me throughout the meal. I suppose I should be flattered that he and Dom felt I had the requisite energy, determination, and intellectual capacity to be PM. The reality, though, is that the office offers precious little protection. Good people do not need the certainty of personal vilification. They ask why they should disrupt a well-ordered life and place their family in the firing line. As someone once said, double-click on anyone's life and you will find something. If you don't get the dirt, you are not digging deep enough. In today's world, the merest trace of dirt is enough to bring you down from the highest office. There is an understandable cynicism about a politician's sense of purpose. I am told that I am regarded as an exception to the rule, that most members of the Knesset are more interested in the fringe benefits than the nuts and bolts of public service. I don't need a car and a driver to justify a misplaced sense of self-importance. It is probably just as well that I am used to making instinctive judgments about an individual's motivation, since the nuances of influence can take some getting used to. The prospect of power, however distant, means you acquire a range of new friends. I once fell into conversation about my future with a leading figure from one of the biggest media companies. He made it clear he was prepared to offer practical and proactive support to my candidacy if I chose to put myself forward. "Let us call you," he said. "Don't initiate anything. We will send out the message, 'Come, lead us.' That's the strong way to do this. It will be as if we are calling you to service." This might sound a little far-fetched, but when mulling over my options, I drew from the wisdom of one of my favorite philosophers, the Greek Stoic Epictetus, whose most celebrated observation was that no man is free who is not master of himself. I also drew a parallel between modern politics and his observations on the ancient Olympic Games. First, mark the conditions and the consequences. You will have to put yourself under discipline, to eat by rule, to avoid cakes and sweetmeats, to take exercise at the appointed hour whether you like it or not, in cold and heat, to abstain from cold drinks and wine at your will. Then, in the conflict itself, you are likely enough to dislocate your wrist or twist your ankle, to swallow a great deal of dust, to be severely thrashed, and after all of these things, to be defeated. In other words, you must abandon everything to which you have become accustomed and accept you still have no guarantee of success. I'm comfortable with that. I'm relaxed about the prospect of entering a competition I might not win. I have always accepted risk, and I regard humility as an essential element of leadership. The buck may stop with a prime minister, but no one is infallible. I would want those around me to challenge my views, interrogate my arguments, before I take a final decision. That worked well operationally in the Mossad, where we prepared for missions with two separate units. The blue team had the responsibility of organizing and carrying out the task. The red team critiqued their plans, attacked any assumptions, and sought to pick holes in their situational analysis. This was big boy stuff. It wasn't about arguing for arguing's sake. I was comfortable with big calls but wanted people to look deeply into my actions and principles. I wanted them to reach their own conclusions about whether I was right or wrong. Everyone is entitled to an opinion, provided it can be backed up convincingly, and everyone appreciates that it is only one person's view. Why should that be any different in politics? I can't say I cherish disagreement, but can you imagine the implications of having a one-sided parliament in which there was no dissent and a slavish devotion to the leader? That's a dictatorship, impure and simple. The quality of the team around a leader should be paramount. Unfortunately, in Israeli politics, the opposition is fragmented by a combination of individual entitlement and a lack of rigor. I was disappointed by the conversations I had about potential partnerships in a new right-wing bloc with former PM Naftali Bennett and Avigdor Lieberman, the former foreign and defense minister. On a personal level, I got along well with Bennett, who announced he was leaving politics following the collapse of his coalition government in 2022, but I got little sense of his political identity beyond his vehement, long-standing opposition to a two-state solution to the Palestinian problem. When I asked him to outline his preparations for a return to the political arena, he merely mentioned that he had employed a teenager to rebut criticism on social media. I sensed both men were not serious about upsetting the status quo. Even accounting for Bennett's spell as PM, I'm sad to say they had less experience and expertise than me in such key areas as international relations and national security. I had little confidence that they would consolidate power if it was possible. Bibi Netanyahu, by contrast, is a super mitigator. He wants to be PM and will sit down with anyone to remain in power. Bennett was surprised by my announcement that I would instead be extending my contract with SoftBank for 2 more years, sending me a message asking me to reconsider, but ultimately both he and Lieberman expected me to be the junior partner in their arrangement. With appropriate respect, I am no one's number 3. I saw or heard nothing from them that would have offered the nation much-needed hope. They lacked the necessary determination and inclusivity. Bibi's reliance on the more extreme members of his coalition is potentially divisive, but his government is strong. I fully expect him to be locked into position until an election, most likely in October 2026. I still have a desire to make a political contribution, but I have much to learn and much to consider. It might be that, one day, when the time is right, I will ultimately form my own party. Over time, I hope, people will be able to make a considered judgment on my capabilities. It is my job to communicate the reality of my views, rather than the perception of them. I am not a fair-weather friend. Anyone can excel when the sun is shining and the birds are singing, but I am conditioned to operate in uncomfortable circumstances. By all means negotiate for peace, but remain alert for the lions lurking behind the bushes, ready to pounce. I know that, where the security of the state is at stake, you have to be very firm in dealing with your enemies. I believe in my country. I believe in our people. I spoke from the heart throughout that address on National Remembrance Day, and hope my message was heard beyond our borders. As one who has dedicated my life to the security of our people, I assure you all Israel remains strong. The foundations of our home remain unbreakable. Today we must grieve together, but we must also rebuild together. We must be sure to safeguard our unity. It is our greatest strength and strategic asset. We must preserve and defend it as we defend our very lives. We must refrain from baseless hatred. Simply put, united we stand. And that's the end of this episode. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Conclusion. Land of Jew. Israel today is a young nation with a young population. What impact would my children, the third generation of citizens, have on the country? Is a period of societal transformation upon us? Although it might not be a pleasant procedure, I think it will be beneficial. We must acknowledge our factional differences and focus on our commonalities. There are noticeable differences in viewpoints and opinions. Here, your appearance and attire, the payet, the yarmulke, and the black suit define who you are. They provide instant hints about your political beliefs and ancestry. It's not like the US or the UK, where you can't tell by looking if someone agrees with you or disagrees with you. Although it is distinctive, it need not be very significant in the end. Your behavior and identity are more important than your appearance. Because they were correct to defend Judaism, the ultra-Orthodox diaspora has historically highlighted their differences. Although they valued their beliefs and ways of behaving, they partially blended in with the secular society surrounding them, particularly in the USA and Europe. However, they were not particularly committed to the idea of the state when they immigrated to Israel after the Holocaust. They didn't want to take part in the teamwork needed to construct it, but they were okay with it. A sense of national identity was absent. When David Ben-Gurion saw the risks of a United Nations delegation conducting public surveys prior to the voting on the partition plan, this posed an issue even before the nation was constituted. I compromise and compromise until I get what I want was Ben-Gurion's favorite mantra. By offering institutionalized religious instruction and eliminating any military service requirements, he persuaded the Orthodox community's leaders to comply. They were allowed to participate in society to a limited extent. This needs to change, in my opinion, as someone who has worked for the state for 42 years and has served under 7 prime ministers, some of whom I liked and others I didn't. It is the collective duty to make some kind of contribution. Legislation can be used to guarantee participation if it is not obtained voluntarily. Although other services might be offered, I would not grant the Orthodox community the option to choose not to serve in the military. In other sectors, such hospitals, schools, factories, health and social services, military factories, and other enterprises, they would be expected to consent to work for the state as instructed. You lose your right to social support if you don't. The nation will not compensate you for your inaction on behalf of our threatened and treasured Israel. Whether an Arab, Jew, Bedouin, or Christian, the fundamental idea that all Israeli citizens must serve the country must be upheld and codified in law. I recognize that this is a groundbreaking concept to some. Protests will take place. This has nothing to do with volunteering. It's about obeying commands for the benefit of everyone. Israeli Arabs, like the Orthodox community, must make a choice. Where are they in terms of politics and society? I would make every effort to facilitate their assimilation if they choose to establish a future in Israel, as long as they do the same. I have the utmost respect and regard for the Druze people of Israel because of that. They make significant contributions to all facets of Israeli social life and are vital to our military and security agencies. Because they are ingrained in the country's DNA, tensions will inevitably arise. Jews from North Africa or Arab countries like Egypt, Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq were just as prevalent as those from Europe, which had Western sensibilities. They spoke a different language, had a distinct accent, and different values. These must be positively included into a larger framework. We require a social contract of some kind. Receiving is impossible without giving. You pay taxes, and if necessary, you'll get social security. Being a leader is not for the weak of heart or the naive. It is impossible to try to be someone you are not. Israel must provide complete protection and assistance to all Israelis residing in the West Bank, just as it would to those in other regions of the nation, unless a different choice is made. I would take strong action against radical settlers who harmed their Palestinian neighbors. To be clear, Israel must be perceived as a clean state. In my ideal society, Individuals from all walks of life, right and left, as well as those from all religious and cultural backgrounds, are invited to engage in frank discussions about our future. Are you prepared to build, or do you want to destroy? Do you want to shoulder the load or lend a hand? Which would you prefer, to criticize or to cherish? Are your fellow citizens important to you? Although a leader has the final say, their opinions on issues like social policy, health, military, and the economy will shape the future. After the plan is developed, it needs to be successfully communicated to the nation. I decided to educate the country about the war for this reason. I conducted interviews with every media outlet, including radio stations I was unaware existed. I addressed the station that purported to be the Northern Voice. I spoke with the so-called Southern kids. I spoke to the ultra-Orthodox community firsthand. After a few months, I got a call from a government spokesperson who claimed that I was the only one describing the problems, happenings, and complexities of the conflict, so obviously someone was paying attention. Despite his promise to get back to me, he never did when I sought to be briefed within the bounds of confidentially. A significant media owner also pushed for me to be named the contemporary counterpart of Chaim Herzog, who was hailed as the national soother for his daily broadcasts during the Yom Kippur War in 1973 and the Six-Day War in 1967. An ardent supporter of Zionism, he rose to the presidency, a position that is now occupied by his son, Isaac. I am a self-sufficient individual. I understand that the existing locus does not adequately characterize me. Like so many Ashkenazi Jews who unite around power, people ask me, "Who are you?" Although you appear to be Moroccan or Tunisian, you are actually Polish. Are you secular or religious? This ambiguity works to my benefit since it keeps me from being politically labeled and, ideally, increases the likelihood that I will be heard without bias. I am and most likely will be a right-winger. I was brought up to be a Zionist and a super-liberal democracy by my father. I consider myself to be a leftist in my social views and a social democrat in many respects. I support the rights of LGBTQ+ people. Both single-sex and mixed-sex marriages are acceptable to me. I support equality as well as a human rights-based system. While I lean more socialist than radical, I do support Jabotinsky's Iron Wall theory for Israel's military security. I shall fight my foes fiercely while attempting to bring about peace. I'll defend Judaism and Israel and preserve the sacred places for ourselves. Under no circumstances will I permit our nation to be ruled by foreign powers. Jews, who were landless for 2 millennia until 1948, will never be so again. Many politicians in the present era lack intellectual curiosity and have limited understanding of opposing ideologies. I recognize that this raises an introspective, very private query. If that were to be my fate, in spite of my present reluctance, what kind of PM would I be? With all due humility, I believe that I don't require any additional domestic or foreign experience. I speak the language well. I am a strategic thinker with a track record of connecting and communicating with world leaders. In our system, it is easy to win an election and lose because of an inability or an unwillingness to form a workable coalition. Some leaders lack the instincts and capacity to mediate with rivals. Others don't care, so long as they get to wear the crown. They'll sit down with anyone to ensure the motorcades, the state visits, the cabinet platform, and the responsibility for big decisions. Ariel Sharon, an arch-pragmatist, who, despite the criticism of colleagues who felt he was offering too much to prospective coalition partners, reasoned that he would sign a blank piece of paper if it enabled him to become PM. Once in office, he could make his mark. I believe in seeking compromise, but not at any cost. I have one of the widest CVs in Israel. I am currently working in commerce for a globally focused company. I know most of what you need to be a productive politician, and I also have faith in my fellow citizens, which makes me a little different to the norm. I would take particular care in creating an environment in which we could work together as Israelis. There are limits because of societal diversity, but everyone has to feel valued. We have a high birth rate and have to give those kids more teachers and doctors so they can thrive. We have to have a better transportation system so that, in what will hopefully be a peaceful post-war nation, those in the southern and northern outposts do not feel abandoned. They must be given better amenities to reduce the temptation to migrate toward Tel Aviv. We are a resilient, resourceful people. It is amazing to think that, as recently as 2009, we were concerned that the country would dry up. I can still remember the campaign posters featuring a once beautiful young woman with a cracked, parched face. Now we are pioneers in desalination. We produce water for other nations as well as our own. We have thriving high-tech industries with a smart, young workforce. How, then, do you engineer political and social realignment? I spoke to Tony Blair, the former British Prime Minister, at length about how he moved his Labour Party from the left of the political spectrum toward the centre over a decade that spanned 3 terms of office. He saw potential parallels with me using the existing power base of the dominant Israeli party, the Likud. He created New Labour and envisaged me establishing New Likud. That will not magically produce a feel-good factor, since people need to see the benefits of lofty ideals, fine words, and sensible policies. There's no guarantee that will be the outcome. The British economy grew stronger under Blair, but despite such advances as a reduction in child poverty, economic inequality grew. Though there was general satisfaction with living standards when he stepped down, a majority expressed pessimism for the future. That echoes down the years to the current day. The uncertainties and superficialities that undermine modern life mean many people are fearful and frustrated. When they pause before making their vote in an election booth, the average individual in the US, UK, or Israel has a jaundiced view about the politicians asking for their trust. It is a fact of political life that the moment you walk through the door of the White House, Downing Street, or our own PM's office in Jerusalem, there will be people trying to get you out. There is a constant fight for breathing room, a relentless attack on your credibility. It's a national game. I accept that for everyone who collared me at a social function recently and said, "Yossi, you have to save us, there will be another waiting for the smallest excuse to bash me." I am not a defeatist by nature. I refuse to believe it is impossible to capture hearts and minds. I would seek to oversee an open discussion and make it clear that I value well-intentioned advice. I would call the smartest, most influential figures in Israel together to try to establish some form of philosophical coalition. I'm not naive enough to believe that everything in the garden will be wonderful, but I'm optimistic enough to believe fresh flowers will grow. I have faith in the untapped energy of youth. In the Mossad, we made a point of taking our less experienced operatives into meetings with the PM when we sought clearance for particularly sensitive missions. It was a two-way process. I wanted the PM to see and feel the quality and quiet fervor of the people who managed risks or put their own lives in danger. In return, I wanted them to understand the gravity of decision-making and to know they had the approval of the man with his hand on the levers of power. They also knew I had their backs. I owned failure and made sure the right people were given credit for the successes. I had to have broad shoulders because I carried total responsibility for my operatives' safety and welfare. Given any degree of political authority, I would feel the same responsibility for the nation's safety and welfare. The Middle East needs the sort of fundamental change that can only be generated through transformational leadership, but generally speaking, the medium-term future is more hopeful. If we take 2050 as a milestone, I'd be confident that a consensus could emerge that balances emerging and existing power blocks. As long as things move in a positive direction, the application of that power and the nations wielding it is of secondary importance. There is a fluidity to influence. Empires wax and wane, rise and disappear. To take a random cross-section of colonizers, the Brits, the Portuguese, the Dutch, the French, and the Spanish all had their day. In short, I'm not expecting World War III. Let's face it, we all have a vested interest in greater cooperation, since we share a small, vulnerable planet. Nations will eventually understand that water, energy, and food have to be produced and consumed with greater care and attention than it is today. My fear, because of the danger of the depletion of rivers and lakes in a world that is getting hotter, is that sustained, unrestricted consumption in Europe and the United States will lead to a major shortage of food or fresh water. In Israel, we are relatively small partners in a global effort to arrest climate change, but we have an obligation to share the technologies that led to our success in desalination. If we take India as an example, it serves as both a warning and an opportunity. Temperatures of up to 50 degrees Celsius, 122 degrees Fahrenheit, pose an existential threat, but the sheer size of the country means that, given the capacity to produce fresh water through international cooperation, it could be used to grow grains or fruit for the global marketplace. This is a concept almost beyond individual nations. We need to create the environmental equivalent of the World Health Organization, which works to expand universal health coverage, contain disease outbreaks, and helps countries predict and respond to natural disasters. It oversees risk management on a massive scale. Human migration is already a pivotal and pressing problem. People will always flee from war, poverty, and autocracy, but in broader terms, there needs to be an international effort to assist vulnerable countries in Africa and Latin America in particular. This means external investment in infrastructure, industrial capacity, food production, education, and security. Half the world doesn't care about climate change or pays lip service to its significance without following through on stage-managed promises. There is a disconnect between vision and action that results in leaders arriving for global conferences in a fleet of private jets, saying the right things and doing precisely nothing. We can't give up or give them an easy ride, because this is everyone's problem. To shamelessly and slightly misquote John Lennon, you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm surely not the only one. Some states have impressive social and political vision. They are taking the threat seriously and appreciate they are engaged in a long, arduous development process. We've been trained for the last 120 years or so to use oil, gasoline, and other hydrocarbons, such as benzene. We've turned a blind eye to the consequences of reliance on fossil fuels. Our challenge is to adopt and trust a different mindset, one that stresses the importance of clean, renewable energies. It's a big task, but the implications of complacency or failure are frightening to contemplate. In Israel, we see hydrogen as a clean alternative to methane, natural gas, which, when burned, produces carbon dioxide. Scientists calculate it forms 75% of the mass of the universe, since hydrogen atoms are contained in humans, animals, plants, and, of course, water. It can be produced by nuclear power and renewable forms of energy like wind and solar power. Air quality might be improved by hydrogen-powered cars, but is it possible to manufacture enough hydrogen to power residences and commercial buildings? Can green electricity be integrated into a national or worldwide energy infrastructure? My wife is one of many people who are pushing for the usage of an automobile that runs entirely on electricity. An emerging generation will have to respond to questions like these. They have the power to influence their reality, and there are positive indications that they recognize that they can no longer depend on traditional certainty. Despite all of its negative aspects, social media institutionalizes social connectivity, therefore they have an advantage when it comes to collaboration. It unavoidably becomes personal at this point. My life revolves around my family. I have 6 fascinating grandchildren and 4 amazing children. I value each of them equally for their unique characteristics and differences. In terms of philosophy and morality, as opposed to money, how can I leave them the best legacy? A month before my 20th birthday, I got married at a very young age. My wife and I have endured the normal highs and lows of life over the next 45 years while staying loyal to our principles. Keeping our family grounded in reality has always been our goal. They have been urged to recognize that, like us, they will experience difficult times. I am really proud of all 4 of my children. They are the reason I believe in the future of my nation. They are decent individuals in their own right. They are driven, smart, kind, and successful in their respective industries. Seeing how motherhood defines individuals is one of the pleasures of growing older. The primary lesson I would like to impart to their children, my grandchildren, is the value of the family and the country. They cannot be divided. For each to be strong, they must be cared for and protected. Since they must be linked, their ideals are intertwined. Serving and protecting the nation's interests is your calling. I want my grandkids to have the proper human impulses and understand the importance of treating each other with kindness. It's critical to have a giving mindset and to consider others. Avoid becoming self-centered. See who needs you by taking a look around. Some people won't have the necessities, such as a stable roof over their heads or the proper food in their bellies. Be a friend and lend a hand. Never undervalue the importance of a hug or a word of encouragement or comfort. I don't have time for ineffective or false nostalgia. I don't believe that things were better in the world when I was growing up. It was worse, more ambiguous, and sometimes uneasy. I want my offspring to grow up in a welcoming environment where they are valued for who they are and what they do. How people make a living doesn't matter to me. As long as they are content, they can be a dancer, a dustman, a baker, a banker, a spy, or even an author. I want they live in a more just and equal world both inside and outside of Israel. I pray that hostility will be lessened and that our country's inherent advantages will be exploited. Since we don't have the option of another country, we must work to maintain Israel as a wonderful place to live. The basic significance of individual willpower is one of the most important lessons I have learned in my life and have attempted to impart. Nothing in the world can replace perseverance, according to the famous quote from 1894 that is credited to former US President Calvin Coolidge. Talent won't. Nothing is more prevalent than talented men who fail. Genius won't. The saying a genius without reward is practically true. Education won't. There are plenty of educated relicts in the world. Only perseverance and resolve are omnipotent. Be the best version of yourself. Don't let your goals fall through. Achieve those personal goals in the right way without endangering your neighbor, your family, or any other individual for that matter. You shouldn't expect anyone to foot the bill for your fulfillment. You are taking care of yourself when you treat them well. Observe life from their perspective. Understanding other people and the fact that human abilities vary helps you to better understand yourself. To do what you instinctively know must be done, you don't need anyone's approval. Take action. Take ownership of it. If things don't go as planned, deal with it. It can be instructive and invigorating. The majority of people's actions and visions differ greatly. We have an inherent edge as decision makers since we know how to complete tasks. Others don't. My insistence that determination and action go hand in hand is likely to be mentioned by my children if you ask them to name one of my favorite sayings. Regularly, that message is conveyed in what I think is the proper tone. It's a reminder and a recommendation rather than a strict directive that needs to be adhered to. I understand that since my parents attempted to manage our lives, the world has changed. The time was different. Despite their good intentions, they would impose their opinions and ideals. We were required to be religious. We had to attend college. This and that were things we had to do. It was overly directive. Despite my strong distaste for dishonesty and other non-negotiables, I tell my children to do nothing because of me. I give them bits of advice, but in the end, they have to decide which course to follow. Because you are not doing what they did, don't let anyone tell you that their life is better. Have the self-assurance to be who you are. Go after your dreams. Follow your passion. We naturally look for happiness. It can be difficult to achieve because there is no assurance that you will feel the same way when you go to bed as you did in the morning. Occasionally, life gets in the way. You don't realize how important happiness is until you're unhappy. At 6 a.m., I place myself behind the wheel of other people's cars and observe them stuck in traffic. Are you happy, sir or madam? Are you content with your job on both a personal and professional level? Is there anything you can do? Let's see the good side, though. When traffic permits, you will ultimately arrive at your job. You're not going hungry. Others are in far worse shape. If only is one of the most poisonous words in the English language. Too many people lament it as they reflect on their lives and feel remorse. We have all encountered someone lamenting that things would have been better if I had done this or said that. Looking back, I can honestly say that one of my biggest blessings was being able to do what I loved and be very good at what I cared about. How many people are able to say that? Because of this, I initiated a discussion about the pointlessness of wasting the one life we have during a recent Sabbath family dinner. I believe in the idea of world peace, even if it means sounding like a whiny social influencer. I once heard someone say that everything requires time, and everything takes time. A pleasant idea, isn't it? It takes time to create a treaty. While time might lessen suffering, can it eradicate hatred? Will seasoned adversaries still harbor a Kalashnikov inside of them? The procedure is reciprocal. You have to give of yourself if I offer of myself. Beliefs are a fundamental human right that should be promoted as long as others' beliefs are accepted. Any deity can be the object of prayer. My greatest hope is that my grandchildren would be raised believing in Judaism and supporting Israel as a free and democratic state. For me, my nation is everything. Therefore, it is appropriate that I leave our founding father, David Ben-Gurion, with the final words of this book: Israel was not created in order to disappear. Israel will endure and flourish. It is the home of the courageous and the offspring of hope. Adversity cannot break it, and success cannot demoralize it. It commemorates the sword of freedom and bears the shield of democracy. That's the end of this story. Mossad Unveiled, Secrets of the Iron Wall. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for listening. See you in the next video.